Avant de passer à l'ordre.
Before proceeding to the orders of the day, I would like to remind members that the use of props in the House and committees to illustrate a point or to promote positions is contrary to our rules and practices. In the chamber, members express their opinions through the words they use, not through the use of props. This is true whether they have the floor or not.
At pages 617 of House of Commons Procedures and Practices, the third edition, it states, and I quote, "Speakers have consistently ruled that visual displays or demonstration of any kind used by members to illustrate their remarks or emphasize their positions are out of order. Similarly, props of any kind have always been found to be unacceptable in the chamber. This principle also applies to masks. Masks that members wear must not be used to deliver messages or express an opinion. They should be plain and neutral." I thank the members for their cooperation. Merci. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, government orders, government bills, commons. Resuming debate at second reading of Bill C2, an act to provide further support in response to COVID-19.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and what a pleasure it is to be able to speak yet again on very important legislation. Legislation which is a part of the government's agenda in terms of supporting Canadians. We have seen that now on numerous occasions over the last 18 months because unlike the Conservative Party and at times even my New Democratic friends, we believe that it is important that we provide the legislation that's necessary virtually from the very beginning of the pandemic to today, where we see yet another piece of legislation that is so vitally important in terms of supporting Canadians through the pandemic. Contrary to what some might believe, there is still a responsibility for the government to be there for Canadians in a very real and tangible way in dealing with the COVID-19, Mr. Speaker. You know, the other day we had the critic of finance, the all-star critic from finance from the Conservative Party, stand in his place and talk about the importance of saying nothing in regards to the legislation itself, whether or not the Conservative Party will support it or not support it. And I would have thought that the member would have given some sort of a tangible indication as to whether or not the Conservative Party could get behind this legislation. Instead, he focused his attention on the issue of inflation. And he spent a great deal of his time, and the opposition has talked a great deal about inflation. We are all concerned about inflation. There is no doubt about that, Mr. Speaker. But having said that, I think that the Conservative Party needs to recognize a couple of things. Number one, inflation isn't something that's completely unique to Canada. Much like the pandemic, you are seeing inflation around the world. It is taking place for a number of different reasons, in which I won't necessarily go into detail today, but rather provide a government perspective on inflation. You know, we have provided a program through the cooperation of provinces of all political stripes through the Child Care Program. Here we have a program, and one member says that's all we got. That's 20-fold in terms of how much Stephen Harper ever provided Canadians. Amazing comment. Mr. Speaker, anyway, the point is, we have political parties.
Order. I do want to remind members that somebody has the floor, therefore he should be afforded the respect that he deserves to listen to it. There will be an opportunity during this round for 10 minutes of questions and comments. So I would ask those members to write them down in case they think that they may forget, and they'll have an opportunity to rise in the House and ask questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. The point being is that the Child Canada benefit, along with the child care program, is assisting families in a very real and tangible way. When you think in terms of child care and $10 a day and the agenda that has been set in terms of putting that into place, it is quite significant. It is going to assist families virtually from coast to coast to coast, with a majority of provinces and territories now on side of all political stripes that have recognized the value of it. So I use this as an example for two reasons. Number one, it's going to substantially decrease the cost of having childcare. And it is also going to ensure that we have more people that are eligible and being able to participate in the workforce. One only needs to look at the province of Quebec and how well the province of Quebec has done through its introduction of that program, of having a $10 day childcare or investing in childcare, and how that province changed in terms of workforce deployment by that program. I believe, as members of the Liberal caucus believe, that Canadians from coast to coast to coast will ultimately benefit by being able to enter into the workforce and seeing substantial reduction in childcare, going into the hundreds of dollars every month. So I use that as an example. Bill C-2 continues to provide the supports that Canadians need. Mr. Speaker, I believe at the end of the day that what you will find is that as a government that we have been there for Canadians from day one. And when I refer to day one, we have demonstrated that support, whether it's for Canada's middle class or those aspiring to be a part of it, to those that are in high need. You know, it wasn't that long ago when we were elected into government and our first pieces of legislation saw increases in taxes for Canada's 1% wealthiest, where we saw support in the form of a tax reduction for Canada's middle class, where we saw substantial increases and a reforming of the Canada Child Benefit Program, where we saw substantial increases to the Guaranteed Income Supplement. All of these programs increased the disposable income of Canadians in good part, Mr. Speaker. We understand back then, as we did when the pandemic hit, that people need to be able to have a disposable income in order to be able to move our economy forward, in order to have healthy communities and a stronger economy. People need to be able to have the money to pay for their mortgages, to pay for their utility bills, to be able to go out to the local restaurants, to be able to go out and purchase the items that are necessary. When the pandemic hit, people had no choice. Health orders at the local level were shutting down the economy. You could drive down some of the busiest streets in Winnipeg 2 years ago, and it would be virtually minimal travel in the last number of months after the pandemic took its hold, especially going into that second wave, Mr. Speaker. One can only imagine what would have taken place if the government did not step up. If we didn't provide the programs like CERB. CERB as a program supported over 9 million Canadians. That's an incredible percentage of the population. When you think of our population of just over 37 million, 9 million Canadians supported by one program, a program that was created out of nothing. And the civil service and those involved, the different stakeholders in making sure that that program became a reality, did an incredible job. And yes, there is no doubt when you create a program as quickly as we did that there is going to be some abuse of that program. And, Mr. Speaker, I suspect when I hear from my Conservative friends that they like to highlight some of those problems today, in which we are very much aware. Are they trying to say that they don't believe we should have brought in the CERB program? Is that really what they're trying to say, that those 9 million Canadians are not honest people? You know, it's a program that was absolutely essential. It is the reason why I highlighted the importance of disposable income. But it was more than just people. If we didn't provide that kind of support, imagine the social cost of that. Whether it's mental illness, from the loss of employment, to suicide, to breakups, you name it. It would have been significant. We recognized that, and we stepped up to the plate, Mr. Speaker. And today, C2, we continue to recognize that. And that's why when you look at the changes that are being incorporated in C2, it's a government that continues to believe that we need to be there for Canadians. We also recognize, by looking at C2, the importance of businesses. Pre-pandemic, the government had the reduction of the small business tax. We had ministers that were reaching out, listening to what small businesses had to say and trying to assist them in whatever way we can. It's one of the reasons why we had record employment numbers, Mr. Speaker. Stephen Harper, 10 years, 1 million jobs. We did it in 4 years, Mr. Speaker. And they were full-time jobs, Madam Speaker. And at the end of the line, we know what it takes to build a healthy economy. We demonstrated that pre-pandemic, and you're seeing it today. We are already at pre-pandemic employment levels because, in good part, the Government of Canada, working with other governments, levels of government, and Canadians, in making sure that we were in a good position to be able to recover. How were we able to do that, Mr. Speaker? Again, coming forward with programs that really made a difference. Programs like the wage subsidy program. So individuals could actually stay employed, Madam Speaker. That businesses were in a position where they could continue to have them employed. The Bloc the other day made reference to our arts and cultural community, something in which every member of the Liberal caucus truly cares about. I know I had the opportunity with the Manitoba Folk Arts Council, where they commented about the wage subsidy program, and chances are they wouldn't have survived without it. The Folk Arts Council provides a wide spectrum of heritage to arts, performances. It's incredible. It is something that's been around for over 50 years now in Manitoba. Every summer, dozens and dozens of pavilions every summer that participate. Amazing talent is discovered. There's so many people that are engaged in it. A program that's supported, whether it was arts and culture or our private sector or even nonprofits, Madam Speaker. It was there because there was a need to support small businesses and people. And that's exactly what the wage subsidy program did. I would argue it saved hundreds of thousands of jobs in all regions of our country, Madam Speaker. We also recognize the need to support businesses through things like the rent subsidy program. Imagine you have a business that's operational, you get hit by the pandemic, and you don't have consumers coming. You have lost out on some contracts. The rent subsidy program allowed thousands of companies throughout Canada the opportunity to receive support from the government that allowed them to keep their doors open, Mr. Speaker, or Madam Speaker. And that is one of the reasons why, through the government and the cooperation of many others, we were able to prevent, literally, I would suggest to you, thousands of bankruptcies from all over Canada from taking place. And it's because businesses, small businesses, understood that once again we had a government that was prepared to develop the programs that were necessary so that they will be able to get themselves through this pandemic. And yet, we still get conservatives from across the way that are saying that we're spending too much as a government. Wasteful, yep, those are the numbers, those are the comments you hear from across the way. Are they saying, Madam Speaker, that they would not have provided the wage subsidy program? That they would have not supported the rent supplement program, Madam Speaker? These are the irresponsible...
The Honourable Member for Lethbridge and other members are continuously interrupting the member. I would ask them to hold off. There's only 48 seconds left, and they'll have an opportunity. I know that they're anxious to ask questions, so I just wanted to let you know there's 48 seconds left, and you'll have an opportunity to ask questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North has 48 seconds to wrap up.
Madam Speaker, I suspect if I asked for unanimous leave to be able to have more time, I likely wouldn't get it, so I won't bother asking. Madam Speaker, the point is that the Conservatives in particular and all opposition parties need to realize that the legislation that we have before us is there to support Canadians from coast to coast to coast and to be there in a very real and tangible way. Members have a choice to support our small businesses and support the people of Canada or vote against this legislation. I hope they'll vote in favor of it, Madam Speaker.
And for those members calling out for time, I just want to let them know I do have a clock. I am aware of what the time is, and I will take care of that piece. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and it's good to be here bright and early on Monday morning after flying through the night to get here. Nonetheless, I would like to just talk a little bit about C2 and the member's speech around there. One of the things that we've seen throughout the pandemic is the lack of ability to scrutinize some of these bills, and so the Liberals always come here and say it's an emergency. We have to pass this bill immediately. We warned when the government was bringing in bills and spending a lot of money during the pandemic that we said, whatever you do, try to minimize the impacts on the labor market. What we see today now is over 1 million vacant jobs in the country. And what we also see is that this Parliament does not have a finance committee that can scrutinize this bill and make recommendations. when we have fulsome debate on a bill, we can bring amendments at committee, and we can make bills better so that we don't have these impacts on the market, on the job market, like we've seen with some of the other bills that have been brought in and some of the other programs that have been brought in. So would the member not agree that working together, we should probably be able to make some of the best programs possible? Thank you.
Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Whether it's previous budgets or the throne speech of September of last year, the member will find that the Prime Minister and the Government of Canada have talked a great deal about investing in job training. And a part of job training means that you also have to work with the different stakeholders, in particular our provinces, because there needs to be a coordinated effect that includes post-secondary institutions. It includes immigration, in particular temporary workers, Madam Speaker. It is all-encompassing. It's a holistic approach, something in which this government is committed to. We have committed finances, we have committed other resources, and a great deal of time with working with other stakeholders to ensure that as much as possible that the federal government is playing a lead role in matching the jobs that are there with people that want to be able to get the jobs. And our track record, I believe, clearly demonstrates, whether it was pre-pandemic, where we had record high employment, to the post-pandemic today, or not post-pandemic, the pre-pandemic, we were at the employment levels that we were at prior.
L'honorable députée de Thérèse de Blainville.
Merci, mon Dieu.
Thank you.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Permettez-moi de...
Please allow me to congratulate you for being appointed Vice Chair, or Vice Speaker, rather. I am so very pleased to participate in these proceedings, including in various events in my home riding. C2 is before us, and it is very important. It's urgent to continue to support workers. If it is so very urgent, why is it, in this bill, is there no essential government support for the self-employed in the arts and culture sectors? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as I provided comment in regards to the issue of arts and culture, we have been there in the past, and I believe that we will continue to be there in the future. We recognize the importance of that industry and the contribution that arts and culture makes to our society as a whole, whether it's our social fabric to our economic activity. We appreciate the value, and we will continue to be there. The former House Leader, who I know exceptionally, a government House Leader who I know is exceptionally well, is on top of that file, and I know the member opposite knows him also quite well, and I'm sure we can take some peace of mind in knowing that he will be at the forefront ensuring that our arts and cultural sector is well taken care of.
Comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd just like to start by thanking the good people of Winnipeg Centre for honouring me once again to be their representative. The member from Winnipeg North spoke a lot about the need for disposable income, and I want to let you know, Madam Speaker, that as you know, many seniors living in poverty in this country have no disposable income, and yet this government, without notice, is cutting off thousands of seniors from GIS who benefited from the CERB and CCB. Not their corporate friends, but thousands and thousands of seniors living in poverty. And this is resulting in my riding of Winnipeg Centre, seniors becoming unhoused and food insecure. If the member believes seniors should be treated with respect and ensure they have what they need to live in dignity, does the member from Winnipeg North agree to immediately impose a CERB amnesty on low-income seniors, yes or no?
Yeah.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. This government has always treated seniors with respect and will continue to do so. Whether it was the substantial increase of the GIS that I made reference to, which literally lifted tens of thousands of seniors out of poverty, or it's the OAS and the GIS increases, one-time payments during the pandemic, or it's the 10% increase for those seniors at 75 and over. This government from virtually day one has been there for seniors and will continue to be there for seniors, because we not only do we care, but we demonstrate that care by the actions that we have taken. And I'm very proud of the number of seniors we lifted out of poverty because of good, sound government policy making.
For St. John Rossi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's great to be back in the House speaking, and I want to thank my friend and colleague from Winnipeg North for his impassioned speech. Madam Speaker, it was with great interest when he was talking about the child care program that we've rolled out across the country and the benefits of that program. And sadly, Madam Speaker, I come from New Brunswick, and our province has not yet accepted the deal. I watched with great interest. Alberta signed on the deal. Other provinces across the country have signed on. It's a spectacular deal that ultimately will offer $10 a day daycare, cut costs next year by 50%. But I'm wondering if my friend can just get up and speak very briefly on the benefits of that program and how transformational that program will be for Canadians right across the country and in my riding of St. John Rossi. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I know my friend and colleague is a powerful advocate for St. John and that whole region, and he's identified a program that would be of great benefit for not only his residents, but for all Canadians. And I would ask for those provinces that have not signed on or achieved that agreement to act quickly. This is a program that is tangible. It can make a difference. It will decrease substantially the cost of child care, at the same time enable so many more to be able to participate in Canada's workforce. We hear a lot about the need for more workers in Canada. This is a great program that helps deal with inflation and helps deal with getting more people into the workforce. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Question, the honourable member for Medicine Hat Cardston.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my friend across the way for his speech. I wanted to go back to my colleague's question from Peace River Westlock, who said, is there a reason why this legislation, as important as it is to the well-being of Canadians, is not before the Finance Committee, and why that is? Can he explain that to Canadians, please?
Honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Well, Madam Speaker, the Procedures and House Affairs Committee needs to be able to convene in order to be able to strike the committees, and this all comes in time, and there's through the negotiations that take place between the House leadership of the different political entities in the chamber. There's a little bit more to it, but the bottom line is that we all, as individual members of Parliament, also have a role to play. If the member has some ideas and some tangible thoughts that he would like to be able to share, whether it's standing up during the throne speech or debates like this, or even writing directly to the Minister of Finance always makes herself available inside the chamber, and I often, sitting very close to her, see members from the opposition walk over to express their concerns and thoughts to her as she responds to members on all sides of this House, as ministers as a whole are very much interested in not only what government members have to say, but also opposition members. I would encourage the member opposite, if he has some ideas, by all means, share it, and hopefully we'll get the Finance Committee up and running, and they too, at some point, will play a role in the budgetary measures of the Government of Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be splitting my time with the member from Parry Sound, Muskoka. I rise today to speak on Bill C-2. Specifically, I want to address the government's position when it comes to the growth and recovery of our small businesses. It's disappointing that this is my first opportunity to rise in 5 months to debate any legislation on economic recovery due to the shutdown of Parliament. Despite the Prime Minister stating that the election he called this summer was the most important in decades, he took an extended vacation. It's shameful that the Liberals took 2 months to recall Parliament. Of course, this shouldn't actually surprise Canadians. We can't forget that it was this same Liberal government that prorogued Parliament just last year to escape scrutiny for their ethical scandals. When Parliament is shut down, committees cease to exist, and all ongoing work in Parliament stops. When would this legislation even be going to a committee to be studied? We have no information from this government when committees will be reconstituted. Prior to the election, I was sitting on the International Trade Committee, which was undertaking critical studies on clean technology exports and getting COVID-19 vaccines to developing countries. Unfortunately, reports and recommendations that were going to be made to the government simply will not happen because the election was called. That's what happens when you have a Prime Minister who puts politics before country. When the Prime Minister called an unnecessary $600 million power grab snap election, the Okanagan, where I live, had enhanced health measures and was at the height of its wildfire season with ash falling from the sky in Kelowna Lake Country. Simply put, in their typical fashion, the Liberals love to be in government, but they loathe governing. It is because of this series of political choices that we are continually asked to rush legislation through to make up for the failures of ministers to manage their portfolios and the House's legislative agenda. We saw this with CUSMA and the Canada-UK trade agreement and earlier pandemic relief legislation. Like a bad dream, here we are again. Deadlines have been missed, and you can bet that they will try their hardest to somehow blame a slowdown on legislation with Conservatives. Canadians are smarter than that, Mr. Speaker. Madam Speaker. You can only try to play the same old tricks for so long before everyone gets wise to your tactics. Canadians know that right now it's the job of Conservatives to hold the Liberals to account. Madam Speaker, my Conservative colleagues and I want to ensure that government legislation doesn't have unintended consequences, to ask the tough questions at committees and to make solid recommendations, to ensure that legislation such as this is right for our constituents and for our country. We should have been back in this House a month ago. Conservatives were calling for this back in early October. We wanted to get back to work here. The Liberals wanted to avoid scrutiny. Now, I had thought that this may be because they were taking the time to develop a real plan for Canadian small businesses to recover and grow. A real plan addressing real issues for my constituents, businesses and not-for-profits in Kelowna Lake Country. Conservatives have been writing ministers and speaking publicly about real measures that will address the challenges facing small businesses across the country. When Budget 2021 was debated, I highlighted how the recovery support programs were not working for many businesses, and this legislation really is much of the same and does not address some of the most important issues facing small businesses, such as labor shortages, inflation, supply chain issues, hindering sales, tax increases, and paying off or accessing debt. That's what happens when you have a government who doesn't listen to people and a government who puts headlines before policy. Small businesses, especially micro-businesses, in the most devastated sectors are the ones with the least capacity to absorb pandemic-related disruptions, and the ones who have been the most impacted and who need us to focus on these important issues. To make a bad situation worse, businesses that have now started to slowly recover are facing labor shortages, as I mentioned, that could bring their recovery to a screeching halt. Madam Speaker, the labor crisis is crippling industries in every sector, in every region. According to RBC Economics, 1/3 of Canadian businesses are grappling with labor shortages, and they expect labor shortages to get worse. Small businesses cannot continue to weather the COVID-19 pandemic without the federal government focusing on real challenges they're facing, such as a slow economic recovery, labor shortages, rising costs, and debt. In a September 2021 report from the Business Development Bank of Canada, they state that out of a survey they conducted, 55% of entrepreneurs are struggling to hire workers that they need, causing them to delay or refuse new orders. 64% say that the ongoing labor shortages limit their growth, and 44% have delayed or are unable to deliver orders to clients. The government's programs simply are not working. Madam Speaker, during the course of this pandemic, it has been reported that small businesses have also taken on nearly $170,000 worth of new debt on average. I've talked to many small business owners who have personally lent their businesses money in order for their business to survive. And this legislation does nothing to address this potentially devastating economic issue. If the government support programs were so successful, why are small businesses forced into higher levels of unmanageable debt? What has become clear is that the government is failing to focus on warning signs. They're forgetting that it's the job of government to ensure they create an environment where businesses can thrive, not just survive. Reducing regulatory burdens, tackling the supply chain crisis that started before the pandemic, addressing the labor shortage crisis through various worker visa extensions and getting people who can work back to work, and halting all tax increases for businesses are just a handful of ways to focus on economic recovery. Measures like these need to be taken up urgently. Madam Speaker, just this past Friday, a report in the Globe and Mail said job vacancies have soared beyond 1 million. Statistics Canada says that nearly a fifth of all vacancies are in the hospitality sector. The government in this debate is choosing to boast about the recovery numbers, but try asking the average restaurant owner, hotel manager, farmer, or construction company in my riding how they are seeing our job market. They can't remember a time when they've needed to recruit so many workers just to keep the lights on. The government will, no doubt, want to lay all these shortages at the feet of the global pandemic. But the chief economist at the Business Development Bank of Canada recently pointed out that even before the pandemic, employers had difficulties in recruiting. Without urgent attention to address this crisis, new and existing businesses won't have the ability to grow their reach, meet their orders, or even keep existing employees on their payroll. Shortages mean fewer employees or owners trapped working longer hours, which only adds to our ongoing mental health crisis. According to Statistics Canada's most recent survey of business conditions, more than 1 in 4 businesses expect their profitability to decline before year's end. If the government does not take action to get people back into the workforce, there won't be any good-paying jobs out there in the private sector for them to go back to. Madam Speaker, after almost 2 years of pandemic-related disruptions, rapidly rising inflation, serious supply chain issues, skyrocketing and automatically increasing taxes, costs and debt, international trade disputes where Canada continually ends up on the losing end, and a labor shortage preventing our economic recovery, not to mention trying to maintain mental health, small businesses, the backbone of our local communities, are on the brink of collapse. For these entrepreneurs and organizations, Help Wanted has never rang more true. It's a cry to keep their entrepreneurial spirit alive. Unfortunately, this government has decided to pursue a course that does nothing to address these underlying issues. Conservatives will continue to stand up for small businesses across this country. We will continue to advocate for real action that delivers concrete results. We are putting policies before headlines. I'm fighting for small businesses because I've been a small business owner and I know what it's like to have everything on the line. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for St. John Rothsay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for allowing me to ask a question. I thank the honourable member for her speech. I, too, Madam Speaker, was a small business owner for many, many years, owning the St. John Sea Dogs, Quebec Major Junior League hockey team, and an aquaculture business. And, Madam Speaker, I can tell you firsthand, the constituents of St. John Rothsay absolutely appreciated the supports that our government delivered for small businesses. I can tell you many, many small businesses that came in my door that were appreciative for the wage subsidy, the commercial rent support. So I ask the honourable member, which supports as a small business owner did we get wrong, and which ones would you change? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, here we are 20 months into this pandemic now, and early on during the pandemic, the recovery programs were absolutely needed, and we were continually supporting those and also giving recommendations on ways to amend and support people and small businesses. Early on, there were many ways where small business owners weren't applicable for programs. I'll just give you one example where if you dealt with a credit union, you weren't applicable to apply for the loan. If you didn't have just the right bank account, you weren't applicable. So we have continually made recommendations during the course of this pandemic and have been there alongside. We're at a point now where 20 months in, we're in a situation where we have, as I mentioned, a labor crisis, an inflation crisis, and many other issues, and we need to focus on those as well. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My honourable colleague spoke about small businesses.
Order from the honourable member for, is it Brantford Brant?
Brantford Brant. Madam Speaker, given what we heard last week regarding the virtual sittings and the necessity of wearing masks and everything of that nature, I find it rather odd that there are members of the governing party who choose, for whatever reason, not to wear their masks.
That's a good point.
Appreciate the honourable member's point of order. I do want to remind members that they are to wear their mask unless they have, unless they are the ones that are rising to speak. And so I do want to remind members to do that. And it's not just the governing party that has forgotten to put their masks on maybe at times, so I just want to remind all members in the House to ensure that they have their mask on when they are not speaking.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. So my honourable colleague was speaking about small businesses and the challenges that they've faced throughout the pandemic and that they may continue to have because of the labour shortage. But I'd like to get a bit more granular here. In terms of culture, workers in this sector have been completely forgotten. And that includes people who need to record films. And you need people who can do that work. A lot of people are leaving the industry for other sectors, and we're losing really important expertise. And yet these cultural sector workers are being completely forgotten. So when my colleague speaks about small businesses, is she also thinking of people who work in culture? The Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And of course, there are many types of businesses and also not-for-profits. And, looking back to, former debates that I had done over Budget 21, I've actually spoken quite a bit through you, Madam Speaker, about arts and culture and also recreation as well. So there are a number of arts and culture organizations that are businesses as well. I actually just heard recently from one in my riding, letting me know about how the situation is for them. So it's all inclusive with all different types of industries, whether it's arts and culture, farming, hospitality, the whole gamut. Everyone's been affected in different ways. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thomas, we have time for a brief question. The honourable member for North Island, Powder River.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member for her question. I, too, represent a lot of small businesses within my region, and I think specifically of the Campbell River Association of tour operators right now that have been very innovative and are working hard to clean the ocean and the beaches because of this really stressful time because of the lack of tourism. And we know that the labour force has been a growing concern as we see people age, and of course COVID has pushed a lot of things further along. So I'm wondering if this member is interested in seeing more investment in training so that the people that are without a job have the training to meet the jobs that are available. And also, I'm just wondering if the member could share thoughts on immigration and the vast challenges we're seeing across this country in terms of getting people that we much need for our labour workforce here in Canada. Thank you.
Answer from the member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And first of all, I'd like to thank the member and thank the people in her community who are out there cleaning up their community. It's actually something that I'm quite passionate about. You'll find me quite often out there picking up garbage in my community. So thank them for that. Because I've got limited time, maybe I'll just touch base quickly on the immigration side. Absolutely, we know that there are huge delays right now, processing delays, and also one very specific example that both myself and a major tourism organization in my community wrote the minister on was to extend some specific visas. There are individuals that are here from other countries right now. Their visas have expired and they're not able to work. And so there's one very specific example.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Parry Sound, Muskoka.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honour, as always, to stand up in the House of Commons and speak about any issue, really. And of course, this particular Bill C-10 is an important one that I think requires a lot more study. Targeted support sounds really good, especially for the tourism and hospitality sectors, some of the hardest hit sectors in our economy. And of course, as the Member of Parliament for Parry Sound Muskoka, many will know that tourism is a pretty significant part of our economy. And so, of course, like every other member in this House, I don't just come here and hope to hear what I need to hear. I speak to folks in my community and find out what's going on. And so, when it came to C2, I felt it was important to find out what those sectors are saying. What's being said in the tourism and hospitality sectors and the hardest hit sectors. And it's interesting, I would note that Restaurants Canada is reporting actually that they're desperate to find people to work. Job vacancies in Canada have surpassed 1 million now. Employers in high contact industries like restaurants, hotels, they have the highest proportion of unfilled positions at about 14.4%. So they're looking for people. They're busy. They've got the business, but they can't get people to work. And so it begs the question, what's really going on? And so when I read this, I think, okay, well, I need to speak with some folks, locally in my area. And so we've got countless local stories in Parry Sound Muskoka of small businesses, restaurants, hotels that are open. They're busy. They've got lots of business. They could be open 7 days a week, but they can't find the staff to do it. Jamie Blake of Memories of Muskoka in Seguin Township, they pay well over minimum wage. They're trying to hire a manager right now. Really good position, pays well. They just can't find anybody. They have to be closed for 2 days. They can only be open 5 days a week. They're missing out on a lot of business. I spoke with Jeff Watson, who owns a couple of Tim Hortons in Gravenhurst. They went from a 24-hour operation to reduced hours. They've hired an agency to help them find employees. They've yet to receive a single application. They can't get anywhere. I spoke with Didier Dolivet. He is the general manager of Red Leaves Resort. It's a very nice resort in Minette, one of the fanciest ones in Muskoka. And he said, business is great. Domestic travel has gone up. He said Ontarians have actually, they've discovered Ontario. It's great. They're traveling locally and there's lots of business. The problem, of course, is they can't get staff. And traditionally in motels and hotels and resorts, there's been a challenge for really years and years to find staff to work in the housekeeping department specifically. But Didier reports that housekeeping is just the start of it now. They can't find people in every single sector of their business. And as a result of that, positions like chefs, leadership positions, management positions, they're unable to maximize their occupancy because of the shortage of labor. And their inability to fully staff their resort means service levels have declined. And as a result of that, visitor satisfaction is declining. It's actually almost worse for their business right now. And so they're really struggling. The message is clear. Businesses need people to work, and it begs the question, should we be incentivizing people to stay home right now? And it's not just tourism, Madam Speaker. Greg Lubelinkoff of Cedarland Homes in Parry Sound. He's trying to build homes to help solve the housing crisis that exists in Parry Sound Muskoka. Despite full training, exceptional wages, great benefits, They can't find people either. Skilled trades. They're putting work off up to 2 years. They're turning work down because they just can't find the people to do the work. The BDC has reported that 40% of small and medium-sized businesses are struggling to find employees. Statistics Canada has said job vacancies have increased in every single province. It's certainly worse in British Columbia, Atlantic Canada, and Ontario. But every single province is struggling to find people. So, how did we get here? I've done a little reading, and I've come across a report by Philip Cross, a special report on the high cost of living. Now, Philip Cross, just so you know who he is, he's with the Macdonald-Laurier Institute now, but this is an impressive man. And if he's listening, I'd like to meet him sometime and chat with him, because I think I could learn a lot from him. Philip Cross is a senior fellow, Monk Senior Fellow at the Macdonald-Laurier Institute. Prior to joining it, he spent 36 years at Statistics Canada, specializing in macroeconomics. He was appointed the Chief Economic Analyst in 2008 and was responsible for ensuring quality and coherency of all major economic statistics. He also wrote the Current Economic Conditions section of the Canadian Economic Observer. This guy knows what he's talking about. He's a pretty impressive guy. What he has illustrated is that overspending by government during the pandemic actually created significant distortions in the economy, driving up personal savings, particularly of the wealthier in our society, and making significant distortions in labor market choices. The programs simply weren't targeted enough. He writes, average net savings for households in the top income quintile nearly doubled from $12,000 to $21,322 in the second quarter of 2020. Meanwhile, average household savings in the bottom two quintiles rose by $2,000 each. Swollen household incomes and savings had repercussions for housing, labor markets, and inflation. The government's most striking distortion during the pandemic was to provide so much emergency income support that personal disposable incomes actually rose in a recession. Earned income fell sharply, but massive government support more than made up for the difference. The increases in incomes and savings show that much government aid was not needed, especially during the slow shift from the economy-wide stimulus to targeting specific sectors. People had too much money. People were not working, and they had lots of money. And you've heard my colleagues say it here, too much money chasing too few goods means inflation. And so now, everything's more expensive. Families in Parry Sound, Muskoka are telling me that it's more expensive for them to drive to work. It's more expensive for them to put groceries on the table for their families. It's more expensive for them to heat their homes. And many of them simply cannot find a home at all, Madam Speaker. We need our committees digging deeper into this. We've seen the government, and I give the government a lot of credit. They came to the rescue very quickly, and they reacted to this pandemic, this uncertainty in our economy and in our world. They reacted very quickly. But they did it sloppily. And they were almost hostile when Conservatives and other members of the opposition made suggestions to improve things, to make things more targeted. And as a result, here we have a situation now where they've overstimulated the economy, the rich have gotten richer, and the poor are getting poorer, and we're making life more difficult. And so, Madam Speaker, I think targeted supports are important. I'm not sure I trust this government to actually target it properly, which is why I think it's absolutely crucial for this House to get back to work, for the committees to get to work, and to dig deeper into this, and to make sure that we're analyzing these targeted supports as we go through, to make sure that this money is not being wasted, that we're not overstimulating the economy unnecessarily in specific areas. We have a lot of work to do, Madam Speaker. I'm eager to get going on that work, and I think that Canadians deserve a real plan to make their lives more affordable. Canadians need a real plan to dramatically increase housing supply all across this country. Canadians need a real plan to responsibly reduce this government's inflation-causing spending. Canadian businesses need people to work, and they need us to get to work, Madam Speaker. So let's get to work at committees. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honour member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the intervention by my colleague across the way. He, referenced the fact that some of the programs that were implemented were not done, or I think his word was sloppily. But I also noticed that he talked about the fact that the government wasn't willing to listen to the opposition and was hostile, I think was the word that he used. Yet, if you look back, it was actually the Conservatives and I think the NDP, if I remember correctly, that really pushed the government to increase the amount of the wage subsidy originally. And actually, that program, I would argue, is probably better because of the deliberative process in this House and the fact that the opposition was part of that. So I would suggest that, on the contrary, there actually was quite a bit of collaboration. But I guess in retrospect, is he now saying that perhaps we gave too much through the wage subsidy? Should we have given less so that it didn't create the problems that it did?
The honourable member for Parry Sound, Muskoka.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I always enjoy the interventions of the member from Kingston and the Islands, and I would not suggest that the wage subsidy amount was too high. I think that it was probably just right, and I'm grateful that he cites at least one example where they did actually listen. It was a rare thing to see actually in those days. But what I would say is that it was an accurate amount finally after listening to us. But that it was spread far too wide. And that's what we've heard. That's what we're hearing from the experts. That's not just me and my partisan interest. It's actual experts that are economists that know what they're talking about that are saying it was spread too far and wide.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Montcalm.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Since I only have 30 seconds here, first of all, I'd like to thank the constituents of Montcalm for electing me for a third time to represent them in this House. Rest assured that I will do so with as much dignity as possible. Madam Speaker, independent workers in the cultural sector are people who ensure that our nation continues to thrive. All parties in this House voted for the Bloc Québécois motion that recognized Quebec as a nation. So how can my Conservative colleague explain the fact that freelancers from the cultural sector have been forgotten in C2?
Honourable Member for Parry Sound, Muskoka.
Well, I'd like to thank my colleague for asking the question. The simple answer is I can't explain it. The government has put together a package that seems to have completely ignored that sector. Which is all the more reason why I think it's important for committees to get to work so that important points like this are made and we can make sure that the truly hardest hit sectors are supported and helped, and certainly the cultural sector is among the hardest hit sectors in this country. Thank you.
And comments, the Honourable Member for North Island Powell River.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his intervention today in the House. You know, one of the things that I heard loud and clear and have definitely heard across my riding is that a lot of small businesses are really struggling to find people to hire. Part of the challenge is that there's not any resources to help with bridging programs that would provide training and orientation for people who don't have the skill sets that those businesses desperately require. I'm just wondering if this member would support any sort of movement towards having more resources for training to support people who don't have the skills meet what the labor force is required in our areas. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Parry Sound, Muskoka.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the answer to that is quite simply, yes, I would. Training is crucially important in our economy, and I think that we need to be doing more. I would also note that, there's also the issue of immigration and making sure that new Canadians have access to the jobs that they're fully trained to do. And I'd make note of the work that's being done in the province of Ontario right now with the Minister of Labour there. They're making great strides, and I think that's an example for certainly the federal government to follow as well. Thank you.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
The Honourable Member for Sackville, Preston, Chesapeake.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I'd like to let you know that I'll be sharing my time with the member from Mississauga, Erin Mills. Madam Speaker, it gives me a great pleasure to speak in the House again today and thank the citizens, of course, and the people of Sackville, Preston, Chesapeake for re-electing me for a third mandate. my objective is to continue working on behalf and advocating on behalf of all citizens in the riding of Sackville, Preston, Chesapeake, all of Nova Scotia, and of course, all of Canada. I have to tell you, Madam Speaker, that March 13, 2020, I remember it as we left the House of Commons here, took a plane back home to Nova Scotia, and the Parliament would be shut down for 2 weeks. Madam Speaker, that 2 weeks was extended, as you all know, a lot further than that. But those 2 weeks, it was the beginning, if you want, of a crisis. A crisis as big as the Great Depression, if you want. We had challenges. It started off slowly, but quickly we realized that we were in a very, very difficult situation, and it would take a government that would work with all its members of Parliament to make sure that we were there to protect all Canadians. Madam Speaker, I have to tell you that not only when we were faced with people, 3-4 million people losing their jobs overnight, things being shut down, the business community being shut down, people being scared, we went through all those stages. But I have to tell you, Madam Speaker, that I was proud to be the Member of Parliament during those difficult times. And the reason I was proud is that every night, for 67 nights in a row, myself and many other MPs, Liberal MPs, with the cabinet ministers, with our Prime Minister, talked about what type of programs were needed, worked with the public service, took some suggestions from opposition, and started building programs that would help Canadians, all Canadians. And the reason I was proud of being able to do that daily is because I was hearing the fears and the problematic situations that Canadians faced, but yet every night we talked about how we could help them. I was getting 100, 150 emails, calls a day with concerned individuals. Some having lost their jobs, some losing their businesses, kids, a daycare center being closed. Those were very, very difficult times. But when you're elected and you represent people and you're able to contribute to help create programs, and then you get information from your people saying, that's not working for me. That's not reaching as far as we need. That's not helping my business. Then we were tweaking, improving as we went on. That, Madam Speaker, is true representation of the people. Listening to the challenges, finding solution with them, and then helping them right through that process. That's why, Madam Speaker, I'm so happy to be able to speak on C2, because this is the next step. This is a transition towards a strong recovery.
Madam Speaker, I must say that it was very difficult for Canadians and families, especially for those who lost a loved one. Approximately 30,000 Canadians lost their lives to COVID to date. It's been difficult for families. It's been difficult for seniors living in long-term care homes. It's been very difficult for young people. As you know, they really like to socialize. It was difficult for parents because their kids didn't have school at some times during the crisis. It was difficult for teachers. Teachers really had to change the way they provided their lessons. And schools, which have existed for a long time, were able to demonstrate the expertise that can be developed over time. We have seen, as I said, 1 million jobs cut. But look at where we are now. we have recovered that million jobs that we had lost during the pandemic. And more than that, there's now an additional million jobs approximately available. This is an indication, no doubt, of the good work the government has done and that all the MPs contributed to putting in place in order to ensure a good economic recovery, in order to ensure prosperity and the necessary follow-up. This time in C2, we see targeted investments for companies and individuals, as well as organizations that have had additional difficulties or who are still experiencing very difficult times. I'm talking, Madam Speaker, about tourism and the hospitality industry. I know that restaurants and restaurant owners have had very difficult times. We've seen restaurants close. We've seen restaurants open with a limited percentage of customers. That's still in place. The hospitality industry, hotel owners, as you know, at the Delta Hotel, there were 6% people on Monday and Tuesday. Imagine how difficult it must be for these types of companies. We've also seen organizations suffer. Arts, culture, recreation, travel agencies. These are sectors that have been particularly hard hit because of a certain type of isolation. Of course, Madam Speaker, we will make additional investments in these sectors. There are also companies that were unable to resume their activities for many reasons. We are also going to invest in these companies that have specific needs. There are also organizations and other investments will be made, and these types of assistance will be added. We will support these organizations. We will also make investments for companies that will continue to rehire.
As you can tell, there are many, many investments in C2 that needs to be delivered as quickly as possible, and our government is moving forward on those. I do want to focus on the support for workers, because there can be tomorrow, next week, some closures in certain regions that would see, of course, individuals losing their jobs again, maybe having COVID and needing to stay home. Maybe their kids' school has closed. They have to stay home to support their children. There's many, many challenges of that nature, Madam Speaker, and we need to continue to support those individuals. How much time do I have, Madam Speaker? 1 minute. Well, let me bring it to a close. We will have some investments to support those families and those individuals. But before I leave, Madam Speaker, I have to say, I want to thank the public service people who worked with the government to get these programs established very, very quickly. It was very important. I want to thank the Speaker of the House that throughout COVID, how we were able to have voting online, voting on our phones, that allowed us to continue to do the work that is so crucial. But at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, the daycare investments that our government is moving forward is essential, because I shared with you earlier in my speech that 1 million jobs are available today, and we will be able to get more Canadians working because of that childcare daycare centres that we will be investing in as we move forward. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it is an honour to stand once again in Canada's Parliament representing the good people of Battle River Crowfoot. Now, Madam Speaker, I'll make this question really, really short. That member talked about the urgency to ensure that us as parliamentarians can get to work for Canadians. So would he support the immediate reinstatement of committees so that this House can actually get to work doing things like studying C2, studying the many issues that were cancelled because of that Prime Minister, that Liberal Prime Minister's unnecessary election? Would he support the immediate reinstatement of parliamentary committees so that we can, in fact, get to work?
The honourable member for Sackville, Preston Chesapeake.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his question and welcome him back to the House. As he knows that we have started, this is a strong indication right here with C2. We want to deliver supports to Canadians, those that were hit with even more difficulties than those throughout the pandemic. We need to get those supports to them as soon as possible. This bill will allow us to do that, and we are going to move on it as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. C2 has some good aspects to it, particularly with regard to the assistance finally given to the chartered bus services. In my writing, it was something that people had been asking for from the very beginning because you know that it costs $700,000 for one of these chartered buses, and it needs to be operated. Otherwise, it costs even more money. So finally, they've looked at these buses, but they've forgotten about the independent workers in the arts and culture industry who are living in precarity. And this has been made worse by the pandemic. Can my colleague and his colleagues commit to including those independent workers in C2? The Honourable Member for Sackville, Preston, Chesapeake. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for her question. It's a very important question. Well, in the investments that we made in the past, we had added information and additional assistance for these independent workers. It was difficult in the beginning to resolve all the issues related to that situation. Now we're talking about investing in arts and culture, and we will no doubt keep in mind these individuals to ensure that we can be there for them as well, because the goal of C2 is to ensure that every single person is going to be able to move through this crisis and ensure the recovery.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to welcome my colleague back to the House, a fellow alumni of the class of 2015. In his speech, he was making mention, Madam Speaker, of targeted assistance. We know that many of the poorest seniors in this country, those on GIS, had to have supplemental income in order to pay the bills each month. And they, like many Canadians, also lost those jobs when the pandemic struck our country. Now, Madam Speaker, those seniors are in a situation where that Canada Recovery Benefit income is being clawed back from their GIS, meaning many of them cannot afford to make rent payments or put good quality food on the table. So a simple question, Madam Speaker, why, when we had this golden opportunity with Bill C2, did the government not make any mention of targeted assistance to help the most vulnerable Canadians in this country? And will the Liberal government quickly fix this? This is an urgent problem in my riding and right across the country.
The Honourable Member for Sackville, Preston, Chesapeake.
I thank my colleague as well for his work in the House since 2015. I can share with him that I, too, as the Member of Parliament for Sackville, Preston, Chesapeake, is receiving many calls and notes from seniors faced with that challenge of the GIS and having lost some income due to have received some support throughout the pandemic. It is a situation that we need to deal with. I believe it was last week that our minister said that they were looking and seeing how they could resolve that issue because we help seniors who had challenges which were particular to the pandemic, but they need those supports for GIS. We did also have an increase of 10% to the GIS back in 2016, and we did commit to more increases as we move forward, but we do have to rectify that situation that he presented, absolutely. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's an honour to rise in this House again in this 44th Parliament. Madam Speaker, early on in the pandemic, when the provinces first went into lockdown, a constituent had reached out to me for help. She couldn't work because of public health lockdowns, and she was worried that she would, about how she would take care of children without an income. When we introduced CERB and enhanced the Canada Child Benefit early on, it created a lifeline for her while she waited for her job to come back. At different times over these last 20 months, when cases surged and lockdowns returned, she used CERB and the CRB to keep food on the table and to provide for her kids. We reconnected this month, and I was glad to hear that she is in a much better position than she was in those early months. She hadn't needed government assistance for some time, but then she said something that stuck with me. I hope your programs will still be here for the next lockdown. Now, Canada is in a good place right now, Madam Speaker, but we all know that this may not be the last, and we've all seen the news on the Omicron variant. Residents in my riding of Mississauga Erin Mills are working day to day knowing that as long as this pandemic continues, as long as there are still those who are unvaccinated, another lockdown is always a possibility. Now, it's a privilege for me, Madam Speaker, to lend my voice in support of Bill C2 and act to provide further support in response to COVID-19. This legislation is an important next step in our government's fight against the virus. Throughout the pandemic, we have been nimble. We've adjusted and adapted to our support programs to the evolving nature of this once-in-a-lifetime crisis. We have always known that to win the fight against COVID-19 and to protect Canadians from the worst impacts of this economic crisis, we needed to adapt our programs to the conditions of the moment. And we have done this to ensure that they remain effective in protecting Canadians and in supporting the strong recovery as Canadians pull together to win this fight. When the COVID-19 crisis struck, our government immediately rolled out a comprehensive range of broad-based, effective measures to respond to the great economic shock that our country has suffered since the Great Depression. We were able to deliver the Canada Emergency Response Benefit and the wage and rent subsidies rapidly with unprecedented speed for such a program of such a size and scale. As our communities went into lockdown, over 8 million Canadians had emergency income support, and hundreds of thousands of businesses received emergency subsidies. These support programs proved to be a lifeline for workers and businesses across the country. They helped pay the rent, they helped keep food on the table, and they helped protect millions of jobs and keep hundreds of thousands of Canadian businesses going through the darkest days of the pandemic. For thousands of families in my riding of Mississauga Erin Mills, that support in the early days of the pandemic meant the difference between eating or paying rent. But these emergency measures were always designed to be temporary, to address the broad impacts of the mass lockdowns that were necessary at that time. And today we're in a very different stage in the fight against COVID-19. Canadians have done their part by respecting public health measures and by getting vaccinated and by contributing to one of the most successful vaccination campaigns across the world. And as a result of their efforts, we are now turning the corner in this fight. Restrictions are now carefully being eased in our communities and at our borders. Many businesses are safely reopening, jobs are being created, and employment is now back to pre-pandemic levels. Residents in Mississauga Erin Mills understand that getting to this point required unprecedented government spending, not just in Canada, but across the world. For example, in the US, they spent trillions of dollars to provide supports to Americans during this pandemic. We supported this extraordinary spending during the darkest days of the pandemic because we knew that every dollar spent on food, on our neighbor's table, and delivering masks and sanitizers to nursing homes saved lives. Every cent protected a family-owned business from closing down and workers from losing their jobs. They understood that the cost of cutting corners, of nickel and diming Canadians in a time of crisis, could be paid with lives. It was the right thing to do. It was the smart thing to do, economically and socially. It allowed us to save lives and prevent the sort of lasting economic damage that could have come from mass business closures and job losses. Today, Canadians understand that the situation has evolved and we are in a much better position. Canada has one of the highest vaccination rates in the world. The economy is rebounding, and we have blown past this Liberal government's goal of creating 1 million jobs. So the time has now come to adapt our income and business support measures to these improved circumstances, and that, Madam Speaker, is precisely what Bill C-2 is all about. This legislation would effectively pivot us from the very broad-based support that was appropriate at the height of lockdowns to more targeted measures that would provide help where it is still needed and create jobs and growth while prudently managing government spending. At the same time, Bill C-2 moves us forward on the understanding that while our recovery is strong, we're not out of the woods yet. Our recovery is uneven. The pandemic continues to affect economic activity, especially in certain sectors of the economy subject to ongoing and still necessary public health restrictions. That's why Bill C-2 contains measures that would snap into action immediately to support workers in the event of a new regional lockdown. This includes a new benefit, the Canada Worker Lockdown Benefit, which would provide $300 a week to workers who are directly impacted by a public health lockdown imposed to curtail the spread of COVID. This new benefit would be strictly available to workers whose work interruption is a direct result of a government-imposed public health lockdown. It would be available to workers who are ineligible for employment insurance, as well as those who are eligible for EI, as long as they are not paid benefits through the EI program during this same period. The Canada Worker Lockdown Benefit would be available until May 7, 2022, with retroactive application to October 24, 2021, should there be applicable lockdown situations. And it would be accessible for the entire duration of a government-imposed public health lockdown up until May 7, 2022. This support, however, is for those who are doing their part to protect their fellow Canadians and support the fight against COVID. This means that under C-2, individuals whose loss of income or employment is due to their refusal to adhere to a vaccine mandate would not be able to access this benefit. Madam Speaker, Bill C-2 also contains measures that would extend eligibility to both the Canada Recovery Sickness Benefit and the Canada Recovery Caregiving Benefit until May 7, 2022. And it would increase the maximum duration of each benefit by 2 additional weeks. That means that the caregiving benefit would be increased from 42 to 44 weeks, and the sickness benefit would be increased from 4 weeks to 6 weeks. As we know, the Canada Recovery Caregiving Benefit provides income support to employed and self-employed individuals who are unable to work because they must care for their child under 12 years of age, or a family member who needs supervised care and has delivered $3.74 billion, which is 486,910 Canadians that have taken that benefit. And the Canada Recovery Sickness Benefit provides income support to employed and self-employed individuals who are unable to work because they're sick or they need to self-isolate due to COVID-19 or have an underlying health condition that puts them at greater risk of getting COVID. It's already delivered over $829 million of much-needed support to 758,670 Canadians. The extension of these benefits is important, Madam Speaker, because we still need to protect ourselves. We do need to grow, and we need to ensure that those businesses that are suffering have the support from our government. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I look forward to questions.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And once again, it is good to be able to ask, I think, what are very, very important questions. And I heard the member reference a number of times about the importance to get this work done. And I agree. So my question is very simple. Does that member support the immediate reinstatement of committees so that this House can get to work for Canadians?
Hear, hear.
The honourable member for Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And through you, I'll thank the member for his election into this Parliament. Over the past year, Madam Speaker, I witnessed the opposition parties continue to hinder the work and the supports that we as a Liberal government tried to hand out to Canadians. I watched them filibuster for hours and hours and hours in this House and also in committees. I think that we know what Canadians want, and we are very committed to get that done.
I do want to remind the member for Battle River Crowfoot that he had an opportunity to ask his question, and he should be respectful when he's getting the answer. And if he has other questions and comments, then he can ask that next time around. Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Thérèse de Blainville.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
On va avoir une question qui est récurrente.
I think that there's a question coming up over and over again. But the solution could be interesting. In C2, there's a measure that could be put forward of raising levels up to $300 for workers who aren't eligible for EI who end up in another lockdown. But how do we explain the logic where a specific sector is not affected by a lockdown, but is essentially in a terminal phase because their workers aren't eligible for EI? I'm talking about independent workers in the cultural sector. How is it that they have been entirely forgotten in C2?
The honourable member for Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and through you, I'll thank the member for her election into this House in this 44th Parliament. We have been quite nimble, Madam Speaker, as I'd mentioned in my speech. Absolutely, we provided supports for individual Canadians, for small businesses, but also at the discretion of regional recovery funds, which we had instilled across the country to continue to provide that support for sectors that may not have fit in one way or the other, to continue to have that hands-on approach to making sure that industries like the agriculture industry were able to sustain themselves as we as a country recovered economically. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for her remarks. A lot of seniors in Canada, as we've heard many times, seniors including my own father, receive the guaranteed income supplement, and that's how they make ends meet. Now, a lot of low-income seniors also got CERB benefits because they lost their supplementary income, and now this member's government is clawing back their guaranteed income supplement. I wonder if she could inform this House what her government plans to do to ensure that those seniors have their full guaranteed income supplement and are able to make ends meet.
The honourable member of Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The question of seniors, I think, is a very important one in this House and across our country. Our seniors really committed their whole lives to ensuring that we do well, that our country not only sustains itself but also thrives. And it is the onus is on us to provide that support. Over the past year, not only did we provide individual payments to seniors to help them see through COVID-19 and the impacts that it brought into their lives, but also increased OAS GIS. We not only did that financially, but also committed to creating those long-term care standards that seniors deserve in their most vulnerable years of life. And I know, Madam Speaker, that work is going to continue. I look forward to working with the member opposites to make sure that happens. Thank you.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Speaker, and I appreciate the comments from our friend from Mississauga, Erin Mills. One of the areas of focus in C2 is, of course, the tourism sector, and I'm wondering if she has any insights as to whether there'll be more. This will not be enough to support key tourist destinations, and part of the problem is that we need to think about all the ways in which the COVID outbreak continues to impact tourism, particularly on inconsistent rules about whether you need certain tests to re-enter Canada from the United States. I don't know if she has any thoughts on that.
Answer from the member for Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm not sure if this question, I would be able to give a brief answer to this. It's something that is very close to my heart. Now, we have continued, C2 does commit to continue to provide supports to C2, but I would like to ensure and to really respect our restaurant owners and all those hoteliers in the restaurant industry, in the tourism industry, knowing and understanding just how gendered that impact is within that tourism industry and how much more we need to provide support. And I look forward to continuing to work with the member from Saanich Gulf Islands in ensuring that all of our tourism within Canada is thriving. I'd love to see more Canadians going out and about into different parts of the country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member Calgary Centre.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank all my colleagues here, and congratulate all my colleagues for the first time for winning the 44th election and making sure we come here and discuss Canada's issues in the Parliament. And I'm looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to more debate in this House of Commons. The first thing I have to do, because it's the first time I've risen in this House since that election, is thank the constituents at Calgary Centre for giving me the honour of coming back here and making sure I represent their interests in this House of Commons on the debates we're going to have in this House of Commons and make sure we have better legislation for Canadians going forward. I also want to thank my campaign team, of course, my wife in particular, who has always been my biggest supporter. But today we're going to talk about Bill C2 and how we actually try and make that better. This is about government spending. It's one of the main things that government does. But I also want to talk about inflation, especially monetary inflation, cost of living increases, and of course asset inflation. But let's start with the fiscal situation. Federal government debt. When I ran for Parliament in 2019, I decided to become a candidate because I thought Canada was overspending. We were spending our children's money in order to go deeper and deeper into debt to pay for today's programming at the expense of tomorrow's taxpayers. Well, in 2019, Canada's debt was $721 billion. And where is it now? It is actually $1.234 billion. Pardon me, $1.234 trillion. And I'll pardon myself again, Madam Speaker, to make sure that something I forgot at the beginning of this speech is to indicate to you that I will be splitting my time with the honourable member from Edmonton West. Back to where we are in the fiscal situation. $1.234 trillion in debt. $500 billion more in debt than we were 2 years ago. The government's based this on what they want to continue as a debt to GDP ratio of around 53%. Now that's up from 30% only a few years ago. That's a ridiculous increase. And the government plans to leave it there in its spending plans for the foreseeable future, as if arriving at a 53% debt to GDP ratio is the goal. Just keep adding debt so a debt ratio of our country is kept high, and it is very high. This is a government that believes it does not have to make choices about where it spends taxpayers' dollars or borrowed funds from future generations. Interest rates are low because the debt issued is held by a Bank of Canada. Interestingly, in a technocrat's approach to excess leverage, a Canadian Crown corporation buys the debt that it issues to the government to pay for its spending. It's a nice balance sheet trick where the entity setting the market rate for issuing government debt actually participates in the market as a buyer to ensure that the debt is bought at that market rate. The end result of this is the Bank of Canada, a funded subsidiary of the Government of Canada, and whose debts are guaranteed by the taxpayers of Canada, has grown their balance sheet from $105 billion in 2020 to over $500 billion today. Of course, it has the bonds on its balance sheet, guaranteed by the taxpayers of Canada as well. But let's remember that it bought these bonds, some from bond sellers in the open market, at a rate that it's set at very low. Now, a little background is required to understand this. Low interest rates, or coupons as they are sometimes called, equate to higher bond prices. The correlation is automatic. So when the government is buying bonds from market participants at a low market rate that it sets, it is overpaying for the bond. Eventually, rates will reset higher. Higher rates equal lower prices for the bonds on the Bank of Canada's balance sheet. What does that mean? It means the adjustment to reducing the quantitative easing experiment, which the government is participating, is going to be very expensive. We are buying high, and we will need to sell lower. How much lower? Well, with an increase of $400 billion on its balance sheet, normalization will require a loss of billions of dollars of value for the Bank of Canada per year until $400 billion of Government of Canada debt has been sold into the market. This quantitative easing, a way for central bankers to keep public spending ratcheting higher in any iteration in any country, has never shown a path out. We are experimenting here without any concept of the outcome. Remember Canada's debt total, $1.234 trillion. About 40% of that is now held by the Bank of Canada. So we, the people of Canada, have become the de facto only buyer of Canada's debt. And those billions in impacted losses onto Canada's fiscal deficits going forward, because they are not included in any of the fiscal plans at this time. You know, the plans that have Canada continuing to have a debt to GDP ratio above 50% for the foreseeable future. And remember, even after the recession of 2008-2009, that ratio was only 30%. Canada is on a train to a cliff, and the conductor is not looking ahead. There is no magic money tree. Canadians will recall the last time in our recent history when government spending grew out of control, from the Trudeau government deficits in the 1970s and 1980s. With rising interest rates, payments on our national debt became the government's largest expense line item. Taxpayers were paying bondholders excessive amounts of interest, bondholders from around the world. And those tens of billions of dollars per year that taxpayers contributed could not be allocated to programs like improvements in our healthcare system. The final outcome of this period was the Chrétien Liberal government cutting federal funding to healthcare in 1996. At the time, Canada's second largest budget line item after interest payments on debt. Is this foreshadowing? Canadians still have healthcare, although the federal government's share has fallen from the conventional 50% to 22%. The rest has been thrust onto the backs of the provinces unilaterally. Provinces' finances have suffered ever since. Let's think about this government's promises on spending in provincial government jurisdiction on borrowed money. What happens to these services when the bill becomes due? Debt ratio metrics are only relevant when we're comparing to other countries. As far as balance sheets of governments go, the measure is irrelevant. Corporations have debt-to-value ratios because it is a measure of how they can leverage their operations with cheaper tax-assisted financing and therefore earn a higher return for their owners. That notion does not exist for governments, and no government should ever embrace the notion that a country accumulates debt that it will never pay back. It is an excuse to have future generations of Canadians pay for today's expenses as if our children won't have their own bills to pay with their own taxes. They will be paying for decades for services we've delivered today. As I say, in comparison to other governments, and remember, the country's debt profile is not just the federal government debt. We need to include provincial government debt, which has skyrocketed during COVID because of the province's need to increase healthcare funding during a health crisis. And it also includes corporate debt, which has increased remarkably, and household debt. In total, Canada's debt to GDP ratio rose by 80% in 2020, by far the largest increase in the world. The closest runner-up in this ratcheting metric was Japan at a 50% increase. The U.S. saw a 45% increase. UK saw a 35% increase. China saw a 30% increase. Australia only had a 12% increase. So comparably, Canada stands alone in its profligacy. Monetary inflation leads to asset inflation, most exemplified by the housing market. Mortgage debt increased by $100 billion. Canadian households are personally in debt for $2.5 trillion, or $65,000 per capita. Mortgage debt has increased by 22%. Single-family home prices have increased by a similar amount, 23% over the past year. And now Canada stands at the top of the most overvalued housing markets in the world, whereas in the U.S., the increase in real disposable income slightly exceeds real home prices. In Canada, housing prices have increased at a rate almost double the increase in real disposable debt. Madam Speaker, I know I'm running out here of time, but this is trouble. This is trouble that we need to address here at this level so we understand what the future looks like for Canada's finances. We need to examine this bill closely in an actual Team Canada approach. In that respect, I'm looking forward to this bill's review at the House of Commons Standing Committee on Finance, where all members of the House of Commons will be able to provide input to ensure the bill meets the needs and expectations of Canadians. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member King's Hands.
I'd like to thank the member opposite for his intervention. I've been here for 2 years and I found him to be quite articulate in his points. But one thing that concerns me in his speech, and he talked a lot about debts and deficits, he almost made no mention of the fact that we've just gone through a global pandemic and the fact that the government has had to intervene to be able to make sure that Canadian businesses and individuals were supported. This is not just Canada. This has been across the globalized economy. Countries have been intervening. So my question to him would be, would he suggest we have not intervened? And let's bring it back to C2, because that's what we're here about right now. Does he support this legislation? Does he think that this is needed, notwithstanding his treatise on debt and deficit spending? Thank you.
The honourable member Calgary Centre.
Well, I thank my colleague for the intervention. I'm much happy to see him back in the House of Commons for this debate, and I hope we can continue to have this debate in the House of Commons. Yes, there are some issues around C2 that we need to address. I'd like to address them in committee so we can get to the details on them. We do need to provide some support for some Canadians going forward here to make sure we come out of this transition, but we need to do so very effectively. We have overspent in many ways. We can talk about the money that's gone out in fraud payments. We can talk about organized crime and its participation in the targeted programs that were delivered during the COVID. We need to make sure that we look at this. We also need to acknowledge the provinces and how much they've had to increase their spending to deal with the actual on-the-ground expenses of health care. Those are things that I hope we can address very clearly in committee, and I thank my colleague again for that question.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his speech. I had the privilege of attending university with him more years ago than I care to admit, but I want to welcome him back to the House, and I always appreciate his thoughtful speeches. My question concerns something that I think is most important to most Canadians when we talk about the economy, and that's jobs. For every Canadian, that is their economy. It's how they get their revenue. It's how they afford their expenditures. So my questions are directed towards that. Number one, does my honourable colleague think that the Bank of Canada should be looking at amending its mandate, which is coming up soon, to include a full employment strategy? And second, does he not agree that if businesses are having a hard time finding employees right now, that this is a market signal that perhaps employers in those industries need to increase their wages and working conditions in order to attract more people to those jobs in a classic economic theory?
Member Calgary Centre.
I thank my old friend from Vancouver Kingsway for the intervention and his very good question. A lot of things in that question that I want to address here, one of which, of course, we call in economic theory the Gini coefficient. And what's happened during this pandemic is an outflow of funds have gone into the richest Canadians' pockets. You take a look at the increase in houses in Canada, it's gone up by 24%. You look at the increase in the stock market since COVID started, it's gone up by 62%. What percentage of Canadians actually participate in owning these assets? About the top quarter. So the top quarter of Canadians have gotten excessively rich in this process. The bottom 75%, shall we say, ballpark figure, have not done that well. The assets they have to pay for have gone up in price. As a result, there is less income equality happening in Canada. We need to address that. That has been part of the failure of COVID spending, what we need to address in making sure we get this programming correct going forward. Thank you again.
Time for a brief question. The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his speech. And the narrative of the Conservative Party in particular has been blame the government of Canada for all inflation ills. However, putting that aside for the time being, I'd be interested in his comments on the mismatch between supply and demand. There's a buildup of demand over the course of the pandemic because people had no place to go, no place to spend, and then there's now a huge demand for goods and services, and that's been interrupted by supply chain problems. So I'd be interested in his thoughts as that affects inflation.
Brief answer from the member of Calgary Centre.
I thank my colleague for the intervention very much. Yes, there has been an interruption in supply and demand during the brief 3-month period where there was actual total lockdown. The adjustment to that period has, of course, occurred. We are looking now at an adjustment that's going to continue going forward and making sure that that supply and demand continue to meet. We are talking about ratcheting prices here for everyday Canadians. This is something that's going to be reflected in their cost of living, and it's exactly, I think, what we're driving at here. If their cost of living continues to increase, where does that actually spiral? It actually spirals into more inflation. It is not deflation, as the government's financial team seems to think it was not so long ago. It is inflationary, and my party's been calling for that. The outcome of monetary policy, of course, is always going to be inflation. Loose monetary policy leads to inflation. We have escalating prices, and I thank you again for the comment.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Edmonton West.
A lukewarm round of applause. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Oh, thank you. As this is my first speech in the 44th Parliament, I would beg the House's indulgence to allow me a few minutes to thank some folks. First of all, I want to thank the good people of Edmonton West, or as I call it, Edmonton West, Edmonton Mall, for sending me to this place for the 3rd time. Each and every time I've been elected has been as special as the first, so thank you very much. I'm very honored to be representing them here in Ottawa. I, of course, want to thank my fantastic family for their support, especially my beautiful wife, Sasha, who, besides putting up with me for 24 years now I realize some of my colleagues have been putting up with me for 6 years. If you think that's bad, she's been putting up with me for 4 times as long, so I want to thank her for that. She's endured 9 moves across the country with me, from Victoria to Newfoundland, back again, and then back to the prairies. Helped me raise, mostly on her own, 2 boys, several dogs. She's worked 2 nomination campaigns with me, 3 elections now, and multiple elections for other people since I started the political process when I was very young. No one can do what we do in this House without the support of their spouses, and I'm certainly an example of that. And Sasha, my wife, is no different than all the other spouses who are the real force behind all of us here working. So Sasha, thank you very much. I love you. You're beautiful. And I promised you before there'd be a lot more champagne after this election, and I will ensure that happens. I also want to thank my 2 sons. I want to thank my 2 sons, Jensen and Parker, who have done campaigns with me since they've been in grade 1 and grade 2. One's now in law school, the other's in the workforce. They door knocked for me this time, 2019 and 2015 as well, so thanks very much, guys. I want to thank, obviously, all the volunteers who have helped me out through the campaigns. There's too many to mention, but you know who you are. I will point out just one gentleman, Dennis, my financial agent. Dennis has a goal of keeping me out of jail while he does the books for Elections Canada, and so far so good, so thank you, Dennis. I also want to thank my constituency staff. Now, we all know we're just the figureheads, we're just the ornaments on the car for the staff who do all the real work in our constituency offices. So I want to thank Ola, who's been with me from day 1. And before me, she worked with the Honourable Laurie Hahn and Peter Goldring before that. Linda, Brandon, Sante, Ori, as well as Serge, who have joined me here in Ottawa. So thanks, guys and gals. You make me look partially good, so thank you very much. Now, here we are back in the House finally, and we're discussing today's C2. So for those 14 or 15 people glued to their TVs or glued to CPAC, they're wondering, well, if it's a C2, there has to be a C1. So what is the biggest thing on the government's agenda that was a C2 before this? You know, is it addressing the out-of-control inflation? Is it addressing COVID, perhaps a new variant? Was C1 talking about the supply chain crisis, or perhaps Abbotsford and having a more resilient infrastructure? Was it on the out-of-control debt that we have, $1 trillion, or perhaps reconciliation? Now, if you thought the government's priority would be one of these things, you thought wrong, because the government's priority in C1 was to force this House back into a hybrid parliament. And in fact, there's probably more Liberals mailing it in by Zoom than are physically in the building debating today, which is a shame. Now, they said they had to do this for safety reasons. And yet, Monday of last week, when we all got together for the first time back here, it was almost a party on the floor. We had government members high-fiving each other, hugging each other, the Prime Minister, the Deputy Prime Minister, close talking, as Seinfeld would call it. No social distancing, and yet that is safe, but safe for debate in the House, working in person, not so much. Safe to go off to Glasgow and yuck it up with 20,000 people, sometimes 1,000 people maskless in a reception, but not safe enough to be here serving Canadians in person. We know this is not about safety. We know it's about hiding. It's about covering up, lack of accountability to Canadians. And we saw it in the previous Parliament when we were in Zoom hybrid settings. We saw it when Wayne Easter famously turned off the power when things were getting hot for the Liberal side in committee.
All right, the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands has a point of order.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The member has, by his own admission, only been speaking to Bill C1. He's spent at least 2 or 3 minutes speaking to C1. Perhaps we could discuss the bill before us, which is C2, and not bills that have already been voted on.
So I appreciate the honourable member's intervention. I do want to remind members that there is a little bit of latitude during the debates before the House, and I do want to also remind members that they are to speak to the bill that is before the House. They may be trying to link some of the bills, but the honourable member, I would just make mention that he should ensure that he is speaking to the bill that is actually before the House. I do have another point of order. The honourable member for Malahat-Langford, Cowichan Malahat-Langford.
Just very quickly, just to correct the record for all members, it wasn't Bill C1. I believe it was Government Motion Number 1. I just want people to be correct when they're speaking in the House for the benefit of their constituents. Thank you.
I do appreciate the additional clarification from the honourable member for Cowichan Malahat-Langford, and I do want to remind all members when they're debating in the House that they need to be debating the bill that is before the House. And I'll return to the honourable member for Edmonton West. I'm sure he'll bring it around.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it is linked. If perhaps the opposition would stop interfering. The member's been here long enough. He knows full well. Sorry, the gentleman opposite me has been here long enough. He knows the rules of the House. So I beg him, please stop interfering. Just allow me to do my speech like an adult. Now, please, as I mentioned, this is about blocking accountability. We saw it in Operations Committee where ministers could not log on. Even after a year of doing hybrid, they couldn't log on. Bureaucrats there to defend the government or the estimates were not able to sign in. We had meetings cut short because of lack of resources. So let's be clear here. That had nothing to do about safety. It's about reducing accountability. Now, I had asked a question previously on Friday about C2. Oh, look, they're linked. We're getting to it. About C2, about has it gone, the new spending in this bill, the 4 parts, has it gone through the Treasury Board approval process? Members opposite weren't sure, but they assured me they would probably follow the rules. And the reason I asked this is because new spending is required to go through the Treasury Board approval process. Now, parts of this bill, they might be able to complain, might be able to say, well, It's a tax issue, therefore it doesn't have to, and they may get away with that. But not all parts of it are. So there is some new spending that has to go through the Treasury Board approval process. And this is why I'm worried I did not get a straight answer. Because if we look back to the previous Parliament with the wage subsidy, $110 billion, famously a lot went to very profitable companies. And we asked the Treasury Board president at the time, who's now the health minister, did the wage subsidy go through the Treasury Board approval process? $110 billion. Anyone have an answer? Anyone have a guess? Of course it did not. So what did we end up with? Let's look at some of the people who received some of that $110 billion of taxpayers' money. Rogers Cable, government-protected duopoly, which has $26 billion for a buyout of Shaw, received government handouts. Lululemon, who at the time market capitalization had increased $9 billion, and yet still got taxpayers' money. Air Canada famously got taxpayers' money, wage subsidy, and used it for help pay executive bonuses. Bell Canada, which I think is the largest of our telecoms, also a protected duopoly in a lot of markets, received money. TELUS, again, another one worth billions. With huge profits, they've actually increased their dividend. I know because I'm actually a shareholder. But they were able to increase dividends at the same time receiving taxpayers' money. Nutrien, and of course, what would be a trip to the Liberal trough without SNC Lavalin and Irving also receiving money? So that's the issue. Has the new spending in C2 gone through the Treasury Board approval process properly so that we know taxpayers' money are getting to those truly in need, to the businesses and the people truly in need? Now, C2 is a bit of a forward-backward budget. Famous Ellen Fotheringham, Dr. Foth, used to call our old party, the Progressive Conservatives, the forward-backward party. And this is a bit of C2. At the same time we have a labor crisis, we have the government offering incentives for companies to hire, but also incentives for people to stay home. We're subsidizing one and the other. We see, again, they're bringing more money for the recovery sickness benefit and the caregiver benefit, both which receive billions set aside in the fiscal or the economic update, underspent by about 90%. So the money wasn't needed, and yet here we are with $500 million, $300 million being put back in. So we want to see more oversight. It's not we do not support C2, but we want to see proper oversight and a proper plan. Now, the other part of the bill about helping at-need industries like hotels and restaurants. I proudly grew up in the hotel and restaurant industry, spent 35 years. When I talk to hotels and restaurant owners and workers, they're not saying, please give us another handout. They want bums in beds. They want bums in the seats. They want people traveling again. They want to see a plan. Hotels with $50, $60, $70 million mortgages are not going to last forever on subsidies. Small restaurant owners are not going to last forever with subsidies. We need a plan to get the economy going. We need a plan to get people traveling again. We need to address the issue of travelers coming into Canada with PCR testing. A 3-day visit's not enough. So what we're looking for, Madam Speaker, is a plan for this government to get people working again, but also a plan to address our concerns on the accountability and the oversight of the spending. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I listened to the brief comments that the member made about C2. I know that he spent quite a bit of time talking about other government subsidies and being very critical of them, as though he wasn't part of voting in favor of them. All of the subsidies and all of the supports that were given to Canadians, with the exception of those that came at the end of June through the last budget, were passed through unanimous consent of this House. This member is very critical of those supports, but yet he voted in favor of every one of them. Perhaps he could explain to us why he voted in favor of them if he was so critical of them.
Ooh, good question. The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Yeah. I'll remind my honourable colleague from Kingston and the Islands that those votes were done on division. But we also recognize at the time urgent action was needed. But did this government provide urgent action? One of the problems with the wage subsidy is they rolled out CERB, and then the wage subsidy came later. And the wage subsidy, again, was so poorly put together, there was no oversight. This government shoveled money out to their friends in big business, but ignored the small businesses. They made the small businesses pay out salaries first, and then, while later down the road you can kind of claim the money back. It was a flawed system. We had to support these people any way possible. Obviously, this government wasn't going to do it, so we had to step in and help any way we could. Thank you.
And comments? The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for Edmonton West for his speech. It's a strange time in my riding because I've never seen so many help wanted signs. But those jobs aren't being filled, right? We had recovery benefits and almost a month ago, but we haven't seen the corresponding return of workers to where the jobs are. So that shows me there's a disconnect here in how the federal government is approaching this. Obviously, the skill sets that these jobs demand are not being met by the current workforce. And the ending of these benefits, especially with the Canada Worker Lockdown benefit, we're still going to have very vulnerable people who are going to be without any kind of benefits, without any kind of job prospects at a time when inflation is going through the roof. So I'd just like to ask my colleague, does he see C2 as a missed opportunity when we could have actually invested a lot of money in retraining, making sure that these workers do have the skills that many industries in my riding and across this country are now very much looking for?
Member for Edmonton West.
Very much C2 is a missed opportunity. Again, it does not provide the proper targeting that we believe is necessary. There will be people in need who fall through the cracks. One of the issues we've been talking about for a year and a half now is companies that opened just before COVID happened. No fault of their own. Perhaps they started building a month before the lockdown happened and required 2 or 3 months before they opened a business. We asked repeatedly in this House for help for them. Restaurants, hotels, other businesses. And every time a Liberal minister stood up and said, well, it's under consideration, or my favorite, we're monitoring it. As if you can pay bills with monitoring it. This bill could have been so much better. I hope the government will take this opportunity to get it to committee to get it improved for Canadians.
We have the time for a brief question. The honourable member for La Pointe de l'Île. Yes, Madam Speaker, I'd like to know what my colleague thinks of the fact that there is nothing set out for the independent workers in the cultural sector. They are among those who have suffered the most from the pandemic. Does he not believe there should be something in Bill C2 for these workers, these independent workers in the cultural industry? A brief response by the member for Edmonton West.
A colleague from the Bloc talks about cultural workers and independent workers, but it also covers a lot of other workers that could fall through the cracks. The problem with this bill is what the problem is with this government. It lacks a plan to get us past this. Culture workers I've talked to, I used to run a hotel. We had one of the most successful dinner theaters in the country. These folks, they don't want to be on government assistance. They want to get back to work. They want to get back to performing. There's nothing in this government's plan to accomplish that. All this plan is, well, here's a few more dollars. We need a plan to get people in our restaurants, in our hotels, in our theaters, in our concert halls, and this government has not provided for any of this.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Newmarket Aurora.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to start off by advising you that I will be sharing my time with the member from Outremont. Madam Speaker, allow me to start by taking my first opportunity to speak in this House to say a heartfelt thank you to the residents of Newmarket and Aurora for placing their trust in me a second time, to my team for their hard work in getting me here, and to my family for their continuous support. It's an honor to rise today to speak to Bill C2, a bill that is so important to so many across this country, one that we are all lucky to call home. Lucky for many reasons, but especially because when times get tough, Canadians step up to help one another, and it wouldn't be any different with our government. When the pandemic first hit, we were quick to roll out a number of broad-based programs to support those who saw their livelihoods completely change. Canadians needed help, and help was delivered. The Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy has helped more than 5.3 million Canadians keep their jobs. The Canada Emergency Rent Subsidy and lockdown support have helped more than 215,000 organizations cover their rent, mortgage, and other expenses. The Canada Recovery Caregiving Benefit has provided income support for over 400,000 employed and self-employed Canadians while they had to care for a child or a family member for COVID-related reasons. And the Canada Recovery Sickness Benefit has supported over 700,000 Canadians unable to work because they were sick. And these, Madam Speaker, are just a few examples of the essential support programs provided to Canadians during one of the toughest crises our country has ever faced. Supports that kept businesses going through the worst days of the pandemic. And while we are seeing some better days now, there are still some sectors in our economy that need support. This is why we are moving from broad-based economic supports to targeted measures. This is why we introduced Bill C-2. The comprehensive set of programs our government introduced has evolved as the pandemic has evolved. This allowed us to continue to provide support to Canadians who need it the most. Right now, we are reaching a turning point in the fight against COVID and in our recovery. But the recovery is uneven. And as the pandemic is ongoing, public health measures that are saving lives are also restricting some economic activity. Our focus is to protect and create jobs so that we can make sure that Canada has the strongest possible recovery. With Bill C-2, we are better able to address the challenges that certain sectors in our economy are still facing. To support organizations that have been deeply impacted in the tourism industry since the start of the pandemic, we are introducing the Tourism and Hospitality Recovery Program. This program provides wage and rent subsidies up to 75% to eligible businesses with current month and average 12-month revenue decline of 40%. Other businesses that have faced significant losses but do not qualify for this program may receive support through the Hardest Hit Business Recovery Program. This is a wage and rent subsidy at the rate of 50% available to eligible businesses within the current month and 12-month average revenue loss of at least 50%. Certain programs don't need a pivot, but rather an extension, so we continue to support those in need. This is why we are proposing to extend the Canada Recovery Caregiving Benefit and the Recovery Sickness Benefit until May 7, 2022, and to increase both by an additional 2 weeks. These are programs that are working and helping self-employed and employed Canadians from coast to coast to coast. So we are committed to making adjustments necessary to reflect the new phase of the recovery. And finally, we recognize the challenges that may arise from the resurgence of this virus. Bill C-2 provides support for workers and businesses who may be subject to a public health restriction that is necessary to save lives and stop the spread of the virus. The local lockdown program would provide support for businesses whose local public health guidelines require them to cease activities, resulting in closures and revenue losses. This is a new targeted benefit available to businesses at a rate of up to 75%, regardless of the sector they're in and regardless of the losses over the course of the pandemic. Additionally, to assist those who are unable to work as a result of a lockdown, we are proposing the Canada Worker Lockdown Benefit provide $300 a week in income support retroactive from October 24, 2021 until May 7, 2022. This will be accessible for the entire duration of the lockdown and will be available to workers who are are ineligible for EI or those who are but are not paid benefits through the EI for the same period. Madam Speaker, these measures guarantee that if a government-imposed lockdown occurs, Canadians can have the full confidence that they will be supported through challenging times. Last week, when the Deputy Prime Minister tabled this bill, I reached out to a constituent who owns a hotel. As a local business owner in one of the most impacted sectors of our economy, I wanted to get his thoughts on the bill, but also the economic supports provided by our government throughout the pandemic. When we spoke last week, I was happy to hear that he is currently experiencing a revenue rebound and no longer qualifies for certain programs. And he is happy about that as well. At the same time, he understands there are a number of his industry colleagues that still do need support, and is appreciative of the supports and the programs that are available to help them bounce back. He also told me that one of the biggest challenges he's facing right now is finding staff. So I shared with him that in Budget 2021, our government introduced the Canada Recovery Hiring Program to help employees hire workers that they need to recover and to grow, with a subsidy of up to 50% of the additional eligible salary or wages. We are both pleased to see that this program will be extended until May 7th, 2022, so that the businesses in our community, as well as across Canada, can continue to receive the help that they need to hire back workers, increase their hours, and create additional jobs. This provides the certainty that businesses need to rehire and return to growth. But, Madam Speaker, while the government programs and the recovery go hand in hand, they are only a part of the solution. We also need Canadians to join us in this fight against COVID-19 by doing what it takes to keep themselves, their loved ones, and their communities safe. A few months ago, colleagues opposite speculated that Canada would not receive vaccines until 2030. And yet it's still 2021, and we've had the largest vaccination campaign in our country's history and one of the most successful in the world. And thanks to the millions of Canadians who have gotten their first and second doses, businesses across this country are safely reopening. Travel is slowly returning. The economy is rebounding. We have surpassed our goal of creating 1 million new jobs. And our employment rates are back to pre-pandemic levels. We have come a long way, but we still have some ways to go. And all of us have a role to play. As a government, that means adapting our income and business support measures to target support to those who continue to need it. And in my opinion, as Canadians, it means supporting our local businesses, helping organizations that provide services to those in need, and getting vaccinated to keep our communities safe. I want to take this opportunity to urge those who are eligible and able but have not yet gotten their vaccines to do so as soon as possible and help us put an end to the fight against this virus for once and for all. And I remind Canadians that our government has been and will continue to be there for Canadians to provide help where help is needed. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry. No? Oh, Regina Louvain. Sorry.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the opportunity to get to my feet and ask a question. A few of my colleagues from both the NDP and the Conservatives have asked members from the government what their plan is for seniors. Seniors are getting their GIS clawed back because of some of the programs they brought forward. And they've created an inflation crisis where the cost of energy has gone up 25.5%. The cost of fuel to travel, gasoline, 4.1%. Yet, this government is clawing back money from our seniors when they need it the most. So can the member please tell me how many seniors have had their GIS clawed back because of these government programs, and what are they going to do to help our seniors get through their inflation crisis?
The Honourable Member for Newmarket Aurora.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I remind my colleague, I thank him for the question. I remind my colleague that during the pandemic, we provided some additional support programs and that those revenues were made available as the seniors needed them during that time. this has had some other implications, and we are going to be reviewing those, and the solutions will be in the near future.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Starting in May 2020, the Bloc Québécois had asked the government to help companies that had to deal with their fixed costs. And this led to a program that was more or less adapted to rent assistance. And this measure was more or less adapted and unfortunately poorly targets the hotel industry sector. My colleague from Newmarket Aurora perhaps would agree with me that we need to ensure that this restrictive vision of assistance, rent assistance, can in fact cover more than it does, because the hospitality industry, theme parks, etc., these, perhaps they don't have rent to pay, but they have mortgages to pay. Would he agree to open this program up so that it could more specifically help in an appropriate way sectors that are not entitled to this assistance at present?
Aurora.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague from across the hall, and I certainly appreciate having the benefit of his views during the Health Committee, and I thank him for his thoughts at that point. We will need to take a very targeted approach to make sure that the supports that we are providing those that are in the greatest need. Many businesses have taken the time to set aside reserves. Many businesses have taken the opportunity of leverage to improve their business models in terms of their rate of return. All of these things need to be considered as we go forward and as we develop the program. I certainly appreciate the benefit of his input, and all of these things can and will be considered.
Okay, questions and comments? The Honourable Member Cowichan-Mellahett Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thanks to the member for Newmarket Aurora for his comments. You know, when the Canada Recovery Benefit was ended in October, nearly 900,000 workers were still on it at the time, and with 48 hours notice, they lost their benefits. So you know, my colleague talked about supporting workers, and he made reference to the Canada Worker Lockdown Benefit and its retroactivity. The problem, Madam Speaker, is that there are no government-mandated lockdowns in Canada, nor have there been for the last couple of months. So the retroactivity, that's just smoke and mirrors. No one is going to be approved for this benefit because there have been no lockdowns. So, Madam Speaker, my question is, you know, when the economy is still in such a fragile state, and he talks about supporting workers, why has he made these new parameters so much more restrictive at a time when the cost of living is going up across the board? We have people who are in very precarious situations. They need a hand to get through to the next year, especially during this time when the pandemic is still ongoing. Thank you.
Brief answer from the member for Newmarket Aurora.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question as well. Certainly, my wife and I volunteer, and we deliver food for the food bank, and so we certainly understand the circumstances that many people are facing these days. And the programs that we have installed and that are in place now have been a great benefit to the people that I'm speaking to. And as we go forward, the targeted approach that we are planning in Bill C-2 will benefit those that are in the most dire needs.
Reprise de débat. L'honorable.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Outremont. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a great pleasure for me to rise today to talk about C-2, an act to provide further support in response to COVID-19. This bill seeks to create a number of support measures, very important support measures, including for the hardest hit sectors and workers and small businesses that are dealing with significant challenges like the tourism and hospitality sector. And make no mistake about it, the impact of COVID-19 on workers and entrepreneurs working in these sectors is devastating. Their incomes revenues have reduced by almost 50%, going from $104.4 billion in 2019 to $53.4 billion in 2020. whereas jobs that are directly attributable to the tourism sector have dropped by 41% in that same period. And the first revenue projections for summer 2021 set out almost half of the revenues that were present in 2019, half. Despite these challenges, owners of tourist businesses and their workers have shown a great deal of resilience to ensure that their services will be there when the crisis is behind us. And according to many of them, it's only because of the federal government's support that workers in that industry can continue to pay for their groceries and keep their heads under a roof. We know that many people in the tourism sector are still suffering, and I'm talking about hotels, airports, tourism agencies, cruises, theaters, and crucially, our restaurants.
Restaurants make our main streets what they are, and you've heard me say this many times in the House, Madam Speaker. I have spoken directly with countless impacted restaurant operators who tell me just how hard the last 20 months have been, how they were the first to close and often the last to reopen, and how even now many of them are only partially open. As Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Small Business in the last mandated, I represented the government on many different working groups, including the Restaurant Revival Working Group, where I worked closely with Restaurants Canada and heard firsthand from independent restaurateurs across our great country. The bill that we have before us today responds directly to their plea for continued support from the federal government as we continue to fight COVID-19. Permettez-moi maintenant, Madame la Présidente, de vous parler très concrètement de...
Madam Speaker, I'd now like to talk about what is included in this bill for the most affected sectors. Bill C2 will provide support with two main aspects. The first is to support the tourism sector, hotels, travel agents, restaurants, and more, thanks to wage subsidies and rent subsidies of up to 75%. Then there will also be the support program for hard-hit businesses, with subsidies of up to 50% for businesses that have been hard hit for an extended period. Additionally, the government is going to extend the hiring program at a rate of 50%, with the option for a further extension if necessary.
Important to lay out some of the details of what is in this bill that we are debating today, because it often seems that some members in this place would like to debate something else entirely. For example, on Friday, I believe it was the member of Carleton in his 20-minute speech on C2 mentioned inflation 33 times. That's about once every 36 seconds. How many times did he mention tourism or hospitality or small businesses? Zero. None at all, Madam Speaker. I would like to be very clear.
Order. I do want to remind members there will have an opportunity for questions and comments. I would ask them to hold off until then. L'honorable député de Outremont.
I would like to be very clear, Madam Speaker. Inflation is a very real concern, and Canadians are feeling its impact, absolutely. But as experts have pointed out, inflation is a global phenomenon driven by rising energy prices, a global economic rebound, supply chain constraints, and many other factors. Inflation is unfortunately high almost everywhere at the moment. Yes, it's 4.7% here in Canada, but it's 6.2% in the United States, 6.2% in Mexico, 4.4% in the European Union, 4.2% in the United Kingdom. The G20 average is actually well above 5%. And if the Conservatives are saying that our policies to support Canadians and small businesses through COVID-19 are directly linked to the increase in inflation, well, let me debunk that argument as well. Let's compare the data on inflation pre-pandemic and now among OECD countries. Between the late 2019 period and today, the inflation rate in these 38 countries increased by an average of 2.4%. The United States, for example, saw a 3.6% increase, Spain 3.1%, Germany 2.4%, New Zealand 3.5%. In that same time frame, Canada's inflation increased by 2.1%. It's crystal clear from these figures that the choice that we have made to support Canadians through the pandemic is not the cause of inflation. So maybe inflation isn't the indicator that we wish to look at. What about the deficit? The member for Carleton said, and I quote, "COVID required that we spend money, but we did not need to have the biggest deficit in the G20. First, let me begin by saying that it's very good to hear the member now recognize that spending was needed at all, which is a change in tone from calling such spending big fat government programs that his party did not believe in. But more importantly, Madam Speaker, much more importantly, the premise of this statement is completely wrong. Canada does not have the largest deficit in the G20. No, Canada's 2020 deficit was smaller than the US, smaller than the United Kingdom, and the last time I checked, both of those countries were still very much a part of the G20. The implication of the statement made by the Conservative member is that this was somehow a waste, that we have nothing to show for the deficit. Nothing, Madam Speaker, could be further from the truth. The numbers speak for themselves. $90 billion was spent for the CERB and the CRB. $80 billion was spent on the wage subsidy and rent subsidy. Another $10 billion was sent in the form of direct payments to seniors and low-income households. $17 billion was spent to support provinces and territories through the Safe Restart Agreement. Those four items alone account for 3/4 of the federal deficit. Which one of those programs, what part of that spending would the Conservatives have scrapped? I venture that the answer would be none. And that's why, despite the rhetoric that we hear today, the members opposite voted for the wage subsidy and the rent subsidy and the CERB. The reality is Canada had the fiscal room to intervene, and our Liberal government did exactly that. As the IMF just stated last month, and I quote, "Government budget support measures during the COVID-19 pandemic have saved lives and saved jobs." Not only did Canada have among the lowest COVID death rates in the Western world, not only did Canada get back to pre-pandemic employment numbers faster than other countries, Canada still has a AAA credit rating. Canada still has the lowest net debt in the G7. And last year, Canada actually saw its debt interest payments decrease by more than $4 billion. The fact that we spent to support Canadians did not harm our economy, Madam Speaker. To the contrary. The choice today is very clear. It's not to relitigate the COVID support measures our government put in place, though I am more than happy to do that any day of the week. No, what we are debating today is whether we will continue to support our restaurants, our hotels, our travel agents, our parks, our museums, our theaters. All of that is incredibly important, Madam Speaker, and all of that is worth voting for. Today, I would encourage all members of this House to leave the rhetoric aside, continue to support Canadians through the pandemic. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And in February, I believe it was February of 2020, I asked this member when she was the Parliamentary Secretary for Small Business about the absence of support for businesses, new businesses that opened their doors either just before or just after the pandemic was declared. In her answer then, she sort of teased the listeners by saying this was a problem they were aware of and had an imminent solution that we should stay tuned for. That was, I don't know how many months, 8 or so months ago. There has been no such program. There's been no such, they have not addressed this issue, and I wonder if this was something that might have better been addressed through this bill and whether we should keep waiting for those businesses.
L'honorable député de Outremont.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for his work during the course of the last 20 or so months for small businesses. We did indeed have that conversation. I believe it was in February 2021. And absolutely, we have increased the number of businesses that we are including in our programs. Of course, as the member opposite knows, that it is important that we make sure that public money does go to businesses that can prove a loss from pre-pandemic times, which is not possible for new businesses. We are continuing to look at this as a possibility in order to move forward to help these businesses. But, Madam Speaker, it's really not clear to me what the Conservative position is, because at once they say that we're spending too much, and now the Conservative member wants us to spend more. Which is it?
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Drummond.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Madam Speaker. During the election campaign and before, the Bloc Québécois said, and we continue to say so today, that some sectors are more affected than others. They're having more trouble than other sectors to recover from the pandemic. The aerospace industry, tourism and hotels. All of those are suffering, but especially culture. My colleague for Outremont spoke with a great deal of passion about the fact that we need to pass this bill in order to help the tourism sector, hotels, restaurants, and so on. Why aren't artists and cultural workers, why aren't they in C2? How can my colleague justify that gap in the bill? The Honourable Member for Outremont. Let me just specify that if it wasn't clear in my speech that our theaters, our festivals, the arts in general are included in Bill C2 that we see here today. That's very important, and I'm very proud that the tourism sector includes the cultural sector in the bill that we're debating today. As my honourable colleague heard no later than last week, the Minister of Finance stated that we will be putting forward a bill to help self-employed and independent workers, including artists. There are a great many artists in the Mile End neighbourhood and in the Plateau in my riding, and I'm very proud to support them.
Question, the Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my Liberal colleague for her speech. Many seniors who were on the guaranteed income supplement, they needed jobs in order to make sure they had enough to pay the bills each month. And they, like many Canadians, lost their jobs in 2020 when the pandemic hit this country with full force. I first brought this issue to the government in August. Here we are on the eve of December. Bill C2 represented a perfect opportunity to give CRB amnesty to our lowest income seniors. I've heard the Liberals talk about them working on it. This is an urgent situation. So through you, Madam Speaker, can the Liberal colleague please inform this House when will it actually help these seniors who right now are having to make impossible choices about how they're going to pay their rent and put good quality food on the table? When, Madam Speaker?
Honorable député de Outremont à 42 secondes pour répondre.
42 seconds to answer.
Madame la Présidente, comme je n'ai pas beaucoup de temps,
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, since I don't have much time, I will be brief.
The importance of supporting seniors, something that we have been working on very diligently since day one. We have increased direct payments to seniors over the course of the pandemic. I believe we are going to be continuing to increase by 10% GIS payments, and we will always be there to support our seniors that help build this country.
Reprise de débat. L'honorable député de Drummond.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I will start by informing you that I will be sharing my time with my colleague, Thérèse de Blainville, or rather the member for Thérèse de Blainville. I'd like to come back to the answer I got from the member for Outremont a few minutes ago. I know that theaters and cultural organizations will be able to benefit from these programs, yes, but artists and cultural workers are not included in C2. This is an aid program that is being prepared. It's very complicated. Things could have been done much better with C2. I'll put that aside for now. We can come back to it later. But since this is the first time that I rise in this House, in this Parliament, Madam Speaker, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the voters in Drummond who have allowed me to come represent them for the second time. I'm very proud of that honor, and I hope to show myself worthy of it. I'd also like to thank the volunteers on my campaign. They showed a great deal of energy and passion, and they burned the candle at both ends to help our election campaign, including two remarkable volunteers, my father and mother, who are 81. They spent a great deal of time on the campaign. They traveled. They were passionate about my campaign. When I am as old as they are, I hope to be as young as they are in spirit. Then my team in my riding, well, as you all know, it's a remarkable team that we all have in our ridings. I'd like to thank the team for their support and all of the services they offer people in Drummond. Marie-Christine, Marika, Jacinthe, and my assistants here on the Hill, Melissa. I'd like to thank all of you, as well as Alexandre. I appreciate all of you greatly. And I'd also like to thank my family and loved ones. I mentioned my parents earlier. And all of my colleagues here know that the political lifestyle can have a real impact on the family. So I'd like to thank my children, as well as my partner, Caroline. It's very important to have a loving spouse when you're a politician, and I'd like to thank Caroline from the bottom of my heart. I'd also like to mention that I'm wearing a white ribbon this week. This is to show my support for women because until the 6th of December, it's the week against gender-based violence against women and girls. I hope that one day we won't have to wear this kind of symbol anymore. That type of violence is completely unacceptable. I'd also like to take this opportunity to thank Yvette Mathieu Lafont. I've already spoken about her in this place. I was at her birthday party last year for her 100th birthday. If you recall, Madam Speaker, last year I said that we had made a date for this year. And that's exactly what happened. We have a date on Friday for her 101st birthday. And I hope that we will continue to celebrate her birthday for many years to come. Earlier, I was talking about my family and my children. I have a little boy called Tom. He's 9 years old. He's very funny. And when he was little, when he was afraid or worried, he would close his eyes. And he thought that by closing his eyes, he was going to make the scary thing go away just by magic. It was very cute. Kids do that. But not just kids. The Liberals, too, Madam Speaker. That's exactly what they did with We Charity last year. They said, okay, we're going to prorogue Parliament, and then we won't have to talk about this anymore, and it will just disappear by magic. That's also what they did this summer when they triggered an election. From their point of view, they thought that after the election, we're just going to be able to come back and no one's going to remember everything we've done wrong. We won't be challenged by the opposition anymore because we're hoping to get a majority government. So we're just going to close our eyes and hope that it just disappears. The difference between my 9.5-year-old son and the Liberals, he's a goalie. He plays soccer and he's often a goalie. And he knows that if he closes his eyes when 3 people on the opposite team are coming towards him, the ball, he may get hit in the face by the soccer ball. So he keeps his eyes open and he watches them coming towards him. He faces up courageously in order to be a good goalie. And that's what we would expect from the government of a G7 country. I must admit, Madam Speaker, that this summer, when the elections were triggered, it seemed like the government decided to was just trying to restart everything, come back quickly. The government said it was going to take things in hand. It was quickly going to deal with a pandemic. Emergencies like the labor shortage, recovery in affected sectors like tourism and aerospace, the cultural sector. These are themes that we heard about throughout the election campaign.
On va régler ça, ça niaisera plus. Ben!
Well, no, we had an election on September 20th, and we had to wait until November 22nd to reconvene Parliament, Madam Speaker. 5 months after our last day of sitting in June. And during that time, when people were closing their eyes, did all of the problems of the pandemic disappear? No. Even when the elections were called, we were on the verge of a fourth wave, and now we're dealing with a new variant as well. Whereas if they had let Parliament do its work, we wouldn't be here discussing C2 today, because we would have been able to move forward and adapt the assistance programs based on needs. We would have been able to meet the needs of artists and independent workers in the arts and culture sector. We would have been able to resume work on Bill C-10 after it had been dealt with in the Senate. We all know how long it takes to get a bill through and to get programs set up. There are debates in the House and committee, in Senate. There are witnesses to be heard from. So if we really cared about the interests of Canadians, and if we really wanted to put them before our own interests, we would have gotten back to work earlier. But that's not what the government did. They wasted their time. And in the meantime, arts and culture workers were waiting, saying, hey, we don't have any more money coming in. What do we do? And yet, in C2, based on what the minister had said previously, we expected that there would be some assistance for culture workers. But no. Apparently, the Minister of Heritage is preparing a program for those who are the hardest hit. That's good. You know, we wanted this to get done quickly. The Bloc Québécois was pushing for it because we know that artists have been waiting for weeks, for months, and they're concerned. If we hadn't had that pointless election, if we hadn't had this idea that we can just close our eyes and forget that these problems exist, we might have been able to help these people. And it makes me angry. Because while everyone else is getting their paycheck, there are essential workers in the arts and culture sector, people with specialized expertise, who are looking at other sectors and who don't trust that they'll be able to get through this. I have friends that I've worked with, that I've spoken to recently, who don't even think they'll be able to offer their kids a special gift at Christmas. And these are people who were earning a good living before. They weren't just getting a few gigs here and there. These people who worked in the performing arts, a lot of them left and won't be able to come back. And it's a tragedy, because these people have expertise that is really difficult to replace. It's sad to see that a whole group of workers are being forgotten, especially because these people are so passionate about the work that they do. For example, during the pandemic, I have a group of people who work in the audiovisual sector who decided to get together. Now, this is before the fourth wave. And they said, you know what, we're going to make a kind of documentary film abroad. So they left as a group. They went to Bangladesh, India, Nepal, and they met with ordinary people there to talk to them and learn about their lived experience in the pandemic. And they did this with money out of their own pockets. They didn't take any subsidies, any grants. They just said, we're going to do something with our talent so that we can do something during this crisis. Well, it's passionate people like this who are being forgotten in this bill. We could be offering them money now, but we're not. You know what? C2 does contain good measures. It does have important support. But once again, workers of the arts and culture sector have been forgotten, and I find that very unfortunate. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Outremont. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague for his speech. I also want to thank him because, as far as I understand, he worked closely with the Minister of Heritage on the assistance program for artists and freelancers in the arts and culture sector. But he said something that bothered me a little bit. He said that C2 contains measures for the hardest hit businesses, including arts and culture. But, you know, the money that we're giving to businesses, and I hope that my colleague would agree with me on this, helps workers too. It helps arts and culture sectors. When you're helping the employer, you also help the employee, like the technicians, the audiovisual workers that he mentioned. The honourable member for Drummond. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for the question. The money that goes to help theaters pay their rent, for example, is helpful. Of course, it helps them maintain the buildings, keeps them functional. And cultural businesses can also get support, but freelancers are not hired directly by businesses when there isn't any work. We did a study on the impact of these workers in the pandemic, and one of the points that came up the most often was that the financial support in its current form doesn't actually trickle down to the workers who need it the most. And that's what we're talking about. It's great to help people pay the rent, but if they're not able to hire workers because there are no plays to perform, it doesn't help them. Questions and comments?
The commentaire, the honourable member for North Island Power River. No. The honourable member for North Island Power River.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member for his speech. You know, one of the serious concerns in my riding is specifically around seniors who were working seniors receiving the guaranteed income supplement. And because they were working, they applied for the CERB when they lost their jobs, like so many other Canadians across the country. And I'm just wondering, Madam Speaker, if the member could talk about why the opinion of this House from the government side seems to be that vulnerable seniors should be left in poverty, homeless, without being able to pay for the basic necessities of their life instead of creating a structure and a plan to save them during this time. Thank you.
The honourable member for Drummond. Madam Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for her question. Even though my speech focused a bit more on arts and culture, I appreciate that she's raising the issue of seniors. Now, the Bloc Québécois has always defended seniors, and we think it's completely unacceptable that they've been forgotten here, and forgotten quite systematically by this government. I think the best example is the creation of two different categories of seniors. Those 75 and up getting more benefits, while those 65 to 74 getting less. So seniors have been forgotten. They deserve better. They deserve the means to be able to face inflation and to improve their purchasing power. And they certainly deserve much more than they're getting here.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his comments as well. On the clawing back of the GIS for seniors, the impact is detrimental. I've met seniors who've now been evicted and rendered homeless. Still, the government is not taking any action. Some 83,000 seniors will be impacted. So very specifically, would the members support the call for the government to eliminate the clawback for seniors who received the CERB or the CRB during the pandemic?
L'honorable député de Drummond.
The honourable member for Drummond, 50 seconds or less, please. Well, I'll be very brief, Madam Speaker. I'm in favor of any measure that would solve this inequality and the injustice that seniors face. As I said, the first injustice was creating two categories of seniors while neglecting the needs of those 65 to 74. Thank you. Resuming debate. The honourable member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I want to sincerely thank the voters of Thérèse de Blainville, who once again placed their trust in me during the last election. And I want to thank my team. They're just an amazing team. You know, the volunteers gave me unbelievable support during the campaign. And I want to say to my constituents that I am so proud to be able to represent them and to speak on their behalf here in Ottawa. Now, we're speaking today about Bill C-2. As the critic for employment, workforce development, and the situation of people with disabilities, I can say that from the very beginning of the pandemic and during the last Parliament, I had many opportunities to speak on issues that directly impact businesses, of course, but also workers. Now, in Bill C2, the government is saying that this is an essential bill, that it's an urgent bill. But on this issue of urgency, I feel that it's not quite the right term. In fact, the government waited until the very last minute to get this done. The situation became urgent because the measures were allowed to lapse. And so we had to hurry up to create new measures that would fill the void. I have the impression that they just waited too long. Because in September 2020, there was a very similar bill, a bill with some measures in response to COVID-19, where 3 new benefits were proposed. I apologize, I don't want to interrupt the honourable member, but I just want to remind everyone that when someone is giving a speech, I know some people are filtering into the room for question period, but I would ask you to go outside if you want to have a private conversation. There's too much background noise, and I'm having a hard time hearing the honourable member. The honourable member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hope I didn't lose the thread of what I was saying. In 2020, another Bill C2 to pass emergency measures was adopted. And why did we have to pass them? Because the House was prorogued for 5 weeks. And that's why we were in such a rush to support workers. Now, we're facing the same bill, another C2, but in November 2021. And why? Why do we have to get this passed so quickly? Because once again, rather than continuing the work in Parliament, because of course there was nothing preventing us from doing so, the opposition parties were working very collaboratively on the issues that they were dealing with, but the government decided to hold an election. I would say that that election was irresponsible and pointless. And then after the election, it took 2 more months to come back to the House. Sorry, we have a point of order from the honourable member for Drummond. I'm practically right next to my colleague here, and I can barely hear her. I know that colleagues are coming in for a question period, but it would be really nice if they could respect the colleague who's speaking.
Thousand Islands, point of order.
Madam Chair, I think that a part of the issue in this case is that colleagues entering from the opposition lobby don't want to pass through between yourself and the member that's speaking, so they're just waiting to take their seats before question period. So as soon as the member's done, I would expect that you'll see, as they are now, all going to their seats, Madam Chair.
The clarification that's been given. However, when people are coming in, there's no need for them to be having discussions. And so this is the issue, is that people are having discussions not only as they're coming in, but as they're sitting down. I would ask them to please be respectful. If they wish to have discussions, to please step out, have that discussion, and then come in. L'honorable député de Thérèse.
The honourable member for Thérèse de Blainville. Well, I'll get back on track, Madam Speaker. Now, Bill C2 does contain some good measures. There are some measures here that we ourselves had proposed last spring. after the hardest period of the crisis, we had to move on and find measures that were much more suitable to the economic recovery. So there were measures that dealt with tourism, the hotel industry, restaurants, and so on. I think those are good measures, and I think that they are appropriate for the situation. As my colleague from Joliette was saying, these measures are also predictable, which provides a certain amount of foreseeability from now until May 2022. And then there's also the 2-week extension of the sickness benefit and the caregiver benefit. I think it's fortunate that those have been extended. However, there are some measures that are not included here and that would be essential. My colleague, the member for Drummond, spoke about this earlier today. And, he talked particularly about the arts and culture sector. Yes, the government says they want to support the sector as a whole. But the problem is that most of the workers in the arts and culture sector are freelancers. And that's regardless of their specific job. I'm not just talking about artists. I'm talking about anyone who works in the performing arts. And those independent workers are not entitled to employment insurance. They're not entitled to those regular payments. So for those people who are not in a complete lockdown situation, but who are still having a really hard time getting going again, who are having a hard time getting hired, there are people who are highly qualified, but who are leaving the sector. And I think we may later be facing a labor shortage in the arts and culture sector. So those people need more support now. Up until yesterday, they were entitled to benefits. But now, Bill C2 gives them nothing. It says absolutely nothing about those independent workers, even though there are so many of them. Now, there are two types of solutions. One solution that we're still waiting for and the government doesn't understand that we had to set up all of these systems because our existing employment insurance plan has shortcomings. It doesn't cover all of the people that it should be covering in the 21st century economy. And that includes atypical employees, independent employees, gig workers, who are primarily women and younger people. So we need to really overhaul the EI system, but that wasn't in the speech from the throne, and it wasn't in any other measures that we've seen since then. In C2, we have the opportunity to help those workers and to provide them with a really substantive assistance measure. We can't abandon them. That would be unacceptable. And to conclude, Madam Speaker, we would like to get this discussed in committee as soon as possible. We would like to take the time to study it properly and potentially provide some changes that will more specifically help some of these workers. They called an election. They said that this was going to help us get out of the pandemic. But if you want to get out of the pandemic, you have to accept that this is a minority government, and you need to be willing to work with opposition parties. They need to ensure that the measures that they pass are the right ones. The Federation of Independent Canadian Businesses had said that they're disappointed about some of the thresholds in this bill, the 40-50% that were mentioned. So I think that we need to take the time to study this properly in committee and then to come back to the House with a more serious and responsible bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Merci. L'honorable député aura 5.
Thank you. The honourable member will have 5 minutes for questions and comments following oral questions and the next time that the debate occurs.
Remind members, as they're coming in, to please keep the discussions very low because it is affecting the ability of members to be heard. Statements by members, déclaration de députés. The honourable member for Nepean.
Madam Speaker, today is the United Nations International Day of Solidarity with the Palestinian people. There is a series of 16 standing resolutions about Palestinian human rights at the United Nations. Since over 10 years, Canada dramatically altered its position and has voted against most of these resolutions. We need to change this. I call upon Canada to actively start engaging in finding a two-state solution. It can begin with the recognition of the sovereign state of Palestine. 138 countries, including 9 of the G20 countries, have already recognized the state of Palestine. I strongly urge Canada to join them and recognize the state of Palestine. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Topic-Mactaquac.
Madam Speaker, as I rise again in this, the People's House, I want to express my deepest appreciation to the good people of Topic-Mactaquac for the opportunity to represent them. As Canada's 44th Parliament begins, may we as parliamentarians commit to work together to the best position Canada for what lies ahead. May we together choose to move beyond endlessly speaking of our perils and start speaking to our potential. May we together move past the politics of pander, posturing, petulance, and pettiness towards purposeful and constructive dialogue that moves our country forward. May we embrace the strength that comes from what unites us, a unity not based on conformity, but a unity that blossoms through our diversity, including ethnicity, thought, beliefs, and so much more. We cannot build up our country by tearing it down. May we rediscover the key to Canada's comeback, which is her people. By believing in and standing up for our workers, our farmers, our entrepreneurs, seniors, and youth, we will then once again find the path needed to get past our current challenges. May Canada forever...
The honourable member for Avalon.
Madam Speaker, last week the west coast of Newfoundland was hit with a record-breaking storm that saw nearly 200 millimetres of rain, causing extreme flooding. Many families have either been stranded or displaced due to the total washouts of highways, some without access to food and other essentials. I want to let everyone affected know that we are thinking of them. I want to thank our Minister of Public Safety and members of the Canadian Armed Forces for their quick response in coming to the aid of the people of Western Newfoundland in their time of need. I also want to thank rescue crews and employees at Transportation and Works. I especially want to thank the employees of Marine Atlantic in Argentia for their tireless work this past week as we try to get roads repaired, put people back in their homes and goods back on our stores. They have stepped up to take on the heavy traffic that has been displaced from the Port of Bass Ferry Terminal. I want to thank them for their dedication and for protecting our supply chain, especially at this very busy time of year. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Madam Speaker, I had the privilege of taking part last week in the Grand Cercle économique des peuples autochtones et du Québec, an economic circle with the Indigenous people in Quebec organized by the APNLQ and the Government of Quebec. I want to thank the Quebec Minister responsible for Indigenous Affairs, Ian Lafrenière, for his warm welcome. In the light of the dozens of meetings, the very inspiring meetings that I was able to take part in during this major event, I must remind the federal government that immediate action is essential in a number of areas, particularly in the area of housing. Every year in Quebec, 225 housing units are built in Quebec. The needs exceed 10,000 housing units, and this over the next 5 years only. When I say it's urgent to act, it means that the federal government must provide adequate funding for housing. Mr. Speaker, rest assured the Bloc Québécois and I will always remain allies of the First Nations and Inuit. We are listening and we are prepared to act with them.
Monsieur le Président.
The Honourable Member for Glengarry Prescott Russell.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to pay tribute to the 16 days of action against gender-based violence. It begins on November 25th in Glengarry Prescott Russell. I want to thank the Interlude House for their hard work. We know full well that COVID-19 has posed various challenges to organizations helping women who are victims of violence. Despite this, the Interlude House has reinvented the way it helps survivors by working on their platform. This service is available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for women who are experiencing violence at home. They can speak with someone by text or by calling the number available. If you know somebody who needs assistance, please share that information. To date, 1 out of 3 women will experience violence around the world. Speak out against gender-based violence. This is not just something that victims should do, but all of us.
The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sad to inform this House and indeed all Canadians that Elmore Kudanen, the patriarch and leader of the Filipino community in Central Ontario, passed away earlier this month. Elmore lived in Barrie since 1973 and founded the Bayanahan Club of Simcoe County, was a well-respected and inspirational leader in our growing Filipino community who are saddened by the loss of this great man of humility, great gentleness, wisdom, and friendship. Whether he was helping newcomers or raising funds to help the Philippines after a devastating typhoon, Elmore was always there to help, inspire, and motivate others. On behalf of myself, the member from Barrie Springwater, Oro Medonte, and Elmore's dear friend, Brampton Mayor Patrick Brown, our sincere condolences go out to Elmore's wife of 57 years, Noni, his many family and friends, and to our Filipino community in Central Ontario. Elmore was a proud Canadian, a proud Filipino, and he will be missed. Rest in peace. Ang aming kabigang si Elmore.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga East Cooksville.
Mr. Speaker, sad news. Jeff Scott, former MP who lived in my riding, passed away on August 5th in Mississauga Hospital after a short illness. Jeff was a kind and loving husband, father, and grandfather. He was larger than life and lived life to the fullest. Born on March 2nd, 1938 in Ottawa, he attended Glebe Collegiate and Carleton University studying journalism. Jeff became the first journalist to report news from Ottawa and Parliament Hill and later became the president of the Parliamentary Press Gallery. He was a master of political impressions, which he performed regularly with the National Press and Allied Workers Jazz Band. At one point, he was asked to do his impression of the Right Honourable Lester Pearson at a formal dinner here in Ottawa, and afterward, Pearson came up to him and said, "Jeff, you sound more like me than I do." In 1978, he won a by-election in Hamilton-Wentworth and became the Progressive Conservative MP for Hamilton-Wentworth for 15 years. He was famously expelled from China in 1992 for laying flowers for pro-democracy supporters. Mr. Speaker, he remained interested in politics and worked to support the campaigns of many politicians of different political stripes. We will miss you, Jeff.
The Honourable Member for Scarborough Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, November 29, is recognized by the United Nations as the International Day of Solidarity with the Palestinian people. I am proud to recognize this day as chair of Canada-Palestine Parliamentary Friendship Group, a group of nearly 50 members of Parliament and senators representing all parties working together in a shared, non-partisan commitment to peace in the Middle East and advancing the recognition and protection of human rights for the Palestinian people. Canada recognizes the Palestinian right to self-determination and supports the creation of a sovereign, independent, viable, democratic, and territorial contiguous Palestinian state as part of a comprehensive, just, and lasting peace settlement. On this day of solidarity, I call on Canada to do more to help the ordinary Palestinians on the ground that live their daily lives under very difficult circumstances. We wish for a better future for all children. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Brentford-Brent.
I'm grateful to rise in the House today to highlight a grassroots initiative on 6 nations of the Grand River known as DO's Online Closet. November the 12th, 2010, Jewel Gawadio Montour, a beautiful and innocent young girl who endured relentless bullying, died by suicide. In an effort to honor her daughter's memory and raise awareness of the emotional and mental abuse that bullying causes, Jewel's mother, Janie Jameson, created Dio's Online Closet. Named after Jewel, whose nickname was Dio, the closet was launched to provide free formal wear to underprivileged youth for special occasions such as their graduations, a milestone that Jewel sadly did not get to celebrate. Since its inception in 2012 and throughout the ongoing generous donations of clothing, Dio's Closet is a great success with a following of over 700 members. Janie Jameson has chosen to use kindness to help her heal from this unimaginable tragedy and to support others. Last week, we recognized Bullying Awareness and Prevention Week in Ontario. Today, I stand in the House to pay tribute to Jewel and ask all Canadians to join me in taking action against bullying. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honoured to rise in this House as a representative for my riding of Mississauga, Erin Mills in this 44th Parliament. I am so proud of my team of volunteers, my family and friends who have marched with me from door to door receiving support and feedback from residents. I wouldn't be here without them, and they have my profound thanks for their faith and their dedication. My journey in politics has been in pursuit of equality of opportunity and for all Canadians, and over the past 6 years, we've continued to push that needle further towards progress, reducing poverty, taking action on climate change, building a resilient economy. My constituents have sent me to Ottawa for the 3rd time with a clear mandate to ensure affordable housing for Canadians, to be a principled champion for human rights on the world stage, to nurture a secure economy for generations to come. Mr. Speaker, I'm committed, I'm focused, and I'm ready to work to build a stronger Canada for everyone. Thank you.
The honourable member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Mr. Speaker, I am grateful to have been born in a small rural community in Hastings, Lennox and Addington. However, the reality is rural living has many challenges, and the policies of this government is making it even harder. Many people in my riding are finding it increasingly difficult to survive. Whether it's fuel, groceries, rent, or propane, inflation is hitting everything. Your family should not have to decide between feeding your family a nutritious meal, putting gas in the vehicle, or heating your home.
That's right.
I implore this government to focus on helping Canadians with the dramatically rising cost of everything. Mr. Speaker, it's not just inflation. It's about this government's inability or unwillingness to recognize that people are hurting and they need help now.
Yes. The honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Canada is facing an economic crisis and a unity crisis. It's time for government to stop dividing, stop picking winners and losers, and be a unifying force. Canada has a wealth of oil and gas. Our energy sector contributes over 10% of our nominal GDP. We should be all proud that we provide clean, environmentally responsible energy that respects human rights. We should strive for Canadian energy independence and getting ethical Canadian oil in all of our refineries. It can be done if we stop pulling against each other and start working together. One sector doesn't have to lose for another to win. As Canadians, we should be proud of all of our industries: aerospace in Quebec, the auto sector in Ontario, fisheries in Atlantic Canada, agriculture in the prairies, forestry in BC. Elsewhere around the world, people are starved for opportunity, yet Canada is still the land of opportunity. We just need to stop tearing each other down and work together to get things done. Conservatives are ready to unite Canada and foster pride in everything this country has to offer, so let's roll up our sleeves and get to work.
The honourable member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Speaker, each fall, steelhead angling draws visitors from around the world to the Skeena River, supporting dozens of small businesses up and down our watershed. Businesses like Babby Noor Lakes, owned by Kerry Collingwood and Billy Labonte, or the Kispiox Bear Claw Lodge, run by the Allen family. But like so many wild salmon stocks, Skeena steelhead are in trouble. This year, only 5,300 steelhead made it up our river. That's the lowest return on record. Pandemic border closures killed the 2020 steelhead season. This year, the BC government had to close the fishery due to low returns. Skeena steelhead tourism businesses need financial help, but even more, they need concerted efforts to rebuild steelhead stocks. When Thompson River steelhead took a nosedive, the minister failed to act, and now they're almost extinct. We can't allow Skeena steelhead to go the same way. I hope our new fisheries minister travels soon to the Skeena, sits down with those people who are affected, and then acts swiftly to ensure that we don't lose our steelhead forever. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, I want to pay tribute to Noël du Pauvre, a Christmas fundraiser that took place last Friday in the magnificent J. Antonio Thompson Room. During the 63rd annual edition, it raised more than $735,000 to help more than 4,800 families among the poorest in Trois-Rivières and Mauricie. This fundraiser has been televised since 1959, was one of the first telethons in Canada and the oldest in North America. The idea of this televised fundraiser was that of Mr. Gilles Boulet, who gave this idea to André Audet, who owned CKTM TV in Trois-Rivières. This fundraiser is the result of the work of more than 2,000 volunteers. It's been broadcast since 1959, as I said. And I was made by my father to watch this because he said that everybody was rich enough to give to those who are poorer than us. On behalf of the Bloc and personally, and the member for Saint-Marie-Champlain, I want to thank this fundraiser for its unfailing commitment to help the poorest among us. Thank you.
Member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, the cost of everything is increasing. This government's printing of cash is unceasing. Too many dollars chasing too few goods makes life more expensive in our neighborhoods. Inflation in the throne speech with only one single mention. I'll try this rhyme to get the government's attention. Families from coast to coast are struggling. The ballooning costs of everything, they are barely juggling. Business groups are looking for the government to tap the brakes on spending. Our economic recovery is in jeopardy and the tab is never ending. Maybe they don't know, maybe they don't care. For all of this, the government has no justification. After all, Mr. Speaker, to them, this is just inflation.
Hey! The Honourable Member for York Centre.
Mr. Speaker, in my riding of York Centre, communities across Canada and around the world, Jewish families are celebrating the Festival of Lights. It's a story of resilience and triumph against oppression. This year, I'm reminded of the dedication of our community that has given up so much to love and protect the vulnerable and the elderly during these challenging times. Hanukkah teaches us never to underestimate the power of a handful of dedicated people to change the world. Inspired by faith and perseverance then, and so too today, the story of Hanukkah celebrates the faith and traditions of the Jewish people over centuries, a shining light of what freedom and diversity can and should look like in our society today. Diversity is a fact in our lives here in Canada. Inclusivity is a choice we make each and every day. It is a time to spread light and hope to everyone and to keep the Ruach, the spirit of Hanukkah, growing candle by candle each night. On behalf of all my constituents, I'd like to wish all members of this House, all Canadians, Chag Urim Sameach, Happy Hanukkah.
Oral questions, question orale. The Honourable Member for Portage-Lisker.
Of everything go up, while the Liberals have been denying that their policies would cause inflation. However, by the end of last week, the Finance Minister was calling inflation a crisis. She just doesn't think the Liberals are responsible for it. It's almost like she's printing money so that she never runs out of bucks to pass. But, Mr. Speaker, if the Finance Minister and the Prime Minister believe that this is a crisis, what is she prepared to do to deal with it?
Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the member
opposite would have Canadians believe that inflation is a made-in-Canada problem. But experts agree that this is an international challenge that all of our peer countries are facing too. In fact, last week, even the leader of the opposition admitted that rising inflation is, quote, a global phenomenon. So I have a question to offer for the member opposite. Who is the real voice of economic policy for the Conservatives? The leader of the opposition, or the deputy leader, or maybe the member for Carleton?
Honourable member for Portage Lisker.
Finance Minister back to a meeting that she had just this Friday with Canada's most senior economists, that maybe she wants to ask them some questions and take their advice. Most of them agreed this government is making the inflation problem worse. In fact, BMO chief economist Doug Porter said, I think at the margin, there are some things fiscal policy can do. Fiscal policy, that's the federal government's responsibility. And that's basically to take the foot off the accelerator. So, Mr. Speaker, what that economist was saying is the government is contributing to the crisis. So take responsibility, and what are they going to do?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to quote another economist I respect very much, and I think Stephen Harper respected him too, because Prime Minister Harper appointed him to be Governor of the Bank of Canada. Stephen Pelosi was asked in a weekend TV show whether he thought Canadian government spending was the cause of inflation. He was unequivocal. His answer was, I think that's not right. He's right. The Conservatives are wrong.
The Honourable Member for Portage Lisker.
What the Finance Minister is saying then, that this government has absolutely no control and have no ability to deal with inflation in this country.
Yikes.
That is a big F right off the start, a fail for this government. So, Mr. Speaker, I believe the chief economists and experts in this country, what is the government going to do? Will they at least admit that they're in government? They should have an answer for inflation. Are they going to do anything or just throw up their hands and say, not our problem, too bad everybody, keep paying high costs because the Liberals don't care?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let me quote Governor Pelosi, an economist respected by all Canadians, further. He was asked whether the support we offered at the height of the COVID recession was the right thing to do. I quote, what the stimulus did was to keep the economy from going into a deep hole in which we would have experienced persistent deflation. Read a book or two about the Great Depression in the 1930s and realize what was averted when we went through this. We know we did the right thing. Let me quote the governor and urge the Conservatives to read a book or two and understand them.
L'honorable député de Richmond-Arthabasca.
The Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabasca. Mr. Speaker, our entrepreneurs, our job creators are at the end of the rope. In April and June, I personally wrote to the Ministry of Immigration to propose solutions in order to help businesses that are having real trouble finding labor. It's been more than 7 months, Mr. Speaker, and nothing has changed. Nothing has been done to fix this problem. When will the Prime Minister finally get to work and come up with some concrete solutions to help address this labor shortage that is facing all of our Canadian businesses? The Honourable Minister.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. On this side of the House, we believe that immigration creates jobs and long-term prosperity. That is why we are working together with the government of Quebec. We have already delivered the goods. This year we have hit an historic target of temporary foreign workers, and we will continue to work hard. The Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabasca. Mr. Speaker, the Minister can say whatever he wants, but on the official website of Immigration Canada, it states that there is a processing backlog. It is clearly stated that they are currently dealing with the request from 2019. We're almost in 2022, Mr. Speaker. Businesses need help now. They need help in order to deal with a labor shortage now. When will this government get to work and come up with concrete solutions? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, this isn't just about words. We've taken action. We have hit historic immigration levels, not just in Quebec, but throughout Canada. That's good for the economy, it's good for our country's long-term prosperity, and we will continue to work closely with all of the provinces, including Quebec. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, the Environment Commissioner panned the Liberals' record on climate change. Since the Liberals came to power, the Commissioner has said that Canada is the G7 country with the worst performance. Imagine that. And yet somehow still today, the government is subsidizing oil companies so that they can increase their production, but hopefully in a less polluting way. Wow. Mr. Speaker, once again, they're trying to put out a fire with a flamethrower. Will this government finally realize that we need to cap the production of fossil fuels? The Honourable Minister. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. I will just interrupt the Minister. I will just ask him to wait a moment.
Order. Okay, je vais demander au ministre de recommander.
All right, I will ask the Minister to start again, because I wasn't able to hear his answer clearly. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. And I'd like to invite him to closely read the Environment Commissioner's report. In it, it is clear that his analysis is about the years prior to the arrival of our government in power. As the Commissioner stated clearly, that our various measures in 2016 and 2020 were not studied in the report. The hundreds of billions of dollars that we have invested, Mr. Speaker, over the past several years. I am looking forward to seeing the Environment Commissioner's next report, which hopefully will deal with the measures that we have brought in to reduce pollution in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, this government has increased its emissions since 2015, so I have no lessons to learn from the Minister. And if the government's plan was so good, the fossil fuel sector wouldn't be celebrating. And yet, on Tuesday, the Canadian Association of Energy Contractors announced happily that no fewer than 1,363 new wells would be drilled in 2022. That's 25% more than this year. They are getting out the champagne, Mr. Speaker. And that all has happened barely 2 weeks after COP26. Could this government at least tell the industry that 1,363 new wells is a very bad idea? The Honourable Minister of the Environment. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to remind my colleague that we already have one of the highest carbon prices in the world. We have passed Quebec, California. We will pass Europe in 2022. We also have some of the highest targets for reducing methane, a powerful greenhouse gas. And in addition, we have decided to cap greenhouse gas emissions in the oil and gas sector, which is something that no other oil-producing country has done so far. Thank you.
Vancouver Kingsway.
Speaker, no one is protected from COVID-19 until everyone is protected. Yes. The Omicron variant makes this clear. For months, health experts, the WHO, and New Democrats urged this government to ensure vaccines are available around the world. This is not just for equity reasons, but because it's essential to keep Canadians safe from new COVID variants. Not only did Liberals ignore this advice, they opposed developing countries manufacturing vaccines for their own citizens. Will the Liberals stop defending Big Pharma and start protecting Canadians?
Yes. The Honourable Minister for International Development.
The COVID-19 pandemic does not recognize borders and will only be overcome through coordinated global action. We've been very clear from the start, no one is safe until everyone is. We committed to donate the equivalent of at least 200 million COVID-19 vaccines doses to the COVAX facility by the end of 22, Mr. Speaker. We have committed over $2.6 billion global COVID-19 response since February 2020, and we've made an additional $1 billion available for the International Monetary Fund and related loans. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister for the Honourable Member for Churchill, Kiwetinoong-Aski.
Monsieur le Président, l'émergence de nouveaux variants de la COVID.
Mr. Speaker, the emergence of new COVID variants is a serious reminder of the fact that this virus can still become more dangerous. The solution is to ensure that the entire planet is vaccinated. Canada can help, but it is prioritizing the needs of Big Pharma. We even have a Canadian company that is ready to export vaccines, and yet the government is preventing that. When will the Liberals suspend these rules in order to help the entire world fight the pandemic? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for her important question. As you know, Mr. Speaker, and colleagues in this House know, from the beginning, we have strongly defended fair access to COVID vaccines throughout the world. We have assisted through the COVAX program, Mr. Speaker, and we will continue to support our international partners in order to resolve potential obstacles. We are also working within the Ottawa Group, an initiative to help countries throughout the world be able to access the vaccines. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to work hard to help vaccines reach all citizens throughout the world.
Honourable Member for Carleton.
27-year-old Jose of Greeley called me on Friday from his parents' basement. I see Liberals laughing about that. He can't afford a home. He has a job, the same job his mother had, in fact, but while her family could afford a 2-acre lot and a nice property to raise the kids, he can't even afford a condo. He wanted to know why during COVID, while wages were down and immigration was next to zero, house prices rose under this Liberal minister by 22%. Can she tell Jose why, according to Bloomberg, Canada has the second worst housing bubble in the world?
Well, Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let me talk about some of the very specific ways our government is helping Canadians with the very real challenge of affordability. A single parent with 2 children will receive $13,600 from the Canada Child Benefit. The average family in Saskatchewan will get almost $1,000 from their carbon price rebate. Seniors received an extra $500 this summer. A student will save more than $3,000 through our plan to eliminate federal interest on student and apprentice loans.
Honourable Member for Carleton.
Well, the problem for Jose is he actually can't start a family without a house. And he can't get a house because under this minister, housing prices are up 20%, led by increases in land prices. You can't blame land prices on supply chains because land doesn't have supply chains, Mr. Speaker. The reality is that we have the second biggest land mass in the world, and yet the second biggest housing bubble on planet Earth, with only New Zealand, an island in the South Pacific, having more expensive housing. So again, can this minister please explain why under her short tenure as finance minister, housing prices are up 22%?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it is very rich for the Honourable Member to talk about housing. When he was in office, they invested just $250 million a year on affordable housing.
I'm going to interrupt the Honourable Minister. I'm having a hard time hearing him. I'm going to ask him to start right from the start again so I can hear the whole answer coming out. The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to put our record on affordable housing against the Conservative record any day. They spent $250 million a year for every year that they were in office on affordable housing. In contrast, we have invested over $27 billion as part of the National Housing Strategy. We intend to move forward on a Housing Accelerator Fund, which will work with municipalities to create more affordable housing and more housing supply. We are the government that introduced the first-time homebuyer incentive to enable more Canadians to have access to the dream of home ownership. Those are the facts, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Carleton.
So his defense on housing is that not only are homes more expensive under this government than they were under the previous Conservatives, the programming is now 100 times more expensive. So now it's more expensive for home buyers and for taxpayers. But I noticed the Minister of Finance was too afraid to get up and answer a question about house price inflation that she has caused. I was specifically asking about the 20% increase in both land prices and housing prices since she took her job. She can't pass the buck to another minister or to another country. When will she explain why house prices have risen so much?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very glad that we're spending some time today talking about the Canadian economy. And as Finance Minister, let me point out what is the single most important economic policy in Canada today. And that, as the emergence of a new variant on Friday has reminded us, is the fight against COVID. It is not over. And the single most important tool in our toolbox is vaccination. So I'd like to urge the Conservatives to get on board and help us end this COVID pandemic.
L'honorable député de Louis Saint-Laurent.
The honourable member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Mr. Speaker, that's exactly why on Friday our first 5 questions were about this important issue. But there is another important issue that affects all Canadian families and is particularly brutal for middle-class families, and that is the precipitous increase in the cost of living. We're talking 4% more for food, 6% more for personal care products, 10% more for transportation, and a high increase as well when it comes to housing. Does this government have a plan for inflation? Does this government realize that it is its policies that are causing the most vulnerable among us to pay so much more? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government has taken action to help families with the cost of living. One of the first things we did was to increase the children's benefit. We took action to reduce childcare costs.
How important it is to make sure that we're there for families, and we're going to continue to do that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Mr. Speaker, former StatsCan Economic Analyst Director Philip Cross stated that this government is responsible for the inflation situation. He said in the Financial Post that this government's decisions have contributed to increasing inflation. The government must work hard to eliminate the deficit. If not, it will increase pressure on interest rates. What will this government do instead of ignoring the problem? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the member across the way wants Canadians to believe that inflation is a made-in-Canada problem, but Canadians know that this is a problem that is occurring throughout the world. In fact, no later than last week, the leader of the opposition acknowledged that this is a global phenomenon. So I have my own question for the Conservative member. Who is the Conservative Party's economic decision maker? The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Well, pretty soon, the Honourable Deputy Prime Minister will have her chance to ask questions. In 2 years, when she's finished her book and she finds herself on the opposition benches. I would like to remind this House that many other countries in the G7 are facing lower levels of inflation than we have here in Canada because this government hasn't done anything to reduce inflation. What will this government do to help Canadians who are facing the scourge of inflation? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I know that Canadians understand that inflation is a global phenomenon, just as the Leader of the Opposition does. Here are some numbers that will confirm that. Canadian inflation is at 4.7. In the US, 6.2. In Mexico, also 6.2. New Zealand, 4.9. The G20 average is 4.6%. Those are the numbers. Those are the facts. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, Quebec and Montreal are facing a criminal gang war that is being fed by weapons smuggling at the border. The only way to solve this is for the federal government to take action at the border. Smugglers are smuggling these weapons in places where there are multiple jurisdictions that overlap, specifically in order to increase government confusion. So the Bloc Québécois is proposing that we create a joint squad against weapons smuggling with Quebec provincial, Indigenous, and American police forces all working together. Will this government take the lead, just as we are proposing, and immediately create such a squad? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, each life that is lost due to illegal weapons is one life too many that is lost. And we will take action against this weapons smuggling. And we brought in a record number of illegal weapons last year. We have also created a joint forum with the U.S. in order to fight firearms violence. We will continue to work hard with all of our partners, including the government of Quebec, in order to fight firearms violence. The Honourable Member for Avignon, Matapédia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On Friday, I asked the Minister if he would commit to taking action at the border in order to fight weapons smuggling. He said, yes, absolutely. I believe that's exactly what he said. Today, the Bloc Québécois is proposing that a joint squad be created. That is an approach that has already worked when it comes to tobacco and narcotic smuggling. As I said earlier, the Minister has committed to take strong action against weapons smuggling. Will the Minister create this squad that we are proposing? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, we know that we need to take further action in this area in order to fight firearms violence. That is why we are going to take further action against the types of weapons that are used as weapons of war. We are going to create more programs and take more measures, and as well as investing more resources in order to find concrete solutions along with my colleague, the Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, it's no longer time for just more negotiations, because firearms violence is already terrorizing neighborhoods and leaving many victims in Montreal. What the Bloc Québécois is proposing is not a working group, more discussions with the Americans, information sharing between police forces, none of that. We need a joint force with various different police services involved who will work together full-time on the ground against border weapons smugglers. Will this Minister take advantage of the Bloc Québécois' invitation and take action? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, we will be there to take action. And we are very glad that the Bloc Québécois is showing an interest in taking measures to reduce gang violence in our communities. We announced major investment in this area in Budget 2018 for our border services and law enforcement agencies in order to better detect and address smuggling, weapon smuggling. But the Bloc Québécois voted against that, Mr. Speaker. And when we announced investments in the provinces and territories for the same area, well, we'll see what will be done, but we will continue to take action in this area.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since the fall of Kabul, fewer than 4,000 of our Afghan partners have arrived in Canada. Afghans were standing shoulder to shoulder with our armed forces on the ground, putting their lives on the line to help us.
Yes, they were.
These partners are now desperate to flee the brutality of the Taliban. Why does this government not care about the promises made to our allies? Can the government explain why the safety, security, and resettlement of our Afghan partners is not a priority?
Great question. The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I want to begin by standing in solidarity with those Afghans who supported the Canadian mission while we were there, and that is the reason why we introduced a special immigration measures program that allowed us to resettle approximately 4,000 Afghan refugees despite the very challenging circumstances which remain on the ground as a result of the Taliban. In addition to that, Mr. Speaker, we also introduced a humanitarian resettlement program which will resettle 40,000 Afghan refugees, focusing on women, on girls, on targeted minorities, and that is work that I hope that all members in this chamber will support because it is the right thing to do.
The honourable member for Calgary, Forest Lawn.
The situation in Afghanistan is devastating. Religious minorities, women's rights leaders, and democratic activists continue to hide, labeled as enemies of the Taliban. Afghan interpreters who stood alongside our Canadian forces and their families continue to be hunted and targeted. After almost 120 days since Kabul fell, less than 4,000 refugees have been rescued, and a data breach exposed hundreds of refugees' names. When is this government going to get their responsibilities seriously and evacuate those people that are in so much harm?
Well, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I assure my colleague and all members in this chamber that this government is taking that responsibility seriously every day. That is why we took the challenging decision to send back our Canadian Armed Forces, and why, thanks to their brave and courageous performance, we were able to evacuate approximately 4,000 despite the very challenging circumstances. Not only that, Mr. Speaker, we will continue to deliver on our humanitarian goals, which we doubled from 20,000 to 40,000, so that we can continue to provide a bright future for those who are most targeted by the Taliban, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The honourable member for Calgary, Forest Lawn.
The federal government pats themselves on the back for abandoning people that serve Canada. Afghan interpreters and other persecuted religious minority groups are still receiving no support from this government. While this Prime Minister called a selfish election and abandoned those who served Canada and Afghanistan, veterans and NGOs stepped up and are helping refugees escape. The Minister is also throwing these partners under the bus, stating they're acting too slow. Why would anyone want to serve Canada ever again when all this inept Liberal government will do is abandon them?
The honourable minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'll tell you who this government is patting on the back. We're patting the veterans who helped support our humanitarian efforts. We're patting the backs of the Canadian Armed Forces who helped us evacuate approximately 4,000 despite the very challenging situation in Kabul. And Mr. Speaker, we are patting on the back the Afghan Canadian diaspora who has stepped up day and night, 24/7, to provide humanitarian support for the Afghan families who have already arrived in Canada. And Mr. Speaker, we will continue to do that work proudly with all of them. Thank you.
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, last week Campaign 2000 released a report that showed that 40% of children in Winnipeg Centre live in poverty. Now, instead of addressing high poverty rates, this government is clawing back benefits from low-income families, causing food and housing insecurity. The Liberals didn't claw back pandemic supports from rich corporations who paid out dividends and bonuses to their wealthy shareholders. So why, Mr. Speaker, is this government cutting CCB payments from the lowest income families in Manitoba?
The honourable minister.
And I share my colleagues' concern because it's important for this government to make sure that we are supporting the lowest income, particularly families across this country. We know that families in particular have been impacted by unpredictable added expenses due to the COVID-19 pandemic. That's why through the CCB, we are providing additional payments this year to help families through this difficult time. Families are receiving up to $1,200 per child under the age of 6, with the first payment of up to $600 made last May. This will benefit about 1.6 million Canadian families and about 2.1 million children under the age of 6. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Vancouver East.
In Vancouver, nearly 40% of the unhoused are Indigenous peoples. For the last 4 years, this Liberal government has claimed that they're working on a for Indigenous, by Indigenous, urban, rural, and northern housing strategy. So far, there has been no progress, and they didn't even bother to mention it in this throne speech. This glaring omission is a disgrace, and given the urgent need and their promise of reconciliation. So it is time for the Liberals to be honest. Is a for Indigenous, by Indigenous housing strategy no longer a priority for this Prime Minister?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, every Canadian deserves a safe and affordable place to call home. Since we came into office, we've helped over 1 million families get the housing that they need, but we absolutely agree that there is more work to be done. We are committed to Indigenous-led, Indigenous-owned urban and rural and northern Indigenous housing strategy. This week's throne speech outlines our government's continued commitment to making housing more affordable by bringing in a $4 billion housing accelerator fund, ending chronic homelessness, and a rent-to-own program to help renters become owners. There is more work to be done, but there's a lot of progress that has already been achieved as well, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Vimy. Mr. Speaker, during the pandemic, our healthcare workers were on the front lines keeping Canadians safe. However, as they continue to do their jobs, they've all too often become the victims of intimidation and threats. Mr. Speaker, can the Minister of Justice explain what we are doing to protect healthcare workers?
Ministre de la Justice.
The Honourable Minister of Justice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And first off, I want to thank the member for Vimy for her question. I'd like to begin my answer by thanking all healthcare workers. It's their effort and their sacrifices that are getting us through this pandemic. They should never be subjected to violence and intimidation. That's why we want to amend the criminal code to put in place tough consequences for this type of behavior. I hope that I can count on the support of all members of this House to get Bill C-3 passed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Prince George Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This government continues to assure Canadians that negotiating a new softwood lumber agreement with the U.S. is a priority. Yet, just a few months ago, the U.S. Trade Representative Catherine Tai was quoted in Reuters as saying, "In order to have an agreement and in order to have a negotiation, you need to have a partner." And thus far, the Canadians have not expressed an interest in engaging. And now the U.S. has announced that it will go ahead with doubling the softwood lumber duties on Canadian producers. Why won't this government come to the table and just get the deal done?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Honourable Member for that question. I've had an opportunity to speak to the U.S. Trade Representative, in fact, on many occasions. And absolutely, softwood lumber, the forestry sector, its workers are a priority for this government. We will always stand up for this sector. We are very disappointed at the duties that have been and the tariffs that have been leveled to us. We're going to continue to work with the American administration so that we can defend Canada's softwood industry.
The Honourable Député de Chicoutimi.
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, the relationship between the U.S. and Canada seems to be a one-way street. The further increase in softwood lumber tariffs will have serious impacts on Canadian jobs. While Canadians are already struggling with inflation due to the pandemic. Either you get results or you make excuses. When is the Prime Minister going to stop coming back empty-handed every time he meets with the American president?
The Honourable Minister for International Trade.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, Canada's forestry sector supports tens of thousands of jobs for middle-class Canadians in communities across the country. These duties are unjustified and they harm forestry sectors and workers in both of our countries. We will continue to defend Canadian lumber workers. Canada has always been recognized as a fair trading partner, and I will continue to raise this issue at every possible opportunity.
For Prince Albert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During question period last week, the Honourable Minister of International Trade told the House that she raised the issue of softwood lumber with the U.S. Trade Representative. Yet, as you've heard previously in questions, the response in the STR is quite different. Regardless, it sounds like the Ambassador Tai is ready to negotiate. So can the Minister tell us how many actual negotiations, not photo ops, but negotiations on softwood lumber have taken place since Ambassador Tai's statement in May?
Good question.
Oh, bravo. Minister of International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, thank you to the Honourable Member for this question. I know how important this is to him, to all of us. We absolutely want an outcome that is acceptable to the Canadian industry and to the workers. We are working with the Canadian lumber industry, they're going to be the ones to provide us with the negotiating mandate on this issue. I will continue to work closely with Canada, and together we're going to continue to take a Team Canada approach because that's what works.
The honourable member for Calgary, Nose Hill.
Mr. Speaker, I think that's code for zero negotiating. So after 6 years of inaction, countless job loss, doubling of tariffs in spite of a WTO positive ruling on our behalf, last week the finance minister said that she was finally considering retaliatory tariffs against the Americans on the softwood lumber dispute issue. However, she's provided no details on what those measures would be, and we just heard that they really haven't met with the Americans to do anything about it. So my question is this. As President Biden did last week when he doubled the tariffs, are Canada softwood lumber workers correct in calling the finance minister's bluff on the fact that there are no details around the retaliatory measures?
Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, what Canada's softwood lumber workers know, and indeed what workers in all sectors of the Canadian economy know, is that our government can be relied on to defend the national interest in trade disputes with the United States. By contrast, they also know that when the going gets tough, the Conservatives believe in folding their tent. And we know that because that is what the Leader of the Opposition said when it came to the 232 tariffs and when he urged us to drop our retaliation.
The Honourable Member for La Pointe-de-L'Île. Mr. Speaker, the Montreal Airport authorities decided to attack the French language pilot training schools by raising the rates for the use of the Mirabel Airport facilities by 7,000%. This is expropriating the schools by other means, and it's an attempt to get the Francophone students to leave. Once again, a federally regulated corporation is showing itself indifferent to the future of the French language. Will the new Minister of Official Languages intervene with the airport authority to ensure the survival of French language pilot training? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I want to thank the Prime Minister for having given me the responsibility for this file, official languages, which is something I care about very much. I am also the first Acadian person to hold this role. As a Francophone who lives in a minority language community, I understand these issues, and I understand how important French is in Quebec and outside of Quebec. That's why we'll be moving forward with the modernization of the Official Languages Act, which is a top priority for this government. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Mr. Speaker, while Vancouver charges only 20% of the full fee to flight schools, the Montreal Airport Authority charges the full fee to schools that train pilots in French in my riding of Mirabel. We're talking about increasing the annual fees per plane from $540 to $38,000. This is an exorbitant increase, and it's also an expropriation by other means. We don't want to see this play out again, Mr. Speaker. Will the Minister of Transport personally commit to ensuring that these Francophone flight schools will be allowed to continue? The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for his question. French is a very important language. Our government is working on protecting French in Quebec and all across Canada. We will work with our colleagues here in the House of Commons to ensure that our Official Language Act is upheld, is reformed, and we support all Canadians who want to work in either official language.
The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, for years we have been saying that the Liberals are all talk, no action on climate change, and now we have proof. The Environmental Commissioner has confirmed that this government has been a total failure on reducing emissions. Wow. Canada is #1 in emissions in the G7. Is this minister proud of being #1?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would invite my honourable colleague to actually read the report from the Commissioner to the Environment and Sustainable Development, which clearly shows that he did not look at the measures we've deployed since 2016 to fight climate change in Canada. In fact, his report points out that Under the Harper government, there was nothing done on climate change in Canada. The commissioner acknowledges that he didn't look at the 100 measures that we've put in place since 2016, the $100 billion that we've invested to fight climate change in this country, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, they're number one in the G7 on emissions and number one in this place for blaming others for their lack of action. Now, this government has declared war on the oil and gas sector, and despite that, emissions are continuing to rise. They pick fights, make enemies, kill jobs, but still emissions don't decline. So if it isn't to lower emissions, why is this government so focused on ending Canada's energy sector?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would actually point out to my colleague that in the last inventory, Canada's greenhouse gas inventory, actually shows that without our government action and thanks to the inheritance from the Harper government on climate change, emissions in 2030 would be 30 million tons higher than they would have been without our intervention. That's almost half of the emissions of all of Quebec, Mr. Speaker. So our plan is working and we will continue on with implementing it. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Industrial parks in Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier are full of companies with help wanted signs. Companies are having to cut back on production, cancel orders, or in the worst case scenario, close their doors. Foreign workers are one of the solutions to this labor shortage. So here's a quick and easy solution. Put dedicated teams in place to unclog the system, increase staff at the Ministry of Immigration. Will the Minister commit to reducing delays now so that we can save our businesses and help them participate in the economic recovery? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for his question. In 2021, more than 21,000 qualified workers are already in Quebec. We will meet our thresholds. And if Quebec really wants to reduce delays, why not tackle the true cause, which has to do with Quebec's immigration targets?
Hans.
Mr. Speaker, we all know how important the small businesses are to our Canadian economy. It's the bedrock, and that's why our government was there since day one of this pandemic, through the wage subsidy, through the rent subsidy, through the extension of the Canadian Emergency Business Account. But as we head into Christmas, I'm thinking of my retailers in Kings Hants, small businesses, those that are on the main streets of Windsor, Wolfville, and Kentville, and I'm wondering if the government, the Minister of Small Business, can provide an update to this House on the measures the government is supporting small businesses, particularly retailers, as we head into the Christmas holiday. Thank you.
Honourable Minister.
I want to thank the member for Kings Hants for that really important question. And to small businesses all across the country, thank you so much for your incredible resilience during what was a terribly difficult time. But what I've also seen during this period are businesses that have gone digital, businesses and entrepreneurs that have been even more entrepreneurial, and what we're doing is we're making a $4 billion investment to help more businesses across the country to go digital, so that your wonderful Main Street store can offer those services and those products digitally. But as we head into the holiday season, I would encourage everyone, shop local.
The Honourable Member for Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Speaker, the cost of living continues to rise while this Liberal government continues to spend. According to the Vice President of Scotiabank, inflation is expected to rise above 5% by the end of the year. At this rate, Canadians cannot afford to have this Liberal government continue to pour expensive gasoline on their inflationary fire. If the government doesn't plan to increase Canadians' wages by 5%, then what will they do to ensure my constituents can feed their families?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Speaker, let me quote another economist who I hold in very high regard, and I know that Prime Minister Harper did too, because he appointed him to be Governor of the Bank of Canada. Stephen Pallot said over the weekend, what the stimulus did was to keep the economy from going into a deep hole in which we would have experienced persistent deflation. Read a book or two about the Great Depression in the 1930s and realize what was averted when we went through this. Mr. Speaker, we know on this side of the House we did the right thing, and it's time for the members opposite to admit it.
The honourable member for Medicine Hat, Carson Warner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not sure whether the Finance Minister is aware that Mr. Harper hasn't been here for 6 years. Scotiabank's Rebecca Young has warned that the Liberal stimulus promises will drive up inflation and hurt our recovery rather than help it. Ms. Young knows what she's talking about. She used to be the Director of Policy Development at Finance Canada. Our Prime Minister says that he never thinks about monetary policy. Well, it's about time someone in his government did, because Canadians are hurting. When will the government provide a plan to cut costs and reduce inflation, or will they continue to ignore the struggles of Canadians?
Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
You know, Mr. Speaker, it's time for the Conservatives to be honest with Canadians. Do they really believe that it was wrong to support businesses and families when COVID hit? Do they really believe that the COVID lockdowns were the time for austerity? Canadians know that supporting them during COVID was the right thing to do. And you know what? They know better than to trust the Conservatives to have their backs during the crisis, but they can trust us.
The honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Mr. Speaker, an elderly couple visited my office recently to explain that CPP and OAS wasn't enough to cover the rising cost of living caused by inflation. They are being forced to choose between food and rent. Also trying to balance medical, dental, prescription expenses. CPP and OAS are not coming close to keeping up with hyperinflation. Mr. Speaker, when will the government stop their inflationary policies that devastate the budgets of seniors?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
So, first of all, Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask the Conservatives to be careful and thoughtful with use of economic terminology. 4.7% inflation is high, but it is not hyperinflation. And also, Mr. Speaker, I would like to remind the member for Medicine Hat that the government is responsible for fiscal policy, but it is our Bank of Canada that is in charge of monetary policy. We are very concerned, Mr. Speaker, about our seniors, and that is why our government has acted to support them.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Madawaska-Restigouche. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. New Brunswick has always been a great destination for tourists from Canada and across the world. Tourism is vital to the province's economy. It generates over $1 billion in revenue every year and employs over 27,000 people. But this sector is facing incredible challenges due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Could the Honourable Minister of Tourism and the Associate Minister of Finance update this House on the most recent efforts made by the federal government to support the tourism sector in the Atlantic? The Honourable Minister of Tourism. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the Honourable Member for Madawaska-Restigouche for this question and for his hard work on behalf of the people of New Brunswick. Our message to tourism operators is clear. We're here for you now, and we will continue to work with you to help get the economy moving again in the weeks and months to come. Thanks to the Regional Recovery Assistance Fund, we've provided more than $225 million to Atlantic Canadian businesses who are facing difficult times. We've protected more than 16,000 jobs and supported nearly 2,500 businesses. We are here for the sector, Mr. Speaker, and we always will be.
Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Speaker, a year and a half into this pandemic and public transit is still struggling. Without help, transit systems across Canada are going to have to cut services and lay off workers. Canadians need more transit, not less. And last week, FCM once again called for federal help for transit operations. Now is not the time for pointing fingers at provincial governments. Will this minister renew help for public transit operations?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for the question, and quite the contrary. The last thing we would do is point the finger at municipal or provincial partners with whom we have worked collaboratively to make historic investments in public transit. It's good for the quality of life that for people who live in our cities. It's obviously good for our collective fight against climate change. I had an excellent meeting with the Board of Directors of the Canadian Federation of Municipalities, and I'm committed to working with them and all Canadians to enhance access to transit right across the country.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Mr. Speaker, last week the Commissioner of the Environment and Sustainable Development released a scathing report reminding us, quote, Canada was once a leader in the fight against climate change. However, after a series of missed opportunities, it has become the worst performer of all G7 nations since 2015. This report revealed the government has funded 40 projects via a $675 million emissions reduction fund without verifiable emission reductions, and 2/3 of projects going towards increasing oil and gas production. Can the minister confirm whether this funding program will be suspended with the remaining funds reallocated towards verifiable emission reductions going forwards?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you very much to the honourable colleague for the question. We welcome the report from the Commissioner, and while we agree with a number of the Commissioner's observations with regard to the structuring of ongoing programming, I think it's important to remember that this particular program was intended to be a temporary COVID response measure to sustain jobs for workers and communities at a time of record low and at times negative energy prices, and to ensure continued action on methane pollution reduction. And then this program reduced to date about 4.6 megatons of methane. That being said, the worst of the pandemic is behind the oil sector with respect to profitability and cash flow, and in that light, we have commenced a review of the program and its.
That's all the time we have today. C'est tout le temps que nous avons. We have a point of order. The Honourable Member for Abbotsford.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, during question period, the Minister for the Environment responded to a question. He wasn't in this House physically. He was here by virtual parliament. So he was present here through virtual parliament. Now, we have a rule in this House. I believe it's a rule that has been consistently applied, that props are not to be used by those of us speaking in this House. Wherever he was, virtually, he was in some kind of a room, and in the back, right behind him, was hanging on the wall a bicycle. Now, presumably trying to make a statement about his environmental cred. That's right. But, Mr. Speaker, the point is, there is a rule that you cannot do indirectly what you cannot do directly. What the minister has done is blatantly used a prop, because he's now doing it from the safety of some other room, perhaps his office, his basement. So I would ask you to rule on this. I believe it's an abuse of the traditions of this House.
Going to the Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Speaker, I
is rising on a point of order.
Stand dumbfounded. Only a Conservative could see a bicycle as a partisan symbol.
I'm not sure that was a point of order. I just want to take this opportunity to remind the honourable members that what is a prop is really perception by everyone who's watching. So what I'm asking all members, order, Order. What I'm asking all members, whether in the House or coming in virtually, try to make your background as neutral as possible. L'honorable député de Bécancour-Nicolet.
The honourable member for Bécancour-Nicolet. On the same point of order, Mr. Speaker, perhaps the minister wanted to show us that he couldn't be here because he had a flat tire on his bicycle. That was not a point of order either.
We're going to get on with business. Tabling of documents. Introduction of government bills. Mr. Lametti, seconded by Ms. Ian, moves that for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Criminal Code, Conversion Therapy. This motion is deemed adopted. Mr. Lametti, seconded by Ms. Ian, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted. When shall this bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Déclaration de ministre.
Statements by ministers.
Rapport de délégation interparlementaire. Présentation de rapport de comité.
Presenting reports from committees.
Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. McGregor, seconded by Mr. Bacharach, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting Soil Conservation and Soil Health. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Cowichan-Malahat-Langford.
Mr. Speaker, I'm extremely proud not only as the Member of Parliament for Cowichan-Malahat-Langford, but also as the NDP's critic for agriculture and agri-food to introduce this private member's bill. Healthy soils are the foundation of sustainable food production, enhanced biodiversity, and cleaner air and water. Healthy soils are also key to our fight against climate change, as good agricultural practices can unlock their huge carbon sequestration potential. The bill I'm introducing today sets up a national strategy to promote efforts across Canada to conserve and improve the health of our soils. The strategy will help maintain, enhance, and rebuild the capacity of soils to produce food and fuel for years to come, and it will encourage farmers and other land users with research, education, training, and knowledge transfer in best practices. The bill will also recommend the establishment of a national advocate for soil health and will formally recognize both World Soil Day on December 5th and National Soil Conservation Week on the 3rd week of April each year. Finally, I want to acknowledge and thank the member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley for seconding this bill, and I invite all of my colleagues to join me in making this strategy a reality for our hard-working Canadian farmers.
Mr. McGregor, seconded by Mr. Bacharach, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill. Première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. First reading of Senate public bills.
Motions.
I am now prepared to propose for the ratification of the House a candidate for the position of Assistant Deputy Speaker and Assistant Deputy Chair of the Committee of the Whole. Conformément à l'article...
Pursuant to Standing Order 8, I propose Mrs. Mendez for the position of Assistant Deputy Speaker and Assistant Deputy Chair of Committees of the Whole.
The motion is deemed moved and seconded. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
Yes!
Carried.
There we are.
Presenting petitions.
Petitions. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to rise in this place to present a petition from constituents concerned about the threats to pollinators not just in Canada, but globally. We know from research around the world that the neonicotinoid insecticides are particularly dangerous to the pollinators, the bees, the honeybees in particular, and the action that's been taken in Europe and the European Commission in a full ban of these pesticides. Petitioners ask that the same protection be afforded to our pollinators in Canada and that we should follow Europe's lead. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petition, the honourable member for Medicine Hat, Carson Warner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today on behalf of Canadians on a petition where they're calling on the Parliament of Canada to enshrine in the criminal code the protection of conscience for physicians, healthcare workers from coercion or intimidation to provide or refer for assisted suicide or euthanasia. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Mr. Speaker, and I hope you'll give me just a couple of seconds first to thank the good voters of Calgary Rocky Ridge for returning me to this place where I can table this petition, as well as my campaign volunteers, the team, and of course my family, who I thank very much for supporting me. The petition I have today is signed by a number of Canadians who draw attention to a refugee crisis in north-central Nigeria, and they draw comparisons to past crises where the government of Canada has resettled large numbers of displaced people from conflict, and they call upon the government of Canada to establish an accelerated resettlement program to help with these refugees.
Yes. Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétition, the honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot, yes.
Crowfoot. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it is good to be able to present petitions on subjects that are important to Canadians in this House. The particular petition that I have to present today, Mr. Speaker, is that there are numerous Canadians that would call upon the Parliament of Canada to enshrine in the criminal code the protection of conscience for physicians and healthcare workers from coercion or intimidation to provide or refer for assisted suicide or euthanasia. Mr. Speaker, this is something I've heard from many Canadians on, including healthcare professionals that see these protections as absolutely essential for the functioning of a free and democratic society.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétition, the honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I do have a petition to present today. This petition notes, the people that signed this petition note that around the world the deadliest words are "it's a girl," and the CBC has even exposed that here in Canada, fetal ultrasounds are used to determine the sex of an unborn child and abort that child if it's a girl. The petitions highlight that over 200 million girls are missing from this world because of this gender side, and are calling for the members of Parliament to condemn this discrimination against women and girls through ongoing sex-selective abortion. Mr. Chair, the petitioners call on the House of Commons to pass legislation that would put an end to this horrible practice. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétition. Questions on the order paper, the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would ask now that all questions be allowed to stand.
Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, comments.
C2, an act to provide further support in response to COVID-19.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for King's Heads.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will share my time this afternoon with my honourable colleague, the member for Saint-Jean-Boissy. It's a privilege to be here today to speak about the government's extension of supports to businesses and individuals. Before I talk about the content of Bill C2, I think it's important to acknowledge the work the government has done throughout the pandemic to support individuals and businesses against the worst impacts of COVID-19. Whether it was the Canadian Emergency Response Benefit, which supported 9 million Canadians, or the wage subsidy that supported hundreds of thousands of employers and protected millions of jobs. In other words, our government supported Canadians, and as a result, our economy has recovered the jobs lost before the pandemic, and we are much better off had the government not intervened.
I want to take a moment to address the government's decision to take a more targeted approach. I suspect that this will be, for some colleagues, something I might be asked, frankly, at the end of my 10-minute speech here, about why the government is choosing now to be able to move in a different direction. And
point of order, I think there's a problem with interpretation. Point d'interprétation. Okay, let's just wait. I'm going to wait that if I'm speaking in English, I'm hoping that French will show up. Point d'ordre, leader de l'opposition.
Monsieur le Président, sur ce point d'ordre, le temps.
Mr. Speaker, on that point of order, if things work well, I just want to recognize the fact that my colleague spoke excellent French. I'd like to salute and recognize that.
Just to make sure the translation is working or not, I'm going to look to my French colleagues to make sure that it's there. Okay, donc c'est bien? Okay, voici l'honorable député de Laurentides-Labelle.
The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle. Yes, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, the interpretation is still not working. Maybe we can try again. From French to English or English to French? Into French is not being heard.
That the members will be hearing this in French translation, and nothing yet. Nothing yet. I'm looking at my table officers here to make sure that we do it. Check 1, 2, 3. No, nothing at all. There you go. Okay, c'est bien maintenant. Okay, the honourable member for King's Hands. I'll let you back up a little bit and start from scratch there. Well, not scratch, but at least where we left off there.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I didn't think today the trouble with translation would be with my English, but here we are. So I wanted to just take a moment for my colleague who had trouble with her interpretation around the government's decision to go at a more targeted approach. And what I would say to my colleagues in this House is that we are truly at a different time here today than we were at the height of the pandemic. I want to take us back to March 13th, 2020. It seems to be that infamous day in history where we were all put on an airplane back home and we thought maybe this will only be a couple weeks. But of course, the pandemic has been much more severe than that. And the government certainly took measures, whether it be the wage subsidy, whether it be the rent subsidy, the emergency business loan, the individual benefits through the Canada Emergency Response Benefit. But vaccination now is at a much higher rate. We've returned, as I mentioned earlier in my speech, the 1 million jobs, roughly, that we had lost at the height of the pandemic. In fact, many of the conversations here today seem to be about making sure that we have enough people to help drive our economy forward, and I would share that sentiment. So, for the colleagues that might have some concerns about the benefits that are being wound down, I think it's extremely important, and I want to give you one example. After the election, my fiancée and I had the opportunity to travel to Newfoundland and Labrador for a short vacation, just to spend some time together. We were in Port aux Basques, where the ferry comes from North Sydney to Newfoundland, and I went into the local Circle K, and at the time, they were offering a $500 bonus for a $15 an hour cashier position. And so for some of my colleagues that might be saying, why are we cutting back on the Canada Emergency Response Benefit, or I guess it was the CRB at the time, it's because we're at a point now where the pandemic is not necessarily an impediment to being able to find employment in the economy. And so I think I certainly applaud where the government is going with this legislation and the direction of being much more targeted in the days ahead. But for those that are concerned about income supports, because I heard that this was, of course, as I sat in this morning, people were talking about disposable income, particularly for vulnerable Canadians, whether it be the members of the NDP caucus or perhaps others in the opposition that are concerned. I would want to direct you to a couple things. The guaranteed income supplement. In the Parliament from 2015 to 2019, we increased the guaranteed income supplement by 10%. It was a historic investment. It brought 250,000 seniors out of poverty. We're pledging to increase that by $500. We pledged that during the election, and that's something that we'll be working towards here in the 44th Parliament. Old age security, we've already delivered on that, a 10% increase for those seniors who are 75 and up. But the one I really want to hammer in on, if you're worried about income supports, let's all collectively in this House work towards the Canada Workers' Benefit. There's something that rewards individuals who are working in lower income positions. The government has pledged to increase it. I would invite all members of this House on this side and otherwise to help push and move that forward, because I think that's going to be something very, very important. Mr. Speaker, I also want to just take a bit of an opportunity to talk about the position of the opposition, Her Majesty's loyal opposition. I was sitting at home as I look over to the screens that are here. I know some of our colleagues are participating virtually at the height of the pandemic, and I would hear a Conservative member in one breath say, this government is spending too much, this government is running major deficits, and we have to be very concerned about debt. And look, honestly, as a member of Parliament, I sit here and the conversation around deficits, debt, those are all very important and real conversations. But in the very next breath, the next member up for the Conservative Party would say, you're not doing enough for small businesses, for individuals. And it's that inconsistency that I have trouble with, Mr. Speaker. And I know not every individual parliamentarian here in this House, you know, these are big tent parties. Not everyone's going to always see eye to eye on everything. But we need to make sure that we have a consistent conversation. Our government has taken an approach. If we're criticized for doing too much, I would rather that position that we supported Canadians through the pandemic, small businesses, such that the economic repercussions of doing less were far too grave. Permettez-moi d'expliquer qu'il y a...
Let me explain that there are basically 4 categories of programs under Bill C-2. First, the Tourism and Hospitality Recovery Program, which would provide certain tourism and hospitality organizations such as hotels, tour operators, travel agencies, and restaurants with a subsidy of up to 75%. Second, the Hardest Hit Business Recovery Program, which would provide other organizations which have experienced significant losses with a subsidy of up to 50%. Third, the Local Lockdown Program, which would provide organizations affected by the temporary local lockdown with a subsidy of up to 75%. And lastly, the Canada Worker Lockdown Benefit, which would be for persons affected by provincial health measures.
I've left, I suspect, around 2 minutes. Yep, okay. I want to conclude by saying that I truly believe that the measures the government is putting forward are measured. We have been there at the height of the pandemic to spend the money necessary to protect Canadian businesses and individuals. The government is now recognizing that we're in a different place of the pandemic. Employment opportunities are available. We still want to be mindful of the COVID situation, no doubt. We see in the news today the variants and the challenges that are persisting. So we're not through this yet, but we're trying to be much more targeted in our approach of supporting Canadians that need it because of lockdown measures, because of COVID-19, and of course businesses that remain challenged as a result. So I think the government is being prudent in its approach. We're making sure that we're there, but we're making sure that we're targeted, being mindful of our fiscal position and the need to be protecting that as we move forward in the days ahead. With that, Mr. Speaker, I'll grab my interpretation and I look forward to some questions.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
Louvain.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise and once again ask some questions to my colleague from King's Hants, who we work together on the Agriculture Committee, and we see eye to eye every now and then. But he does keep on bringing to the floor of the Assembly this conversation and this debate about Conservatives saying one thing and then doing the other. On one hand, talking about spending, on the other hand, talking about spending less, which isn't completely true, Mr. Speaker. What we've done as the Conservatives put forward areas where spending should be. And We don't disagree with the Liberals. We think that they can spend money very well. What we disagree on is the priorities. So my question to my honourable friend would be, does he think it's fair to have GIS clawed back from seniors because they went on programs the government pushed them to go on? And how many seniors are receiving less money in their GIC in his riding because of this government's policy decisions?
The Député de Kings Hands.
The member for Kings Hands.
To likewise congratulate the member opposite for his re-election in Regina Leuven. We quite enjoyed the opportunity to work together on the Agriculture Committee, and I quite enjoy our back and forth. The member opposite mentioned priorities, and when I think about how this government approached it, it was making sure that Canadians that needed help at the height of the pandemic were taken care of. I had single mothers, whether it be the Canada Child Benefit before the pandemic, Mr. Speaker, who were supported because of our government measures. I talked to individuals throughout, business owners, seniors, folks all around that said we were there for them, and at the end of the day, that's what we'll continue to do. The issue around the clawback of the guaranteed income supplement has been raised. I know that other members have talked about this as well. It's something I'm happy to take back in my conversations with my colleagues on this side of the House.
A commentaire.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A few moments to congratulate you for your appointment to that position. You have a very good voice, which carries, I think that even without a microphone, you can control this room. Now, my question for my colleague is as follows. The Deputy Prime Minister, the Minister of Finance, clearly said that she would help the sectors most affected by the pandemic, including the cultural sector and the tourism industry. But there's nothing for the cultural sector. There's nothing to help artists or independent workers in the arts and entertainment sector. Once the bill is adopted, the hardest hit sectors will be helped, but independent workers in the arts and entertainment industry, will they be helped? And if so, when? Thank you. The honourable member for Kings Hands. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague opposite for his question. First, this bill, C2, is going to help the tourism sector and other such businesses. However, in our election platform, during the election, we promised that we would help the culture and arts and entertainment sector. So, absolutely, the Minister for Heritage, I expect, will table a measure to help artists and the cultural sector. Apologies for my French.
Question et commentaire.
Questions and comments.
Respect. Could say that you're sorry about your French. You're fully attempting here. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
So much, Mr. Speaker, and my honourable colleague across the way spoke about the measured approach that his government has taken, and I want to ask him about that measured approach and why they have cut off 83,000 seniors off GIS because their government chose not to exclude the CERB and CRB payments from their definition of income for GIS purposes, yet at the same time, this government has not chosen to claw back pandemic supports from the rich corporations who paid out dividends and bonuses to their wealthy shareholders. A callous move from this government that is resulting in seniors ending up unhoused and food insecure. Will this government immediately change this callous decision to ensure that seniors remain housed and fed in this country?
The honourable member for Kings Hands is a short answer. Apologies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member opposite for the question. Where we would differ in the sense that we left seniors behind, she mentioned the fact that we were there for seniors at the height of the pandemic to make sure, whether it be through the CERB, whether it be through the increase in old age security, whether it be the increase in the guaranteed income supplement, we've been there for seniors. Obviously, there is a challenge in the sense that some of the income received has put some seniors over that particular threshold. We know that this is an issue that has been raised in the House. As I've said to my other colleagues, I'm happy to work inside the government benches to be able to see what we can do to support seniors in the days ahead. Thank you.
Continuing debate, the honourable member for St. John Rothsay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to be here speaking today on the 44th Parliament. It's wonderful to be here from my riding of St. John Rothsay. And before I start, Mr. Speaker, I certainly want to acknowledge the wonderful constituents of people of St. John Rothsay that voted me in for a third term now. I certainly want to thank my campaign team of Warren Coombs, Kevin Collins, Manus Ryan, Jody Wheaton, Leah Logan, and last but not least, the rock of my office, Jeanette Arsenault, who worked so hard to have me reelected. I want to thank everybody that campaigned in my riding, Mr. Speaker, including the Leader of the Opposition. He was in my riding not only once, but twice. I thank him for coming. It certainly was great to see him there, too. Mr. Speaker, March 2020, we all remember those days. We didn't know what was going to happen to any one of us, to our ridings, to our country. We were sent home. I believe I was sent home on March the 13th, not knowing again if it was going to be for a week, a month, what have you. Well, I think we all know what we faced as a government, as a country, how we had to stand up against a once-in-a-generation pandemic. And I was worried, Mr. Speaker. I was worried for my riding. I was worried for the small businesses, my constituents. And we went to bat as a government. We went to bat and delivered programs that helped Canadians. And Mr. Speaker, whether it was the CERB, CEBA, wage sub, rent support, business loans, what have you, we were there for Canadians. And, Mr. Speaker, I listened today to members across the House literally saying and insinuating that our programs were too generous. We gave too much to Canadians. The programs benefited too many people. Well, Mr. Speaker, let me say this. You sit in my office and you take calls from constituents, from small businesses, the tourism sector, the hospitality sector, and we're going to get to that in a minute, that needed our support. So yes, I agree with my friend and colleague from King Hants that on one side the Conservatives say we did too much, the next day we spent too much, our programs benefited this, but they didn't target this. I mean, Mr. Speaker, we were literally delivering programs. We were literally writing a book and turning the pages before the ink was dry. I'm proud of what we did. I'm proud that our government delivered and supported Canadians. And sure, Mr. Speaker, they can laugh across the House about us offering support for Canadians. That's fine. They can laugh about that. I'm proud about that. I'm proud that we were there for small businesses, for constituents when they needed us the most. And yes, Mr. Speaker, all of us on both sides of the aisle, we have faced tough times over the last 20 months. It hasn't been easy for anybody. And across the country, many businesses have had to close, some temporarily and others permanently, and the majority have experienced reduced revenues even when they were open. And as I said a second ago, in my riding of St. John Rothsay and across the country, this has translated into many people losing their jobs or having their hours reduced. That is why when the crisis hit, we rolled out a wide range of programs. We faced one of the greatest economic challenges this country has faced since the Great Depression. And sure, I mean, I've been here since 2015. I know my friends across the House paint themselves as the fiscal experts, the ones who know about the economy and economics. I mean, Mr. Speaker, Before 2015, this government oversaw one of the greatest economic downturns since the Great Depression. The government across the aisle ran deficit after deficit after deficit after deficit, and sure, we all know what happened in 2014, 15. Little juggling of the books. Let's sell some stocks. Let's pull back some benefits and show a balanced budget for once. So we take no lessons from them, Mr. Speaker, with respect to balancing anything. We take no lessons from them with respect to their economic stewardship. We believe investing in Canadians. We believe in a government that invests in projects, like my riding of St. John Rossi has wonderful infrastructure projects, like the Port of St. John and other projects. That's not wasteful spending, Mr. Speaker. That's investing. You are not going to grow the economy through regressive policies, through trickle-down economics, and through cutbacks. It simply doesn't work. So we were here as a government to continue to invest. Canada's COVID-19 economic response included the job protections, liquidity, and income support through the suite of recovery benefits. These programs have been key in bridging Canadians and businesses through tough times and stabilizing the economy. These programs meant that people could stay home if they needed to be safe. After the initial creation of the Canada Emergency Response Benefit, which supported over 8 million Canadians for the duration of its availability, the government transitioned to support a suite of new temporary benefits for individuals. The CRB, as we know it, the Canada Recovery Benefit, the Canada Recovery Caregiving Benefit, and the Canada Recovery Sickness Benefit. It was a pivot. These new temporary benefits provided income support to millions of Canadians. And sure, we heard across the House it was too much. We were helping people too much. No, we supported people in their time of need, Mr. Speaker, and Canadians will not forget that. We need to transition again, Mr. Speaker. So I want to talk about new programs which will be and should be our last pivot to fight COVID and be there for Canadians. So I want to talk about the Canada Worker Lockdown Benefit. This proposed new measure was first announced on October 21 and is part of the legislation we are debating today. To ensure that workers continue to have support and that no one is left behind, this benefit would provide $300 a week in income support to eligible workers should they be unable to work due to a regional lockdown until May 7th, 2022. With retroactive application to October 24th, 2021, if required. It will continue to offer support to those who still need it in case the pandemic requires further public health lockdowns in any part of the country, including workers who are both eligible and ineligible for employment insurance. The benefit would apply in any region of the country that is so designated by the government for the duration of the lockdown. Mr. Speaker, temporary lockdowns may still be necessary to continue our fight against COVID, and we need to be there for Canadians. I'm proud to stand here with my government that had the backs of Canadians since March of 2020. And sure, it's easy to criticize and cherry pick, we should have done this or we could have done that. But in the end, I can tell you from the calls that come into my constituency office of St. John Rossi that Canadians are proud of what we did, they are appreciative of what we did as a government, and they know rhetoric versus actually getting things done, Mr. Speaker. And we got things done for Canadians, and I am proud to be there. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Bow River.
Thank you. To my honourable member from New Brunswick, who I have worked with in the past on committee, found him extremely reasonable in working and trying to resolve situations. One of the things that, with his stature in the party, one of the things he would understand that we had a long delay and getting back in the House, and then even a much longer delay to get to committees. We need to get this to committee to get it through and get the work done. In your party, would you, as we are doing with our party, trying to get the government to move ahead with the Finance Committee so it can get there, so we can get the necessary work done? Because I know at committee we do work well. Thank you, Mr.
The honourable member for St. John Rothsay.
Look, I absolutely understand that committees need to get moving and committees need to study this. But I also take exception to the fact that we can't get work done now. We are back. And I sat here last week and watched a debate for days about, you know, is virtual effective or is it not? Well, you know what? We can get work done. I got work done in my riding of St. John Rothsay over the last year and a half. I was effective. I've delivered on projects. I continued to advocate. I sat on committees. So I would agree with the member opposite that we do need to get to work. I'm happy to be back here, and we will do the proper work needed to make sure these programs are implemented. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
A commentaire. The honourable member. A point of order. The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know that the Speaker in the House this morning mentioned that there's no props that are allowed in the House of Commons. The member from Bow River Valley is currently wearing an I Love Oil and Gas button, and I would assume that that would be considered a prop. And I'm wondering if the Speaker could rule on this.
Okay, the honourable member for let me get it correct here. I'll get on the right side. Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it's worth contributing to this point of order that this member has been reprimanded on this by the Speaker, not once but twice, but probably 3 times. I'm pretty sure it's to the point that he's now purposely wearing this prop so that he can be called out on a point of order repeatedly, so that it's bringing attention to the fact that he's doing it. I think that the Speaker, through you, going back to our main, I would encourage you to talk to the Speaker to figure out a way that this can be resolved permanently with this member so that we do not continually have to bring up this point of order.
Also here from the on the same point of order, the honourable member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And despite I know how distasteful these members find the oil and gas sector of our country, and they rather depend on foreign oil, but Mr. Speaker, the pin says, I love Canada. It says nothing about oil and gas. Stop. The pin says, I love Canada, not anything about oil and gas. So if you take a look at the pin, it says, I love our country, which
Order.
here should love Canada.
Order. The honourable member for Bow River on this point of order.
To what the member is bringing up, it has I love Canada and nothing else on it. I love Canada. That's a problem. So, Mr. Speaker, that's all it says on this particular button.
Way to go, Martin.
Well, I want to thank everybody for those interventions. I think we all try our best not to cause disruption in this chamber. I think the idea of wearing some kind of button or slogan is always a challenge in this House of Commons. I believe the member has been warned a couple of times on what pins might be worn or not worn in this House of Commons. I'll take that under advisement and move forward. We were on questions and comments to the member. The honourable member for l'honorable député de la.
The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle. No, pardon. For Abitibi Bay James Nunavut EU. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, the colleague from the Liberal Party said that the benefit for seniors 75 and over, well, I don't think it's fair to say 75 and over. So I wanted to come back to that. We had useless elections, which delayed these new programs. That's obvious. That has other consequences. It has delayed debate in this House on these new programs. Let's not forget self-employed workers who don't currently have access to employment insurance. C2 does not have any financial support for self-employed workers, and that deeply disappoints us. We're very worried for self-employed workers. This winter, they might change careers. That would have other serious effects. So what does the government want to do about this? Will it make changes to C2?
Rossi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the question. I mean, Mr. Speaker, our government was there for gig workers, self-employed workers, artists, small business owners, tourism operators. Our government delivered programs that basically touched almost everybody in Canada, Mr. Speaker, in one way, shape, and form. Whether it was a wage sub, rent support, the CEBA business loan, there were all kinds of opportunities, even through the RRF fund regionally. So, again, Mr. Speaker, I'm immensely proud of the programs that my government delivered to support Canadians. We had Canadians' backs, and we will always have their backs.
Question et commentaire, questions and comments. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm really glad to hear through the intervention today that my colleague brought up some of the history in terms of previous Conservative governments. And as a matter of fact, his information is extremely accurate. Of all of the budgets that were brought in by Brian Mulroney and Stephen Harper, only 2 of them did not run a deficit. One was on the heels of Paul Martin's surplus, and the other was in 2015, like he noted, when they slashed Veterans Affairs and sold off shares of GM at bargain prices in order to balance a budget to go into an election. I'm wondering if the member can shed some light on the fact as to why he thinks it is that the Conservatives seem to think that they're so incredible when it comes to the economy, when the reality is history doesn't support it.
The honourable member for St. John Rothsay, about 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my friend for that question. It absolutely baffles me, Mr. Speaker, that the party opposite holds themselves up as stewards of the economy. They don't have the record to show that. They don't have any results. They ran deficit after deficit. And actually, Mr. Speaker, 2 former Bank of Canada governors do not agree with their economic policies that were appointed by that government. Think about that.
Continuing debate, the honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to be here. I'll start by saying I will be splitting my time with the member for St. Albert Edmonton. He's always got such incredibly intelligent debate, and I always look forward to his words. I'll also start by saying, Mr. Speaker, that I am so thrilled to be back in this House, and thank you so much to the people of Calgary-Midnapore for returning me to this chamber. Mr. Speaker, with, I will say, the highest I should say percentile of votes in Calgary, the highest percentile of votes in any major centre, and what I'm most proud of, Mr. Speaker, the greatest number of votes for any woman in Canada. So thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to be back in this House. And Mr. Speaker, I would also like to just take a moment to thank my team, which was so incredible throughout the election. I'd like to thank my campaign manager, Mr. Justin Gottfried, of course, the son of Richard Gottfried, the MLA for Calgary Fish Creek. Thank you so much. I'd also like to thank Katie Cook, who was my communications point person, my sister, Holly Schramm, who served as my official agent, keeping me in line and out of trouble with those books, most certainly. I'd also like to thank all of the incredible volunteers. I'd like to thank my family, my parents, Keith and Angie Schramm, who are still my constituents to this day. Of course, my very good friends who I grew up with in Calgary-Midnapore, who put out signs and who raised money for me, Joanna Morin, as well as Kaz Baines. And of course, I cannot go without thanking the loves of my life, my husband, James Kuzi, and my beautiful son, Edward Kuzi, who supported me in this journey back to the House of Commons. So thank you, I love you, and thank you so much again to the people of Calgary, Midnapore. Well, Mr. Speaker, here we are again in the House debating legislation on new benefits. And as the member across the aisle indicated, yes, we, in fact, on this side of House have been very collaborative and have certainly gone along with the government's requests for funds and for programs because we cared about Canadians, because we are compassionate individuals, and because we knew that was what Canadians needed at that time. Mr. Speaker, just a brief history of all of the times where we went along with the legislation because even though, despite concerns, we knew that was what Canadians needed at that time. So let's go back, Mr. Speaker, to March 13th, 2020, when C-12, an act to amend the Financial Administration Act, was presented. $1 billion in funding that was approving, Mr. Speaker. But you know what, Mr. Speaker? We didn't put up a fuss on this side. In fact, it received royal assent the very same day. Let's go forward a little bit further into time, Mr. Speaker. March 24th, 2020, an act respecting certain measures in response to COVID-19, C-13. Now, as the Shadow Minister for Families and Social Development at that time, Mr. Speaker, I will say that, in fact, it was a piece of legislation to fix the shortcomings which the government missed at the time that they created the original piece of legislation. But once again, we didn't put up a fuss on this side of the House because we recognized that was what Canadians needed at this time. And that bill also received approval from the House that day and royal assent the very next day. April 11th, 2020, Mr. Speaker, a second act respecting certain measures in response to COVID-19, C-14, that was Sue's, and we know there were certainly lots of faults with that at the beginning, as well as the CERB, received royal assent the very same day. Again, Mr. Speaker, I'm just pointing out the collaboration that this side of the House has always provided the government in getting Canadians the benefits that they need. So here we are again today, Mr. Speaker, being asked to approve C2. But we're at a different time, Mr. Speaker. We are heading out of the pandemic. I recognize we have the Omicron variant and I hope not a fifth wave, but Canadians want to move forward into the future. And so I have a message for the government today, and that is, you don't get a blank check. You don't get a blank check. Mr. Speaker, it's time to move our economy from benefits to jobs. And I'm very proud to say that as the new Shadow Minister for Employment, Future Workforce Development and Disability Inclusion. Mr. Speaker, we currently have 1 million job openings, 1 million, with a 16.4% jump from August to September alone. That's incredible. Mr. Speaker, 1/5 of those are in the hospitality sector. Other major vacancies occur in these critical healthcare sectors, including nurses and psychiatric nurses. Mr. Speaker, we've heard in the House about the crisis in the trucking industry, how the average age of truckers is near retirement age, and how there are just not new workers coming forward to take these positions. In fact, Mr. Speaker, over 1/3 of employers have indicated that they have limited their job growth as a result of not being, growth in general as a result of not being able to find employees. So this affects every region, Mr. Speaker. So many sectors. I said this when I made my request for my emergency debate on Friday to have a discussion about the shortage of workers in the country. It affects l'épicerie au Québec, manufacturing sector in Ontario, and of course the tourism sector in my home province of Alberta. So for this reason, again, I say, Mr. Speaker, you don't get a blank check. All right. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to move on to something that's very uncomfortable to talk about, and that is the fraud that we've seen with these programs, Mr. Speaker. In fact, FinTrack reported that there were organized criminals who knowingly and actively defrauded the government with both CERB and CEBA programs. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, that social media was used to recruit people, and in fact, stolen identifications were used in an effort to get these funds. There was the use of prepaid cards to prevent a paper trail, Mr. Speaker. So they were very smart about this. They knew what they were doing, unfortunately for the government. In addition, there were individuals who received these funds while not even living in Canada, and in fact, Mr. Speaker, living in jurisdictions of concern, countries that pose a higher money laundering or terrorist financial risk. Since the start of 2020, Mr. Speaker, until October 31st, 30,095 suspicious transaction reports were registered for COVID-related benefits. Over 30,000, Mr. Speaker. And sadly, Mr. Speaker, 30,000 of those also dealt with human trafficking and drugs, two issues on which this government has failed. But bad news, Mr. Speaker, prosecutions are unlikely. Why? In July 2020, the Canadian Revenue Agency advised the House of Commons Finance Committee that the program had been targeted by organized crime and that Canada doesn't prioritize the investigation and prosecution of financial criminals. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, in the past decade alone, Canada has secured less than, wait for it, less than 50 laundering convictions, less than 50 laundering convictions. This government is not taking organized crime seriously. So again, for that reason, I say, Mr. Speaker, say with me, everyone, you don't get a blank check. All right, finally, Mr. Speaker, as I start to come to the end of my time, we need to get a grip on this in this country on inflation. Mr. Speaker, Canada is among the top 10 countries with the highest inflation rates in the G20. Canada has the second highest inflation rate in the G7, only to the United States, which I knew this government thought they would get along better with since they talk about the previous president all the time still. Rates are predicted to reach 4.9% this month, a 3-decade high, and expected to stay here well into 2022, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, some provinces are experiencing rates as high as 6.3%, including Prince Edward Island. And unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, it is low-income Canadians who spend 1/3 on shelter and 15% on food and higher energy prices. Mr. Speaker, we can't control the pandemic, but we can control spending. $74 billion on the CRB, $8 billion for this bill. If it passes, we should investigate the fraud, Mr. Speaker. We should evaluate this further, perhaps bring it to Finance Committee if they're willing to strike the Finance Committee up again. But my final message to them, everyone say it with me, you don't get a blank check. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I know the usage of you is through me. I understand I'm not writing a blank check, and I cannot respond. I cannot respond on behalf of the government either. The Honourable Question et commentaire, l'honorable député de King.
The honourable member for King's Head.
Giving out any blank checks because the member certainly has been directing those questions through you. A couple things, because I watched both early in her speech in the House and was watching from the government lobby. I know the member is very passionate. The across the way, I don't think does a whole lot to advance her cause in a credible way. But what I want to say in a couple things on the blank check piece, we're in a minority parliament. We were in a minority before in the 43rd parliament. The government had no blank checks. We worked with parliamentarians of all stripes to be able to pass legislation here. We had to work with members of all sides. I presume that the member opposite actually voted against some of the measures to support, but let's talk about C2, because that's why we're here today. Does the member support C2 and the measures that are going to support Canadian businesses that are still impacted? Yes or no?
The honourable member for Calgary-Mindenport.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you very much to the member from King's Heads for that question. I think it is very apparent that they wanted a blank check from the very beginning, and it was fortunately the member for Carleton who was able to recognize it at the time and make those amendments so that Canadians were not on the line for that, Mr. Speaker. As well, Mr. Speaker, I will say I outlined four incidents at the very beginning of the pandemic where we acted with collaboration, we acted with compassion because we care about Canadians and we care about our citizens. And so, you know, Mr. Speaker, we have compassion, but certainly we also have that oversight. And that's what I think really Canadians value and appreciate about us, is that we definitely will not provide blank checks, but we will always do what is necessary for Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question et commentaire, l'honorable député de Mont.
The honourable member for Montarville. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We are currently looking at a bill on assistance measures for various sectors of the economy. And I think that is an excellent idea. However, as you know, in the pandemic, we saw what the limits of our health system are. And the government keeps repeating that we need to take care of our health system, but they're not taking concrete action. I would like the government to stop speaking about the health system while just using it as a sacred cow. I would prefer for the government to actually take action to help the health system. There was a time when the federal government funded the healthcare system to a level of 50%, but now that's plummeted to 23%. Now we're coming back to the theme that's been used by our conservative colleague, the blank check. It seems like the government is asking us for blank checks, but it's not doing what it committed to do in the past, which is to say, maintaining a 50% contribution for healthcare system costs. So what my question for my colleague is that I would like to ask her what she thinks of the Prime Minister's claim, which is that when provinces ask for more contributions, higher contributions from the federal government for healthcare, which is entirely necessary during a pandemic, because we saw the limits of our healthcare system. Well, what does my colleague make of the Prime Minister's claim when he says that this is a request for a blank check from the provinces?
Merci beaucoup, mon collègue, pour la question.
I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. And I think we can see here that the Bloc Québécois, like the Liberals, want to go back to the past. We, the Conservatives, are living in the present. We can see that with the questions that our Quebec Conservative caucus made this week. This is a real issue for the Conservative Quebec caucus. And what is really important to us is the matter of the labor shortage. We are turned to the future, whereas the Bloc Québécois is thinking about the past. I think that the Bloc Québécois should consider the future, just like our Conservative Quebec caucus.
Continuing debate, the honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, and it's great to see you in that chair. And it is really an honor to rise in this House for the first time in the 44th Parliament. Before I speak to Bill C2 and this government's out-of-control spending, let me take this opportunity to thank the residents of St. Albert, Edmonton for placing their trust and confidence in me for the third time. It is a great honor, indeed it is the highest honor of my life, to serve in this place, and a great privilege. And with that honor and that privilege comes many important responsibilities, responsibilities that I take with the utmost seriousness. And while it is not possible to thank all of those who helped me through the campaign, because there were so many, I do want to acknowledge and thank my campaign manager, Jeff Wedman, for his leadership. And most importantly, I want to thank my parents, Tom and Rita Cooper, who worked harder than just about anyone on my campaign. Without their steadfast support, I could not have done it. So I thank them. Now, Mr. Speaker, on to the substance of Bill C2. Mr. Speaker, this is legislation that proposes to spend billions and billions and billions of dollars. Billions and billions and billions on top of this Liberal government's $635 billion spending spree in 2020, billions and billions on top of the $101 billion of additional spending provided for in last spring's budget. With this blizzard of spending, it is difficult to keep track of it all, and it begs the question, where, Mr. Speaker, is all of this money coming from? Mr. Speaker, simply put, this government is spending money that it doesn't have. And so what it is doing in an unprecedented fashion is that it is printing money. Mr. Speaker, to put it in some context, when this government delivered an historic $354 billion deficit, the largest deficit in Canadian history, the Bank of Canada bought 80% of the government's debt. Mr. Speaker, over the past year, we have seen a massive increase in the supply of money, a 23% increase. This is unprecedented in modern times. Indeed, you'd have to go back to the early 1970s, 50 years ago, to match the increase in the supply of money. Now, Mr. Speaker, in the face of historic deficits, the doubling of the national debt in less than 2 years as a result of this barrage of liberal spending, the approach of this government is to say, there's no issue. We can turn on the taps and keep the tap going without consequence. During the spring of 2020, I served on the Finance Committee when this government started to turn on the tap in a big way. And I vividly recall my good friend, the member for Carleton, warning the government that all of this spending would soon lead to inflation. And I vividly recall ministers on that side of the House dismiss out of hand the warnings of the member for Carleton, notwithstanding that his concerns, his warnings, were grounded upon empirical economic science, notwithstanding that those concerns were grounded upon economic history. Oh no, they said, forget inflation, let's talk about deflation. They said the rules didn't apply to them. It's 2020, those are old rules. Interest rates are low. Now is the time to spend and double and triple down. Fast forward a year and a half, and surprise, surprise, the member for Carleton was right, and this government was wrong. Because, Mr. Speaker, we have seen record levels of inflation, 4.7% in October. Now, what does 4.7% mean? Well, Mr. Speaker, it is well more than double the Bank of Canada target of 2%, but even more worrying is that it is some 40% above the upper range of the Bank of Canada's control range of 3%. And Mr. Speaker, it is not as if this is an aberration. It is not as if this is a one-off. We have seen, Mr. Speaker, for the past 7 months, inflation above 3%, again, above the upper end of the Bank of Canada's control range of 3%, and well above the Bank of Canada's target of 2%. Recently, we heard the Prime Minister say that he doesn't think about monetary policy. Now, it's quite shocking in some level for him to say that. I mean, the idea that the Prime Minister wouldn't be thinking about monetary policy, are you kidding me? But, Mr. Speaker, to give the Prime Minister some credit, it might be the first time in the Prime Minister's life that he actually told the truth, because, Mr. Speaker, if there's one thing Canadians have learned about this Prime Minister over the past 6 years, it is that he doesn't think much about anything other than himself. And consistent with the fact that the Prime Minister doesn't think much about anything, literally in the next breath, after he said he doesn't think about monetary policy, he said he thinks about families. He thinks about families. Well, news flash to the Prime Minister. If there is any group of Canadians who are thinking about inflation, it's hard-working, everyday families.
That's right.
Because, Mr. Speaker, it is they who are paying the brunt of this Prime Minister's inflation tax. Thanks to this Prime Minister, for everyday working Canadians, prices are rising while wages are declining. Indeed, right now, inflation is growing at 2.5 times that of wages. Mr. Speaker, the cost of living is getting more expensive. The cost of essentials are going through the roof. We're talking about 30% increase for gasoline, double digits for essential food products. We have the third highest level of food inflation in the G7. Home heating, double-digit increase, Mr. Speaker. I know that doesn't mean much to the Prime Minister, but for everyday Canadians working hard to put food on the table, pay their rent or pay their mortgage, it is a big deal, especially at a time when 40% of Canadians are $200 away from insolvency. So I say, Mr. Speaker, through you, if the Prime Minister really does think about families, and he really does care about families, it's long past due that he started to think about monetary policy, that he started to think about inflation and his disastrous policies, and not only think about it, but come back to this House with a plan to get spending under control, to tamp down inflation, and to restore sound monetary policy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question et commentaire.
Questions and comments?
In the islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You know, I listened to what the member said, and he said, thanks to this Prime Minister, inflation is where it is. You know, suddenly, the Conservatives have now come to the conclusion that the Prime Minister of Canada is capable of altering the inflation rate throughout the world. He says that inflation in Canada is amongst the highest, when actually it is well below the average of the developed countries, the OECD countries in the world. Can the member please explain how it is that the Prime Minister was able to affect global inflation in the way that he did?
Honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Well, Mr. Speaker, with the greatest respect to my friend, the member for Kingston and the Islands, under this Prime Minister's watch, inflation is the second highest in the G7. I would submit, Mr. Speaker, that is hardly a record to be proud of. And I would further note, Mr. Speaker, that the member's own finance minister has now belatedly admitted that we have an inflation crisis.
Question et commentaire. L'honorable député.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for recognizing me, and congratulations on your appointment. Let's come back to C2 because there's lots more to talk about. Bill C2 will help individuals and businesses, and in fact, it contains good things. And it's not the first time you hear this. I'd like to hear my colleague on that. We are actually disappointed that there is nothing in this bill to support independent workers. So I I'm wondering if my colleague can tell me whether the bill can be improved to give an official status to artists, because most of them are low-income workers. The honourable member.
Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for Laurentide LaBelle for her question. And let me say that we on this side of the House are going to study the bill carefully, identify where there are gaps. And the member is quite right when she speaks of the cultural sector, which has been uniquely hurt as a result of COVID. And I think it speaks to a broader problem. We've seen a government that has spent a fire hose of money, giving it in many cases to people who don't need it, to sectors that don't need it, all the while leaving behind some of the hardest hit sectors. It speaks to why this government has really missed the mark. We didn't need, for the longest time, an economy-wide stimulus program. What we needed was a targeted sector-by-sector approach.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Cowichan-Malahat-Langford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech and welcome him back to the House. We're both alumni from the class of 2015. I do want to acknowledge inflation. In the last election, affordability issues were top of mind for so many voters in Cowichan-Malahat-Langford. But we have a situation, Mr. Speaker, where when the CRB ended, there were still nearly 900,000 workers accessing that program. And in my riding, despite the fact that that program ended over a month ago, we still have so many help wanted signs. So there's a disconnect here. And I'm very concerned that when we start talking about cutting back these kinds of programs, they're usually built on the backs of Canadians who can least afford it. That's why I came to Ottawa pledging to make sure that millionaires and billionaires pay their fair share so that the working Canadians in this country are not bearing the brunt of it. I'm just wondering, Mr. Speaker, through you, if my colleague can maybe expand on that. What do we do for those very vulnerable workers who are still unable to find appropriate work and who are being left in a very precarious position by the ending of these support programs?
The honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
I want to thank my friend, the member for Cowichan-Malahat and Langford, for his question, and I think he raises a valid point. And we need to do our part to ensure that those who are vulnerable, those who are unable to work, those who are marginalized do have supports and aren't hung out to dry. But more broadly speaking, what we have to return to is a paycheck economy by reopening the economy and get it moving again. And unfortunately, under this government's watch, we're badly lagging behind other G7 countries.
Je désire d'informer la Chambre que nous avons...
I would like to inform the House that the 5 hours of debate have been concluded, and now debate will be 5 minutes of speech, followed by 5 minutes of questions.
Now 10 minutes, followed by 5 minutes for questions and comments. Debate. The honourable member for Whitby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me just say congratulations to you, the Deputy Speaker, and to the people of West Nova for your re-election. We appreciate the important role that you play and the Speaker plays in our parliamentary system. As this is my first speech in the House in the 44th Parliament, I'd like to say thank you to the people of Whitby who have put their trust in me to be a strong, rational voice for them in this House. And I do stress rational. Your trust and support is not something I ever take for granted, and I will seek to do my very best every day to move our country forward in a way that brings value to you and your lives. Whether it be advocating for specific projects like a geothermal district energy solution to help us get to net zero, or a community building 500 units of net zero housing, or advocating for a Whitby sports complex, or a Skilled Trades Innovation Center. I'm working to make a tangible difference in our community, and I'm also committed to being a conduit for you to give input in the legislative process, as we've done all throughout the pandemic so far. I'll also try to provide strategic leadership on how we create a stronger local innovation ecosystem and build affordable housing and enhance our 2 downtowns, Whitby is very fortunate to have Brooklyn and Whitby as a downtown in our community, so we have 2 downtowns to build. I will always seek to be a strong, reliable, and responsive MP that is a source of creative solutions thinking, and I seek to enhance the work that our government is doing. Thank you again for your support, Whitby, and thank you for being actively engaged with my office and team on a regular basis. Your input makes me a better MP. Also, if I may say, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take a moment to thank the 2 most important women in my life who make it possible for me to be here and whose efforts, support means the world to me. That's my wife, Suze, and my daughter, Alexis. And I'd like to say, I love you both beyond words and appreciate all the sacrifices that you've made and continue to make so that I may do the very important work that the people of Whitby have elected me to do. Knowing you are both on my team makes all the difference. I also should take this opportunity quickly and emphatically to thank all the many dedicated volunteers in Whitby that supported me in my campaign. Your dedication to civic engagement is a source of inspiration for me every day. So thank you very much for all your support. Now on the topic at hand, we know that throughout this pandemic, the waves of COVID-19 have caused immeasurable hardship and countless challenges for the average small business owner. Whether you run an established business or a recent startup, whether you're a family-run business or are self-employed, your business is your livelihood. And you've put countless hours in, blood, sweat, and tears into starting and growing your business. As a small business owner myself for over 12 years, that gave advice and provided hands-on support to help entrepreneurs start new businesses, I have firsthand knowledge of the many challenges that businesses face in the best of times and have helped many business owners manage and scale their businesses. But operating a business over the last 20 months has been like no period that I can remember. No one had experience of running a business through a global pandemic. There was no roadmap. But I've been regularly checking in with local businesses in my riding and throughout this time listening deeply. I think we all need to acknowledge what our entrepreneurs, business owners, and sole proprietors have experienced and endured over the past 20 months. It's bordering on almost unbearable, frankly. These times have been tougher than ever and filled with uncertainty, frustration, anxiety, disappointment due to the worst public health crisis in 100 years and the necessary health restrictions put in place to protect people's health and safety. I want to acknowledge that all those business owners have been through an emotional roller coaster, and I want to let all business owners out there know, and especially in Whitby, that I've been listening and I feel your stress. With that said, our government has done our utmost to ensure that business owners were consulted across Canada throughout the pandemic and that we offer broad-based and inclusive supports to the greatest number of businesses and designed in a way that were really targeted to meet those businesses' needs. And the programs were modified over and over and over again until they essentially filled all the gaps that were initially discovered. As everyone can appreciate, our government rolled out these broad programs in record time, providing pandemic-related financial support to hundreds of thousands of businesses across Canada. In Whitby alone, we had 4,100 businesses avail themselves of the CEBA loan, for example. The combination of worker benefits like CERB and later CRB and the business supports like the wage subsidy, rent subsidy, and the $40,000 to $60,000 partially forgivable, zero-interest business loans, they provided a life raft, a preserver to these businesses that literally enabled these business owners to weather the most turbulent times probably in their lives. The combination of these programs and others insulated the Canadian economy from the worst economic scarring that surely would have resulted from widespread business closures if our government hadn't stepped up and shouldered the burden so that Canadian families and businesses wouldn't have to. The recovery period would have been significantly extended and the trough of economic decline would have been much more painful, like the Great Depression. Had our government not acted quickly and provided the extensive programs that brought financial support to Canadians. Remember, 8 out of every $10 in pandemic supports came from the federal government. Yes, our government did the heavy lifting. Now, things have changed. We are entering a new chapter of the pandemic storyline. As the COVID-19 virus has gone through successive waves, and at this point our case numbers are relatively low, although I admit recent numbers are going up in our province, which is very concerning, and vaccination rates are high. The general public has become accustomed to masking and social distancing, and we've gotten back to many of the activities that we were once asked to give up for the sake of our collective health and safety. Let's remember our vaccination rates are one of the highest in the world, and we have just recently had the welcome news of vaccines approved for children between the ages of 5 and 11 years old, which is a huge contribution to the fight against COVID-19. We've also seen 1 million jobs recovered that were lost due to the pandemic. Canada has had one of the most robust recoveries so far and is primed for growth. Just compare us to our southern neighbors and you will see that Canada's job recovery has far surpassed the U.S., being 100% compared to 81% respectively. Now, our government predicted a long time ago that the rise in public expenditure for COVID-19 financial supports would be sizable in order to ensure a strong and robust and speedy recovery. It was also predictable that as the pandemic conditions changed for the better, eventually these broad-based programs would no longer be necessary and would be gradually dialed back or stopped and replaced with more targeted measures, which is exactly what we're seeing here with Bill C-2. Out of prudence and fiscal responsibility, our government realizes that there is no longer widespread support for broad-based programs, and they're no longer necessary. What was once necessary in the minds of the public is no longer necessarily justified. The legislation has been proposed. Bill C-2 aims to provide more targeted supports for several categories of businesses that are still struggling, including hospitality and tourism, and those industries that have been hardest hit. While building in flexibility to be able to provide support in circumstances where regional surges in COVID-19 case numbers necessitate further lockdowns, making businesses vulnerable again. Bill C-2 aims to extend the Canada Recovery Hiring Program until May 7, 2022 for eligible businesses, with the current revenue losses above 10% and increasing the subsidy rate to 50%. Bill C-2 also aims to create two important essential programs, namely the Tourism and Hospitality Recovery Program, which will continue to provide the wage and rent subsidies at a rate of up to 75% to businesses operating in tourism and hospitality. This includes hotels, tour operators, travel agencies, restaurants, pubs, food trucks, coffee shops, hotels, motels, cottages, bed and breakfasts, youth hostels, live performances, exhibits, museums, zoos, nature parks, dinner cruises, and the list goes on and on. And I can tell you, in my community, our community really needs these supports. Bill C-2 is going to help the hardest hit industries get through the rest of this pandemic, and their revenues aren't expected to return until at least 6 months from now. So I urge all the members of this House to support the safe and speedy passage of Bill C-2. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Commentaire, questions and comments. The honourable member for Lakeland.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. You know, the consequences of the Liberals' high taxing, big spending, record deficits agenda is the highest inflation in Canada in 18 years and skyrocketing costs for everything for all Canadians. Now, everyone here supports targeted emergency funds for vulnerable people and vulnerable businesses. But why don't the Liberals also have a plan for the future to get the budget under control, stop printing money, and cut taxes and red tape so all Canadians and small businesses can thrive?
Yeah. The honourable member for Whitby.
Thank you to the honourable member for her question. I do appreciate it. We know that countries around the world are experiencing inflation, some more and some less. We know that Canada is being affected by global supply chain interruptions, and the shortage of supply of some items means the demand is outpacing the supply, hence the increased prices. Supply-side shocks also means that there are added costs to getting products to market, again putting an upward pressure on prices. We also know that even the former Bank of Canada Governor, Stephen Poloz, has said that government spending and stimulus are not to blame for increased inflation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable question et commentaire, l'honorable député.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Congratulations on your appointment, and to the member for West Nova for his re-election. We need to adopt these measures urgently. This is what the government is telling us, and that's true. But the member for West Nova has said he wants to be a rational voice in this chamber. So rationally, why has his government delayed the introduction or the extension of support measures for Canadians by launching an election which was useless and expensive? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for Whitby.
Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for his question, and certainly I appreciate you clarifying that my riding is the riding of Whitby. I appreciate your question. I think in this case our government has returned to this House with a stronger minority government and a new mandate for many of the things that our government is seeking, and Canadians, quite frankly, are seeking to see in terms of progress. So I actually, contrary to the member opposite, don't believe that the election was entirely unnecessary. Thank you.
Questions and comments?
Comments. The honourable member for Kings Hants.
To thank my honourable colleague for his speech and, of course, his re-election to this place. He mentioned, and I listened intently throughout his speech, that we're getting to a point that we're transitioning. And we've heard a lot of conversations, particularly from the opposition today, about deficits and debt, which seems to neglect the fact that we just went through a global pandemic. To me, where I sit in this space, it seems to me that the government is making a natural transition in the fact that things have changed in the economy, people are getting back out. Would the member be able to weigh in on that about whether or not he thinks this is a prudent next step to be able to wind down some of these benefits at the height of the pandemic? Thank you.
The honourable member for Whitby.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my friend on this side of the House for the question. I do agree with you that essentially our government has recognized that at this point in the pandemic, we've transitioned to a sort of a new chapter. I think the Deputy Prime Minister said it best when she said it seems like the darkest days are over of this pandemic. I cross my fingers and hope that that is true. Obviously, pandemics are unpredictable. But I think in terms of getting our economy back on track, that's exactly what we're trying to do here, with really taking a very broad-based approach and now, narrowing that approach significantly to really focus on the areas of our economy that we anticipate are going to need continued benefits in order to recover. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
A commentaire, questions and comments. The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Mr. Speaker, for recognizing me this time. I thank my colleague for your talk. He was chatting earlier intervention about transitioning, but C2 doesn't have a transition about getting hotels, restaurants, the arts and culture industry out of transition. It's just more subsidies. I'm wondering, where is the government plan to get tourism going again, to get people into our restaurants, to get people into our theaters, into our concert halls? These companies and organizations can't just live on a handout every once in a while for the government. We need to get back to business. Where's the government's plan for that?
The honourable member for Whitby with a very short answer.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do thank my honourable colleague for his question. In fact, the program that we're talking about in Bill C2 is called Tourism and Hospitality Recovery Program. It really targets all of tourism and hospitality businesses to ensure that they can still access the wage subsidy and the rent subsidy. It really targets them in order to help them continue to recover, because we recognize that because of the structure of their industry and their businesses and how it's been uniquely impacted by COVID-19, that they're going to need those continued supports for many months to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It's my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, conformément à l'article 38 du règlement, to inform the House that the question to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. Que je dois faire connaître à la Chambre les...
It is my duty to inform the House of the questions that will be raised tonight.
Fort McMurray Cold Lake on the economy, et l'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Mission Mass in Fraser Canyon Forestry.
For Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The voters of Port Moody, Coquitlam, Anmore, and Belcarra have bestowed their faith in me to work on their behalf in this House. I am grateful for their trust, and I am here to serve them. I stand on the traditional unceded territory of the Algonquin, Anishinaabe people. The Port Moody Coquitlam riding is on the unceded traditional territory of the Coast Salish. It's Swale. I extend my gratitude to the volunteers and activists who knocked on doors this election in the wind, rain, and heat during a pandemic, who made phone calls and built signs and delivered them, who stepped up to tell family, friends, and neighbors that better is possible. I also stand in gratitude to those volunteers in 2019 who laid the groundwork that led to me standing here today, and to my family that are by my side every moment. I'm here to tell the stories from the doorsteps. There has been too much loss, too many struggles. One story stands out, a mother who had been intubated from October to December. She lost her businesses. She lost 60% of her lung capacity. But Mr. Speaker, what she said was the hardest part of her COVID journey was that those weeks she had to spend alone in a hospital bed with no human touch, no visit from her children or family, and no one to put a straw to her lips when she was too weak to do it herself. COVID has been hard on everyone. On the doors, I met a high school grad who asked me if he will be able to find a good paying job when he graduates from university. I met a DJ who lost his income and his rental home twice due to the commoditization of housing. And I met an education assistant approaching retirement that was worried her next home would be a tent because the home she lives in is being scooped up by developers and she cannot afford one of the new luxury condos that will take its place. I stand for affordable housing. Too much housing stock has been redeveloped to luxury condos, and the federal government has not invested enough to keep and build cooperative and non-market housing. The most vulnerable are being displaced. It's getting harder and harder every day for people to stay in my riding of Port Moody Coquitlam. Rapid and robust investment in stable, affordable housing is critical to ensure we can all live, play, and work in the communities we call home. I stand for youth who are inheriting a future of uncertainty. Please know, Mr. Speaker, that they are scared of what the future will look like for them. Youth will no longer accept words and intentions. They want action on climate, and they want it now. During this year of heat domes, fires, and floods in BC, youth have taken to laying down in the streets of Vancouver to try to get across to us the urgency of their asks. I stand for people living with disabilities, people living on provincial and federal disability payments where we're already struggling before the pandemic, and it's gotten worse. I have friends in Port Moody Coquitlam, Mr. Speaker, that have not been able to go out into society for almost 2 years because of the risk of their immune systems. For vulnerable people living on such limited incomes, the costs of the necessary PPE alone have caused hardship. At the NDP's urging in last Parliament, the government announced COVID-19's financial support for seniors, students, workers, and businesses. But for Canadians living with disabilities, they've consistently been left behind. There is a lot of work to do, Mr. Speaker, and in the spirit of collaboration and cooperation, we can work together in this House to build a better Canada for all and repair the eroded safety nets that keep food on the table and people in their homes. That work includes enhancements to C2. Lorsque le gouvernement a coupé.
When the government cut support for almost 9,000 Canadians and began clawing back the guaranteed income supplements from seniors and the Canada Child Benefit from parents, well, these Canadians have less money to pay for basic necessities like food.
And these cuts have come at the time of increasing prices because of inflation, rising gas prices, and supply chain issues locally, nationally, and globally. According to the Canadian Food Price Report, a family's annual food expenditures is expected to rise by $695 this year. These increases will be heaviest for those who can least afford them. Already, throughout this pandemic, in Port Moody, Coquitlam, families have relied on the generosity of committed volunteers from organizations like Immigrant Link Society, the People's Pantry, Tri-Cities Mums Group, and also the Share Food Bank. Let me share some alarming statistics from Food Bank Canada's Hunger Count 2021 report. Food bank use increased by more than 20% across Canada since the start of the pandemic. 9% of those that are accessing food banks are seniors, and their rate of increase is far outpacing other age groups. 18% of those accessing food banks are single-parent households. Single-parent households, Mr. Speaker, that need to feed their children. When you factor in the cuts to CRB and the clawbacks to GIS and CCB, the only options for too many people would be to seek help from already stretched food bank charities rather than have the financial assurance the government promised to them during the recent election. The government promised to support people for as long as they needed it. That promise must be kept. So for workers, what workers need now is the extension of the Canada Recovery Benefit to $500 per week as long as they need it, to ensure no child, no worker, no senior, no person goes without food. And as part of an enhanced C2, 10 days of paid sick leave needs to be extended to all workers. This is essential for every worker in Canada as long as COVID is with us. Mr. Speaker, let me share a story of a young worker in my riding that had to make the impossible choice to go to work sick or to pay their rent. They had done everything right to keep themselves safe from COVID, but they were infected by someone in their own household. Entire households are impacted when one of the working adults is unable to bring home a paycheck. If we want to stop the spread in our community, we must make it possible for all workers to stay home for 10 days without risking loss of income. In closing, Mr. Speaker, the COVID-19 pandemic is not over. The fourth wave is still hitting hard. We do not know what the impacts of new variants like Omicron will bring, but right now, we know it is not the time to cut supports. Too many Canadians still need this government to help them stay healthy and to make ends meet.
Hey, commentaire, questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, listening to the members' comments, I'm going to draw the conclusion that the NDP will not be supporting Bill C2. And I would find that most unfortunate in the sense that it continues to provide Canadians and businesses real, tangible support through the pandemic. And we've had a number of members stand up and make reference to seniors in which we fully supported throughout this pandemic and continue to do so. The member and the caucus seems to be of the opinion that under all circumstances, without any exceptions, there should be no clawbacks to any federal program. Is that a fair assessment, or can she provide some examples?
The honourable member for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I stand here as a member that is happy to know that many people received the help they needed with the push for $500 a week on the CERB when it first came out. But right now, Mr. Speaker, there are people that are still suffering. And even in my own community, they are out every day, every weekend, fully on the weekend, getting food to people that cannot pay the bills right now and cannot get food on the table. So in my words and in my comments today, Mr. Speaker, I talked of enhancements to C2. I talked about these gaps that are missing, and most certainly it has to do with the need for $500 a week
for families that are still trying to feed their family. And also, we cannot send workers to work if they are sick. We need these 10 days of paid sick leave for all workers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de
The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I congratulate my colleague on her very touching speech. We have been talking about urgent situations and urgent programs. Many people haven't been able to benefit from these programs, and it is urgent for us to act now. So was it urgent, though, to have an election this fall? We could have voted on sickness recovery benefits for people who did not choose to be sick, and we could also have supported self-employed workers in Canada. They do not have access to these support measures my colleague has mentioned. What would my colleague say about the need to enhance C2 to help self-employed workers, especially in the cultural sector? Would she agree? The Honourable Member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for their question. And we have been very clear here on this side of the House that we need to be helping people right now, and we are supporting the measures that work for people. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Peace River.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Peace River West Loch.
Congratulate the member from North Island Powell River. I see that she's wearing the color blue today, and I'm telling her we've got a big tent party, and she's welcome to come over. The waters are great. My good friend. Nonetheless, I listened to the speech, and I appreciate it. One of the things that I didn't hear much about was the amount of businesses that are looking for workers. I know that across the country, and particularly in northern Alberta, there's a massive shortage of labor. And one of the things that we warned the government about when they were bringing in their programs, their emergency programs, was that they should be careful what they did to ensure that they weren't disrupting the labor market. We've seen the labor market disruptions now. What does the member think about how to fix these labor market interruptions? Thank you, Madam.
Member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for the question. I just wanted to relay one of the stories out of my very own community, which is around workers that are not feeling safe to go to work. At this point in time, many of the people that I communicate with as a mother in my community, I talk to a lot of mothers, and many did not have the opportunity for their children to be vaccinated, Mr. Speaker. And they had to go to work in environments where they could potentially be at risk of COVID-19. At this point in time, Mr. Speaker, we need to get people vaccinated, as many vaccinations as possible, so that everybody can be safe at work.
Continuing debate, the Honourable Member for Humber River Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and congratulations again. It's always interesting to look at different people sitting in that chair, and I think your French is really good. I have to say, I'm probably learning and picking up a few words from you as you proceed. So this is my first opportunity to stand in the 44th Parliament. I'm not sure if this is my 9th time or my 10th time, but it's been quite a few times. And I have to say, thank you very much. But I have to thank the people of Humber River Black Creek. I have a very interesting riding. I'm next to Etobicoke North and just up from York Centre. All ridings that have tremendous challenges. All ridings where a lot of the new immigrants who come to Toronto and region end up in these particular communities. So naturally, their needs are enormous. New immigrants trying to settle and so on. And along comes the pandemic. So we really had our hands full to try to deal with all of that. But before I go too far, I must do what my other colleagues have done and thank my husband of many years. I'm not going to tell you how many years that is either, but it's many years. Sam has been, he's the one who loves the politics in the family, much more than me. And he's very engaged in everything that goes on in the house and in the community. And then I have my daughters, Kathy and Deanna, and my son, Sam. And my sign chairman is my wonderful son-in-law, Graziano, who without him It would have been really difficult to get through this year. And again, while we're here spending the amount of time that we spend here in the House, we have to rely on our constituency staff, because that's where it all happens. We can make policies and we can do all kinds of things here, yell at each other, all of that, but the real work happens in your constituency office. And I've been blessed over many years to have been able to have fabulous and dedicated people. My staff, Amy and Albert, Juan, Abby, Mitch, Patrick, and of course my dear friend Marianne, who was a campaign manager for me in my very first election back in 1989. For City Council, and she's still there with us. So without having those kind of people around, I don't believe I would have been here the amount of years I have. And everybody is committed, and I want to sincerely thank all of them for their commitment to the people of Humber River. It's not just to me. It's caring, and that's what the whole issue is about. It's about caring the people who live in Humber River, Black Creek, recognizing their needs are enormous, and looking to see what it is that we can do for them. Some of the volunteers that came out in this past election, Lena Muto, Lucia Cantagna, Mr. Tran, Alicia, James, Grant, Siam, Nero, the list could go on. But I tried to pull up just a few to give you an example of the diversity of the volunteers that came out into the riding. So the pandemic hit, and the riding, like everywhere else across the country, were devastated. Never thought in our lifetime that we would end up having to deal with a pandemic. And many people didn't understand half of what was going on, and an awful lot of it. But you know what? The community mobilized very, very quickly. We had people delivering food. Wherever we found out that there was a family in distress, we made a point of getting to them, meeting with them, supplying them with food. We even supplied them with toilet paper. I mean, whatever they needed, we tried to find to help them out. And when our government started with the various programs, it was an absolute lifesaver for thousands and thousands and thousands of the people who live in Humber River, Black Creek, that needed the support. They had no way could they pay their rent, and with the rent subsidy program, they were able to get their rent paid, and with the CERB, they were able to help get the bills paid and put the food on the table. So I'm immensely grateful to our government for what they did and for those programs. And that went all the way across the country. It doesn't matter what party is in or anything else. The people needed help, and we all worked together to make sure that help was going to be given to them in various different programs. Many phone calls that we would have with the ministers in question to tell them that we identified this as a particular problem in this industry or this group or that group, and immediately a program was created. And Mr. Speaker, you know that it's not always easy. Government doesn't move on a dime, but on the pandemic, they had to move on a dime. Probably had to move on a penny, because they had to create programs that were going to be able to get money out there to help people. And that was seniors, it was children, it was families, many people throughout. The Humber River Black Creek Hospital, Humber Hospital, mobilized along with the Black Creek Health Center to try to reach to the people who were reluctant to get vaccines. We had a very high proportion of people who did not want to get vaccinated. And between the Humber Hospital and Black Creek Health Center, they literally went to apartment buildings and would be in the lobby and would educate them as to why it was important to get vaccinated, and then would administer the vaccine. So that happened a lot throughout there to try to get our numbers up into a higher rate. And of course, we also had the school issue with the children in the school as well, and children that were home. TDSB and the Catholic Board were able to get iPads for many of the children to be able to work from home, and they also paid for the internet in order to be able to educate the children. And I have to say, the school trustee for the Toronto Catholic School Board was Ida Lapretti, and the public school board was Chris Mamalidi. They were just unbelievable, the work that they did to try to protect the families and the children as much as possible. In fact, last weekend, And this week, there's 12 schools that are open providing the vaccine. And that was organized a lot between the two school boards to make sure that those children are getting vaccinated. But in all of those lineups on the weekend that I seen, there were a lot of parents. There were a lot of people who weren't vaccinated either. So it wasn't just children in those lineups. So we continue to push to try to make sure we're educating people to understand the importance of it. And I need to recognize the Jamaican Canadian Association, the Belka Enrichment Center, Jane Finch Boys and Girls Club, African Food Basket, Kitchen 24, as an example of organizations that help to deliver food and hot meals to many of the people that were struggling in the riding. But then when we go on to C2 and the small businesses that are still needing help, I'm very pleased to see C2, and it is so important. I'm going to tell you about Islington Travel Services on Islington Avenue. I believe it's been there 35 years. Sole proprietor, it's a woman. She used to have 6 people working for her. She's been trying to carry the business forward on her own by herself. She gets some help, but she owns the building, so it creates other problems with some of these different programs. C2 now, I believe, will really target that tourism and travel industry. And when we talk about what do we have to do to get through this pandemic and get over it, we need to, unfortunately, it looks like we are heading for another challenging issue, but we need to get people the confidence that they can travel, that they can go to restaurants and they can go out and feel safe, wear their mask if necessary. Unfortunately, I see far too many restaurants with very few people in them, and people are still very intimidated as to the exposure that they would have. But the Dolcini's, another business, without the help of the government, they would not be still in business today. They used to provide beautiful suites to the major hotels in the city and banquet halls. Well, once neither one of those businesses were functioning, they no longer had a business to serve. So they have managed little by little with the help of the government to be able to move forward. So all of these different companies are so grateful, and I am very grateful for the government, what they've done. I hope that we can pass C2, get it to Finance Committee, ask the questions that are necessary to make it better, make it stronger. And from here, I hope we'll move into the economic recovery that we all are wanting to see. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments?
For Edmonton West.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for her talk. Congratulations to her on her 10th or 11th time here. It's quite funny. And really wonderful speech, very heartfelt, and I really thank her for spending so much time beginning of her speech talking about her constituents and those in need. I want to compliment all my colleagues on both the Liberal and this side for having the class, for not interrupting her, calling out a point of order for relevance as well. But I would like to ask my colleague, when will we see a plan from the government to move forward on some of these issues that she spoke about getting people back into restaurants, getting travelers back into Canada? Hotels and restaurants and the businesses in her community cannot survive 6 months, 12 months, forever during a pandemic on just handouts and subsidies from the government.
The honourable member for Humber River Black Creek.
Thank you very much to my honourable colleague. I appreciate his comments whenever he gets up. It's always interesting. You never know quite what he's going to say. But let me say that the importance of getting C2 through as the next piece of the pandemic recovery, so that we can then be focusing on the financial economy, the economic plan that I know is being worked on, that will bring it forward so that we can be able to help people. But I think we have to give people the confidence that they can go out to restaurants, maintain your 6-foot distance, book a travel for this coming summer. That is what's going to help people if we can start getting people out into the business community to move forward.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Trois-Rivières. Trois-Rivières is a riding that essentially had a rebirth in the culture and events sector. From the beginning of the pandemic, the government helped event operators and operators in concert halls. And I would ask the government, when are you going to do something to truly help artists who are suffering?
Member for Humber River, Black Creek.
Certainly another area of our communities that have been suffering immensely, as has been the travel industry. And prior to the election, there were various bills that were passed that were specifically there to help the cultural centers, knowing how much that they were suffering. So the boost to that, again, is government help, but it's also us participating, us buying tickets, going to concerts safely, of course. But we have to get ourselves out of the situation where we're staying back. You look at the buses, how few people are on buses going into work because people are staying home because they're still scared. We need to give people confidence to go out, participate, be careful, and buy tickets for the concerts that are upcoming.
Questions and comments?
For Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker. The member across the way spoke a lot about the generosity of the riding she represents. Certainly the riding of Winnipeg Centre is rich with generosity, always lending a hand to each other in need. However, you know, families and seniors shouldn't have to rely on food banks to eat. This government has callously made clawbacks to seniors' GIS payments and families' CCB as a result of this government's choice to not exclude the CERB and CRB payments from the definition of income. Is her government, and does the member across the way, does she not agree that this decision needs to be rescinded to ensure that families and seniors do not end up unhoused and food insecure?
The honourable member for Humber River, Black Creek.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I have to acknowledge the previous Minister of Seniors and the amount of work that the minister did in order to get additional support systems to all of the seniors across the country. The extra $1,500, then an additional increase into the GIS, all of that was happening while we were going through this pandemic. And I have to applaud the great work that of the minister to make that happen, because we don't want our seniors going to food banks and we don't want them suffering. So we're trying to make sure they get as much help as possible. There's a variety of issues that are having a negative impact that I believe is being looked at, and see if we can find some way to solve it, because we all care about the seniors of this country.
Continuing debate, the honourable member for North Okanagan, Shuswap.
Here, here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is an honour to rise in this House today. And once again, I thank the voters of the North Okanagan Shuswap for trusting me to represent them here in Parliament. As I open, I must also recognize the individuals and organizations in British Columbia and beyond who have stepped up and continue to mobilize in support of British Columbians during wildfires and flooding this year. While all British Columbians have been affected by these disasters, some have lost everything except hope and perseverance. Across British Columbia, including the North Okanagan Shuswap, recoveries and rebuilding is underway. We have strong spirits, and we will continue to rebuild together as a province, and I certainly hope the federal government will be a partner in that recovery. Mr. Speaker, it is an honour to rise to speak to Bill C-2, an act to provide further support in response to the COVID-19 pandemic that has ravaged our nation for the past 20 months. Canadians are continuing to reel from the impacts of COVID-19. Some of the impacts have been evident for months. Others are becoming just apparent now. Early impacts included business closures, job losses, social isolation, families not able to get together, and more. Now we are witnessing mounting inflation and rising costs of living that are affecting all Canadians, including those most vulnerable. When we take stock of the many layers of crisis and instability facing Canadians today,
there is a thread of commonality woven into each layer, the absence of prevention. I hope that all members can agree that a primary responsibility of the Government of Canada is to take responsible and reasonable steps to ensure collective security. Reasonable and responsible steps to prevent crises. 20 months ago, the pandemic's first wave was mounting, and this government failed to deliver enough action to protect Canada. They failed to prevent all the crises that COVID-19 has inflicted on Canadians. This government was slow to close borders and shut down flights from hotspots where the pandemic was burning through populations. This government failed to initiate vaccine deals with the right vendors early on because they chased a doomed partnership with Beijing down a rabbit hole. Then there was the government's erratic communications that sowed uncertainty and division around health guidelines and risks of the pandemic. All of these instances represented failures because they were missed opportunities to prevent dangers from taking hold and proliferating across our nation and throughout our society. And then a year and a half after the pandemic that had claimed tens of thousands of lives, the Prime Minister called an election that only he and his Liberal caucus wanted. Not because an election would fight the pandemic or help Canadians, but because they saw an opportunity to win more power. At the exact time that Canadians needed their federal government to be laser focused on working for Canadians, the Liberal government elected to serve its own narrow political interests. And of course, after the pointless election was over, the Liberal government delayed the return of Parliament for 9 weeks. Now that Parliament has finally resumed, we're once again debating legislation that is a necessity by the government's inability to prevent harm. Today we are assessing Bill C-2, a bill that proposes business and personal income supports announced by the Prime Minister and Deputy Prime Minister on October 21st, 2021. The bill represents a move away from broad-based support to more targeted programs, a move that Conservatives have previously called for because it is important to focus resources on the specific need they are meant to meet. While Conservatives supported getting help out to those who needed it early in the pandemic when businesses had to close and travel was restricted, the mismanagement of funds since then has led and is leading to headaches and hardship for many others. My office has received many calls from seniors who were provided benefits in error and now seeing their GIS payments clawed back. Seniors are unable to afford rent and groceries because this government failed to provide clarity of eligibility and taxation implications as programs were rushed out the door. These situations could have been prevented. I've also been contacted by businesses from every sector, from food service to professional offices, who have been unable to fill job vacancies because too many are finding it easier to stay home on relief benefits. One of the most impacted sectors I've heard from is the food growth and processing sector. The people that provide food on Canadian dinner plates. I see orchards in my riding of the North Okanagan Shuswap with thousands of pounds of apples hanging, frozen and withering on the trees because the orchardists could not find pickers to hire. I've heard from meat processors that are running at 30 to 40% short on staff and unable to process food for Canadian dinner tables because they can't fill shifts. Food not grown or not processed, so it will never reach the dinner tables where Canadians need it. All of this lost food, an increasing cost of processing what does not get processed, or what does get processed, will be adding to the already high inflation rates Canadians are paying as a result of the current government's money management policies, or should I say lack of money management policies. It was our illustrious Prime Minister who, in the middle of the election, when asked about the rising cost of living, stated, quote, "You'll forgive me if I don't think about monetary policy." Well, because the Prime Minister who and his cabinet have not been thinking about monetary policy, Canadians are now having to do much more of that thinking just to make ends meet. Yeah. Groceries, home heating costs, repairs, and maintenance, all costing Canadians more because of lack of attention by the Liberal government on money management. Those same seniors who are having their GIS payments clawed back are facing higher costs of living, adding to the unbearable stress they are already experiencing. How does all this relate to Bill C-2? Bill C-2 is introduced because the Liberal government has failed to lead this country and its citizens out of the pandemic. Individuals and businesses are still needing assistance because previous relief programs and measures have failed to target where they were needed and have left businesses unable to rebuild. As I conclude, I want to thank all the individuals and businesses in the North Okanagan Shuswap for their perseverance through this challenging time that we've all faced. I recently had the opportunity to attend the Greater Vernon Chamber of Commerce Business Excellence Awards program, where businesses were recognized for their ingenuity and creativity in their operations. Expanded patios, new delivery systems, improved online information and ordering systems, all to provide their customers with the services they need in the safest and most efficient ways possible. We, as legislators in this House, must strive to find the same ingenuity in the legislation we introduce and debate to provide the programs and services Canadians need the most. We, as Conservatives, will continue to review Bill C-2 to see if it will provide what Canadians need in the most efficient way possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Bécancour, Nicolas Sorel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
First, I would like to congratulate you on your election. I had the pleasure of serving with you side by side. We weren't clapping for the same speakers, but we had a great relationship. So congratulations. I would also like to congratulate the member for their speech. In the speech, a point was raised about seniors regarding that the money that they received through the CERB benefit during the pandemic, and also the fact that the benefit was cut. Even if those people worked 1 day a week or were freelancers, sometimes the threshold of $5,000 was not met. People were trying to work, but everything was closed. So the first $5,000 from the CERB should not have been taken away. It should have been administered through the GIS. It also could have been possible to show more humanity by saying, yes, you received too much, but we could have shared out the benefit over more years, 2 or 3 years. This would have allowed more people to survive because many people were completely cut off from their benefit because they had worked a couple of days. So don't you agree that the government should listen to that solution?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for the question and his concern for seniors as well. As I mentioned in my intervention, seniors, depending on how they applied for the program, some it was counted as taxable income, others it wasn't. Those ones that were considered as taxable incomes are now seeing their GIS payments clawed back. We've had constituents in tears on the phone because they can't afford their rent, or they can't afford their groceries, or they can't afford their medications, and they don't know how they're going to move forward because of the poor rollout of the programs and the poor explanation to the individuals. Those people are asking for compassion, and I hope as Bill C2 rolls out and we get a better look at it, that there is more consideration for those negative effects that can happen if the bill isn't drafted properly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
That's the honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. At times, the Conservatives can be very confusing in terms of whether or not they actually support the legislation or they don't support the legislation. Depending on the member that speaks, you often get the sense that the Conservatives do not support the monies that the government spent to provide support for Canadians through a wide spectrum of programs. And then there's other members, Mr. Speaker, that seem to feel that we should have been spending more money in different areas. This legislation, C2, is all about the extension and providing supports for Canadians during the pandemic and going forward. And I'm wondering if the member could clearly give some sort of indication, if not for the Conservative Party, how does he see himself, Mr. Speaker, voting on this legislation?
The honourable member for North Okanagan, Shuswap.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member from Winnipeg for his questions and his very often speaking points in this House. We have supported these programs as they were rolled out to make sure that the people that needed the support the most got that support. But we weren't supportive of corporations, large corporations, paying out executive bonuses. We weren't in support of frauds, people getting benefits that weren't entitled. And we certainly weren't in favor of seniors being impacted in their GIS payments for at least a year, sometimes 2 years down the road because of the way it was failed to roll out. That's why we're going to take a much closer look at this bill to see if there's amendments needed to make sure that it serves the people as efficiently and properly as possible. Thank you.
Avant de continuer, je veux faire sûr que tout.
Before going on, I just want to make sure everyone is wearing.
If we're not speaking. Continuing debate, the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much. Thank you to the member from Winnipeg for that round of applause. And thank you, Mr. Speaker. The last time I got up to speak, I don't think you had yet been appointed as the Deputy Speaker, and I just wanted to congratulate you on that role. Your predecessor, who was also a member of the Conservative Party, was an excellent Speaker, and I have no doubt that you are already on your way to follow in his footsteps in that regard. So congratulations on your new role, and I look forward to working with you in the months and years to come. We are talking today about this very important piece of legislation, Mr. Speaker, Bill C2. It is a bill to continue providing for necessary supports, in particular for businesses and individuals in Canada, in particular those who are the hardest hit. This is part of a phase-out program. It is part of moving towards getting back to normal in terms of our economic activity, but it is still extremely necessary. Before I go down the road of talking about why I think that this bill is so important, I did just want to go back to a number of things that I've heard from the opposite side of the House today. In particular, the last speaker mentioned it, but a number of Conservatives have, which is the rollout of the initial programs back to March of 2020 and those that followed. You know, I think the previous member used, and I believe I'm quoting him correctly by saying it was a poor rollout. You know, let's take ourselves back to March of 2020 for a second here, Mr. Speaker, and let's consider exactly what was going on. The world was in confusion and chaos, not knowing exactly what we had in front of us, not knowing how long it was going to last, not knowing how people were going to be supported. But yet, our incredible public service was able to come together to put programs together and get them out in lightning speed. When you think about it, I've said this many times in this House before, but it only took 4 weeks to go from the World Health Agency or the World Health Organization declaring a global pandemic to getting money into the bank accounts of 5.4 million Canadians. And so when you talk about the rollout, I think it's important to reflect on the fact that there was a lot of confusion and and getting things as perfection was not the goal back then. The goal was to help as many people as possible and then deal with the imperfections later on. And I will be the first to admit, as I did in a previous question, that a lot of those imperfections that were identified and addressed came through deliberation and through discussions with the other parties and through debate in this House. And that's why, in my opinion, all members of the House supported those measures through unanimous consent motions at times. And for those that don't know, a unanimous consent motion basically just means everybody agrees without debate and we just move on. And that's how we were passing a lot of those measures back then. So for members of this House to be hypercritical of the rollout and hypercritical of the actual measures that were put in place is absolutely confusing when they participated in these unanimous consent motions. But nonetheless, here we are. But let's talk about Bill C-2 in particular, Mr. Speaker. You know, this is about helping those businesses that are still struggling. And there are a lot of businesses that aren't struggling anymore, as we know, but there are many that are. And so the three main features of this bill have the three main components or the three main programs. So the first is the Tourism and Hospitality Recovery Program, because as we know, there are a lot of tourism operators out there that are still struggling and that have been one of the most affected industries by this pandemic. And so we know that we need to continue to deliver supports. A lot of these businesses are seasonal by nature in any event. And so as we push towards getting through this pandemic, they may have just lost a significant chunk of income or revenue stream in the season that just passed, being the season that a lot of people do their traveling in. And so that's why making sure that the subsidy of 75% for wages can continue is extremely important. And of course, there's a number of criteria in there. Not all tourism sectors are in that. Some are hit harder. And so the program is designed in a way to be reflective of the actual need. The next one is the hardest hit business recovery program, and this is to help those businesses that have been hit the hardest by this pandemic. Madam Speaker, I think to myself of a good friend of mine. He's an audio engineer. When we go to those conventions with several thousand people, or we go into a ballroom, you know, you often see all of that lighting and sound equipment that's set up. Well, there's a lot of work that goes into that. And an audio engineer is somebody that will go in and assess a room, determine exactly what's required to put a production on. My friend, in the beginning of March of 2020, had 9 months' work ahead of him. He's a contractor, he contracts out his services, and in a matter of 48 hours, he literally went to no work at all. Every single contract that he had lined up for the next 8 to 9 months had been canceled all at once. And what makes it worse for this particular sector, the sector where we see a lot of people that come together, in particular when people are moving around. So unlike, you know, a hockey game, for example, where you're stationary for the majority of the time that you're there, when you're at conventions and events like that, you're moving around a lot. These are the sectors that are going to come back the latest. They're the ones that are taking the longest to come back online. And so this particular sector, when you think about it, was hit immediately right at the beginning, and is going to be one of the very last to come back online. So that's what we're talking about when we talk about the hardest hit business recovery program. You know, this is about providing subsidies to make sure that eligible organizations can continue to get through the rest of this pandemic. And then finally, there's the local lockdown program. And I think that this one is probably, in my opinion, the most important. What we've seen through the pandemic is that putting in the hands, at least as I've been able to observe in Ontario, putting in the hands of the local or regional health units the power to implement lockdowns from time to time really gives an opportunity to spread out the need for various different tools at various different times. So while one region might have a lockdown and another one doesn't, it gives those localized areas that have really been affected the opportunity to have different supports in the event that they are going to be locked down. And so therefore, this is a program that I think is extremely important in terms of continuing to provide wage subsidy and various other supports. The only other thing that I wanted to touch on, because I know my time will come to an end soon, Madam Speaker, is with respect to the discussion that's been going on today around inflation. We heard it a lot during question period, heard it a lot from the opposition in terms of questions in this debate. And I think it's important to point out that despite the rhetoric and everything that we're hearing, we have to look at this in a global perspective. You know, I find it amusing, quite actually hilarious, that the Conservatives who have for so long criticized this Prime Minister and this government of not being able to accomplish anything have now suddenly given them the credit of being able to control global inflation, as though the Prime Minister and this government can now set the global inflation. And so let's look at what's actually going on in the world. Let's look at the OECD countries. These are the developed countries that we do all of our trading with. These are the countries that are quite often in the same boat as us. We are well below the OECD average for inflation right now. Look at our neighboring partner to which we do the most trade with. That would be the United States. They're almost a full 2 points higher than Canada in terms of inflation. So although we must treat inflation extremely seriously and we must be very careful with the tools and what we're doing right now, I think it is germane to at least recognize that it's not a problem that has been created by this Prime Minister and this government. It is indeed a global problem that is going to have to be addressed through various different policies from various different governments throughout the world. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'll ask a very, very simple question. In the context of we're more than 2 months behind what should have been the regular sitting calendar of this place. Many, many weeks of legislative work that were delayed, stopped, interrupted by Prime Minister that called an election that he was, let's just say, misrepresented himself in previous statements until the point when we've now learned he received polling that determined that he could divide Canadians on controversial issues. So, Madam Speaker, my question is very, very simple to this member. Does he support an expedited reinstatement of committees so that we can get to work studying legislation like this for the benefit of Canadians?
Honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
I think that the election was a lesson for everybody in this House, Madam Speaker, and in particular a lesson for the Conservative Party. I sat in this House for 5 months and I listened to and I witnessed firsthand the obstructionary tactics that were being used to delay everything. It didn't matter what the piece of legislation was, they just wanted to delay everything. And so this election, if this election has taught us anything, if the Conservatives are able to be self-reflective and to think, well, what did this election teach us? It's teaching them, it should teach them, that the electorate has put them back in the same position to be the opposition, and that they should use that opportunity to try to genuinely make things better. That does not mean make personal attacks and try to demean every single individual in the government. It means actually work collaboratively for policy to be better for all Canadians.
I do want to remind the member for Regina Louvain one more time that he should allow members who have the floor to speak if he has questions and comments to do that, and he should also have his mask on at all times unless he's getting up to speak. Resuming debate, questions and comments. Honorable député de Lac.
The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I actually was a technician for 19 years on movie sets, and so what my colleague said about his friend, the audio engineer, it's something I can relate to. Now, the Heritage Committee conducted a study on the impact of the pandemic on the arts and entertainment sector and concluded that the money did not end up in the pockets of the technicians and the people who work on set. But there's a question no one in government seems to be able to answer. There were problems, is what they said, so emergency measures had to be quickly implemented, yet no one on the other side has been able to tell me or justify why an election was called when ordinary Canadians were suffering and needed help, and that government is now saying that at the time it was help had to be brought about quickly, and yet they called an election.
About the report, I am not on the committee. I haven't read it, but I will say that there's been a lot of activity with respect to film and culture in my riding. Actually, in the former Kingston Penitentiary, which is a federal building, there have been at least 3 or 4 different series, including The Mayor of Kingstown, that have been filmed there and are being featured right now as we speak. So there is a lot that's actually going on, although I will appreciate the fact that perhaps the member, he certainly does know more about this than I do, seeing as he has had the time to go through that report. The only other thing that I will say is that, yes, the election was important in my opinion. I sat here and I watched how the opposition tried to prevent anything from getting through. And so I think that the electorate has had the opportunity to give everybody direction and to say, go back and continue to function in the way that you are and make meaningful policies for Canadians.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Coquitlam, Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The honourable member stated that some businesses are not struggling anymore. Mr. Speaker, some businesses never did. Throughout this pandemic, there were businesses that made outsized profits, pandemic profits. For those businesses, is the government open to additional taxation on a portion of these outsized profits to pay for COVID supports for people?
A member for Kingston and the Islands, a brief answer, please.
I appreciate the question, and I congratulate the member on being elected to this place. I am not here. I cannot speak on behalf of the government. I'm not the government, so I can't tell her what their exact, what they will be bringing forward in the future. But I would agree with her that there are various different businesses that weren't affected at all, some that were less affected, some that were affected and have recovered, and indeed some that are still struggling, extremely struggling right now, and that need to continue to get supports, and that's what this bill's all about.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sturgeon River. Parkland. Sturgeon River's Parkland.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I rise to continue debate over Bill C-2, the government's inaugural post-election spending bill targeted to support businesses and those impacted by COVID-19 lockdowns. This $7.4 billion piece of legislation may seem like a drop in the bucket compared to the spending that was approved in the last Parliament, but we know that our nation's finances are increasingly in precarious shape. As we seek to navigate our way out of this pandemic, the responsibility that we have as parliamentarians to do our due diligence is vital to our recovery. There are many examples from the previous Parliament on why it is so essential to do our due diligence and ensure that this and other spending bills are providing targeted support to precisely the sectors that need it the most. The fact is that in the last Parliament, billions of dollars in taxpayer funds were needlessly directed to otherwise profitable businesses in the form of wage subsidies and other subsidies. In fact, even in 2020, with the carnage of the March onward COVID-19 lockdowns, the TSX, the Toronto Stock Exchange, was still able to post a modest gain of over 2%. In 2021 alone, year to date, with wage subsidies and other subsidies in place, the TSX has grown by over 20%, dwarfing the 10-year annual return of around 6%. It is abundantly clear that both the fiscal stimulus provided by the Liberal government through taxpayer resources and debt financed by those taxpayers, along with the unprecedented amount of quantitative easing from our central bank, have significantly propped up the returns of Canada's biggest businesses. These same factors have also led to a massive rise in inflation that is unrivaled in most of the developed world. The price of housing in some parts of Canada has skyrocketed to all-time highs, with prices in Ontario jumping between 20 to 35% this year alone. Now, it's no wonder that so many people in my generation, the millennial generation, and following generations will have to wait years longer, if ever, than previous generations to own our very first home. Those millennials who are fortunate enough to be able to purchase their first home are often doing so through the generous gifts from their parents or their grandparents. Otherwise, they're often leveraging themselves to the hilt, sometimes by 20 times, just to afford a modest townhome in the suburbs. We know that this is unsustainable. We know that interest rates are going to increase, making the cost of servicing that massive mortgage debt for young families more and more unaffordable. And we know that the government, while trying to get families into their first overpriced home, will do nothing or little to avert or mitigate the carnage we will see when mortgage rates reset over the next few years. Now, if increasing the price of housing wasn't bad enough, the increases to other essentials for families due to inflation and flawed government policies will also contribute to major economic problems for Canadian families. The price of inputs into agricultural production are growing fast. The price of fertilizer, fuel, the cost of drying grain due to the carbon taxes, clean fuel standards, and now inflation threaten to make all food products less affordable for families. The price of a pound of bacon is up over 20% since January 2020. And that's just one example from hundreds where food prices are going up. Consumers are getting big cost increases, while the government, the central bank, and the big producers pass along the costs. Now, sadly, many of the farmers that I know and have the honor of representing, especially the cattle ranchers, are not benefiting from these cost increases. While beef at the grocery store may be up 20% since the beginning of 2020, the price of a head of beef cattle has only gone up by 2.7% since 2017. It's not the farmers who are getting rich off of this government's inflation. Now, across Canada, we also see that there are over 1 million job vacancies. This labor shortage affects all regions of Canada, and it persists in all sectors of the economy. Supporting Canadians in need was the right thing to do, and it always will be. And that is why Conservatives supported help for Canadians who were prevented from working due to the COVID-19 lockdowns. However, we cannot continue to support people to not work while our economy is open and there is a nationwide labor shortage. The hospitality and food service industries are experiencing an all-time high in job vacancies, over 89,000 vacancies. In manufacturing and construction, we're over 60,000 job vacancies. And in the retail sector, we're seeing over 84,000 unfulfilled jobs. How will this bill address those vacancies? The Business Development Bank of Canada has reported that 64% of Canadian businesses say that labor shortages are limiting their growth. These labor shortages are severely impacting the ability of Canadian businesses to recover from COVID-19. And as a result, our economic recovery in Canada is stalling. And I see nothing in Bill C-2 that will address or alleviate these rampant job vacancies across the country. Now, getting back to the specifics of C-2, I think it's positive that the government is taking a more targeted approach to pandemic stimulus. And I've been calling for that in this House for the past year. And it is critical that the industries that are the most impacted, like tourism, hospitality, and travel, get the resources that they need so we can ensure job creation, retention, and a strong economic rebound. That being said, I'm deeply concerned that this government is seeking to fast-track this legislation before the House of Commons has even convened its Finance Committee to undertake a review of this legislation. Given how flawed some of the pandemic spending, and I like how one of the Liberals who spoke earlier did admit that their programs weren't perfect, we have seen that there have been negative consequences created. And now, shouldn't the government be welcoming strong oversight from opposition parties to ensure the strongest possible legislation? Now, here are a few examples of how previous pandemic spending was flawed. I had constituents reach out to me who needed to access the CERB. They were seniors who aren't used to using a computer. Now, instead of accessing their benefits through the Canada Revenue Agency portal, they fell prey to a third-party group that promised to process their benefits for them. Now, in fact, the Competition Bureau of Canada is investigating one such firm for suspected deceptive, false, and misleading practices that saw Canadians lose out on 8 to 10% of their entitled benefits. These constituents, when accessing the website of this third party, believed that they were being assisted in accessing benefits directly from the government. The reality is that they were accessing these benefits through a deceptively designed website that charged significant fees for their services. And those who didn't want to pay those fees were subject to an aggressive collections campaign that threatened to ruin their credit scores. Why did the government design this legislation? To allow unscrupulous businesses to benefit on the backs of unaware Canadians. Why was it that when I raised my concerns with a minister that I was told, well, it's not illegal? Now, we've heard multiple times already that prisoners, suspected fraudsters, members of organized crime have accessed pandemic benefits, and that there is no plan from this government to recoup those monies. Canadians are furious that this has happened, and they want a full accounting for those funds and a plan to ensure that this abuse does not happen again. So far, I don't see that with this legislation. And so it's critical that we bring the Finance Committee back into session so we can thoroughly examine this bill. Enough is enough. The trust that opposition parties gave to this government in the last Parliament to fast-track legislation for pandemic benefits has been abused. This is unacceptable, and it demonstrates the need for a thorough study by the Finance Committee before moving forward and passing this bill. And once we are assured that this due diligence has been done, we can move expeditiously to ensure that Canadians who need their benefits can get them. And I know many in the hospitality industry and the independent travel agent sector who desperately do need support to keep their businesses alive until we can get through this pandemic. So in closing, Madam Speaker, we have seen how well-intentioned spending designed to help Canadians who are in need can be misused or used by those who don't really need it. And it's critically important that we get the Finance Committee in order so that we can thoroughly study this bill to ensure that spending goes where it's needed and not contribute to further rising inflation that we see in this country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. It was somewhat clear, I guess, in the past that the Conservatives had recognized that there was a need for the government to come up to the plate. Might not have been unanimous within their caucus, but at least a good number of them felt that it was important to bring forward the programs that we brought. When you create these programs, I think it's fair to say that there are going to be some flaws within them, and you do what you can to fix them. But the principle of the need for the programs was there. I would like to ask the member if he feels that the principle of this legislation in being able to continue to support businesses and people across Canada is still needed. And does he support that, or will he at least indicate his personal support for seeing this and voting in favor of it?
Our member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There's a lot of uncertainty in the world today. We had a new variant of the COVID-19 virus come up, and it's now public knowledge, the Omicron. variant. And so we don't know what the next few months will bring. So in principle, I would say that there may be a need for further pandemic benefits to support businesses if we do see a strong resurgence to this virus. But what I'm not willing to do, as my previous colleague said, is to give this government a blank check when, by their own admission, although their principle may have been good, by their own admission, their programs were not perfect. And it's our job as members of this opposition to call out the government when they aren't doing their job 100% right and to ensure that there are alternative solutions so that we can get this legislation right. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member for Lac-Saint-Jean earlier mentioned a study conducted by the Heritage Committee last year, a study about the impacts of the pandemic on the cultural sector. The study led to the conclusion that it was a difficult year and organizations in the cultural sector, well, the supports, the federal government's supports didn't trickle down to artists. We would have hoped that in this bill there'd be something tangible in this bill for the cultural sector. We hope that they would have been listening so that there could be more support for self-employed workers as well as technicians and artists in the cultural industry. Here's my question for the Conservative member. How would he have done things differently in order to tangibly and immediately help the cultural industry? The Honourable Member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And, we all respect and treasure the artists in our country, particularly I know that our members of the Bloc Québécois particularly cherish their Québécois cultural sector, and I think all Canadians cherish the very unique and the very strong and very beautiful cultural sector that we see come out of Quebec. And I think that's why it's important that these artists were able to access benefits in a period of time when we weren't having concerts, we weren't having opportunities for new artists to emerge, whether it be performing at a local venue. There were benefits to support those artists, and I think that was appropriate. But as we come out of the COVID-19 pandemic, which I certainly hope that we are coming out on the other side of this, it's important that the economy is open so that we can get these artists back into the public forum so that they can, increase their digital presence, increase their physical presence so that they can get the exposure that they desperately need to survive and to thrive. And so absolutely we want to see that sort of economic reopening and a cultural reopening to support our artists. Thank you.
Time for a brief question. The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My honourable colleague mentioned housing, and I think I speak for every member in this House when I say that I think it's the dream of every Canadian to, and they're right, really, to have access to affordable, appropriate, secure housing. And, I think if there's any issue that speaks to a failure of public policy at all three levels of government, it's the fact that in this country we have a housing crisis. And this didn't happen this morning. This has taken years, in some cases a few decades to develop. And I'm just wondering what my honourable colleague thinks of the impact of foreign capital as a destabilizing factor on residential real estate, and whether or not his party has any recommendations as to how they might curb that destabilizing impact on residential real estate markets.
Brief answer from the member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Well, I thank the member for his question, and I'm well aware that the member comes from one of those real estate markets in our country that has been the most impacted by, foreign investment. And, in lots of places in the country, foreign investment has been a blessing, but we have seen, the terrible negative consequences when we have so much foreign investment, speculative foreign investment, that has led to rapid price increases that prices out folks who live in this country, who work in this country every day, want to raise their families in this country. They can't even afford a decent place to live. And so I know in the last election, Conservatives put forward a very strong plan to ensure that we could support families while also cracking down on speculative practices that are making homes unaffordable for Canadian families. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Surrey Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm very pleased to be here today to speak to Bill C2 and act to further provide support in response to COVID-19. Our government is moving into the next phase of recovery with more targeted support for Canadians as our economy continues to reopen. The benefits outlined in this bill are and will continue to be essential for Canadians who are impacted by the pandemic in the months to come. I don't think any of us in this room could have imagined the immense cost that COVID-19 virus was going to take on the world when we left the Hill for the weekend and headed home to our constituencies on March 13th, 2020. And here we are, about 20 months later, continuing to find new ways to respond to the individual and collective toll that the virus has taken on us all. In the midst of all this hardship and heartbreak, we've also seen incredible resilience and innovation. We've seen healthcare workers, first responders, service responders, government employees work through a continually evolving situations for months to take care of patients, provide essential services, and ensure that our country was able to continue to function. And we saw the creation, clinical trials, approval, and distribution of multiple vaccines for COVID-19. I heard from many Surrey Centre constituents who expressed how important the previous round of pandemic benefits were for them. And I'd like to extend my extreme gratitude to all those constituents and stakeholders who provided very important feedback to us throughout the last year and a half, as well as to the government officials who listened to that feedback to make our pandemic support stronger and support more individuals and businesses. As we continue to see the evolution of the pandemic, we will continue to adapt our approach to address it. That is what our government is doing with Bill C-2. Our strategy to support Canadians is evolving with the situation, and we are now shifting our focus from blanket support measures to a more targeted approach. By taking a more targeted approach, we will continue to be able to reduce our spending on COVID-19 support while continuing to support those who have been hit hardest by the health and economic impacts of the virus. I'd like to take this opportunity to talk about the proposed support and extension of support in this bill for individuals and businesses. I believe they will be essential to Canadians as we move forward through pandemic recovery. The bill proposes extending existing some COVID support benefits, including the Canada Recovery Hiring Program, as well as the Canada Recovery Sickness Benefit that has given the income support to employed and self-employed individuals who were unable to work because they were sick or have needed to self-isolate due to COVID-19. And the Canada Recovery Caregiving Benefit, which has given income support to individuals who are unable to work because they must care for their child under a family member who needs supervised care. This applies if their school or other care facility was closed or unavailable to them during COVID-19, or because they were sick, self-isolating, or at risk of serious health complications due to COVID-19. These three benefits would be extended to May of next year when this legislation is passed. This bill also proposes the creation of new benefits, including the Canada Workers Lockdown Benefit. This measure will support those workers who are unable to work due to a government-imposed public health lockdown, as well as the Tourism and Hospitality Recovery Program and the Hardest Hit Business Recovery Program. We all know that tourism and hospitality industry in particular have been extremely hard hit by the pandemic. With most of the world shutting down their doors to non-residents in the early months of the pandemic, the tourism industry faced a sharp decline. Canadian cities and towns across the country rely heavily on the tourism industry to support their local economies. According to StatsCan, in March 2020, Canada saw nearly a 55% decrease in international arrivals. With travel and movement restrictions across the country, hotels were at less than 20% occupancy levels. Restaurants and bars were also hard hit during this time, where real GDP dropped by 39.5%. I met with many of those constituents and local stakeholders to hear about their concerns, especially restaurant, hotel, and banquet hall owners and operators in Surrey. The hotel, restaurants, and banquet halls in my riding were particularly hard hit by the lockdown, with local lockdown restrictions forcing many establishments to close their doors completely for a few months, canceling weddings and other events requiring them to switch their service operations to provide takeout and delivery options. Similarly, restaurants had to shut down dining rooms and have takeout only, therefore having to let go of their servers and staff that normally work there. Surrey's hotels, like the Civic Hotel, rely on business travelers, most of which had come to a virtual halt. This made it very difficult for them to survive. Surrey is and has a large banquet and wedding industry, which was also hard hit due to severe restrictions on the size of weddings. Therefore, many venues and vendors were completely shut down, leaving hundreds out of jobs. Things have begun to look up for these industries. The second quarter of 2021, there was an increase in employment generated by the tourism industry with 453,000 jobs added. This time also saw an increase in tourism spending in Canada by over $10 billion. We may not have the international travelers coming and going as we're accustomed to, but Canadians have been stepping up and increasing local travel within the country. With winter coming, though we know that many businesses and workers will need support as tourism winds down for the season, I'm confident that the travel industry and tourism industry will come back after these hard times. They have shown their resilience and their support offered through these proposed benefits with the help the industry that helped this industry through this pandemic. Our government is committed to working with our international partners to ensure that countries around the world have fair and equitable access to vaccines. As we continue to see the rates of vaccinations increase, we will be able to continue to reopen our beautiful country to the world once again, with the knowledge that our families, friends, and neighbors will be protected. Hear, hear. We know that the winter will most likely bring more challenging times related to the pandemic in different regions across the country, and I'm very pleased to see that this bill addresses the possibility of local lockdowns with Canada Workers' Lockdown Benefit. Anticipating these events now will ensure that Canadians have the support they need to get through these challenging times, whether it be support an ill relative, care for their children, ensure that they can continue to put food on the table should they become ill and need to take a few days off work. Our healthcare providers have done a phenomenal job getting Canadians vaccinated well ahead of our original schedule, and we now have 76.3% of the population who have received full doses of vaccines, with the numbers continuing to grow. As vaccine manufacturers continue their clinical trials for younger children and the approval of the Pfizer vaccine for children's age 5 to 11 by Health Canada, we are well on our way to ensuring that all Canadians who are able to receive the vaccine have access. As we continue to move through these changing circumstances of this pandemic, our government will continue to be there for Canadians and Canadian businesses. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Hear, hear. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires?
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his speech and also acknowledge the inclusion of the hospitality and culture sector in Bill C-2. Hospitality and tourism are not mentioned, are not all mentioned. Bus drivers, airplane pilots, and manufacturers. Do you think that the current list in Bill C-2 is comprehensive? Please speak through the chair and not directly to members. The Honourable Member for Surrey Centre.
Madam Speaker, I think the question is a great question from my colleague across the aisle. I think this bill, Bill C-2, covers all the industries that are hard hit, and they're based on the economic hit that they have. Whether they have reached those thresholds, those industries will be hard hit. Those that are hard hit will receive the wage subsidy as required, and we know tourism and the hospitality sector is the hardest hit currently, and one of the slowest to recover back due to the travel restrictions. And I think those industries and those pilots will be benefited from these. I think the larger industry as a whole has had their assistance, and those that are in smaller industries will also get the assistance they need. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member of Peace River Westlawn.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank the honourable colleague for his intervention here today. One of the things that we've seen headlines around over 1 million job opportunities open for Canadians and workers or employers that aren't unable to fill those positions. I'm just wondering if the honourable member does not recognize that their own programs that they've put in place have impacted the labour market, and what does he think that this bill does to fix those things? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Honourable Member for Surrey Centre.
I think our government has actually created over 1 million new jobs well ahead of schedule. And in fact, the economy is churning on so many cylinders that we have a vacancy of almost 750 to 1,000 to 1 million jobs. And that's a good and healthy sign, but we must resolve that. And a lot of that is because of many of the immigrants that we would be bringing to this country due to travel restrictions have not been able to come. But we are a resilient country. We'll work very hard to make sure that they come. And I think if the member opposite is alluding that people don't want to work, that is a false perception of Canadians. Canadians want to work. Canadians are working, and Canadians are working their butts off. Sorry.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my neighbour in Surrey for his comments. We're talking about government supports, but would my colleague not agree that these government supports are kind of a backup and not as strong a backup as we would get if we could get people vaccinated? The fourth wave is a pandemic of the unvaccinated. And to see more people in the restaurants, to see more people comfortable in being in the opposition lobby, would likely be a lot stronger if we got the vaccination up to the levels where people were convinced and were satisfied that they would be safe no matter where they were.
The honourable member for Surrey Centre.
I'd like to thank my member of parliament who's representing me in my riding and my neighbouring riding to which I represent, I think brings a great question. I think the faster that we vaccinate, the quicker that we encourage others to vaccinate, I think this country will be in a much safer place. And I think leadership starts right here in this chamber. And I think those that are still trying to decide whether they should be vaccinated should show leadership so that their constituents and their residents of their ridings also participate in that. And I think some of the benches opposite are having a challenging time convincing their own colleagues to get vaccinated. And I encourage those that are vaccinated to encourage those and get them vaccinated so that our country can get back on our feet and we can become more resilient and control the spread and help those healthcare workers that are really struggling, working overtime, working nonstop in ICU units, which they should not be doing if people were participating in the vaccination program. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Bravo! Bravo! Cross country. Well, thank you, Madam Chair. And as I like to call it, the promised land. You know, where I come from, we have the honey capital of Canada and 7,500 dairy animals, so it's literally flowing with milk and honey.
I got them all.
Madam Chair, I just want to start my speech by just thanking my team back home, starting at the home front, my wife. Putting up with me and delivering a baby smack dab in the middle of the election. I told my campaign manager, due date's the 3rd, so just book that day off and we should be good to go. And sure enough, booked the day off and right on schedule, little Claire showed up. So I took the day off. No, I was there for a little while, but she did come on the due date, which was like winning the lottery, so to speak, and so we were pretty excited about that. Claire is doing well, Mother's doing well, for sure.
Beautiful name.
Beautiful name, thank you.
Beautiful daughter.
I want to thank my children. They come out door knocking with me. Nothing is better than a bunch of little kids coming along to do the door knocking. They run a lot faster than I do, and they get pretty good at finding the doorbells and making friends with all the puppy dogs everywhere you go. I always say I think there's an average dog per house around where I come from. So I met a lot of nice puppies along the way, no doubt. I also want to thank our volunteers, our sign guys. We put on all over 7,000 kilometers putting up signs in northern Alberta, and so I want to thank them. That's a few-day ordeal, putting up signs where I come from, so I want to thank them. John and Richard and Stan, they really did a good job on that for sure. And I want to thank our door knocking team. I want to thank Liam in particular. one of the things, I was going to get to this later on in my speech, one of the things with all the job opportunities out there, I've been harassing Liam that he's got to go get a job, and he just told me that he's finally landed a job. So
well done, Liam.
So he was a great asset to my team, door knocking every day for us. It turns out now he's got a job, and I hope that all that door knocking experience he can now put to work in his job. Although I'm not exactly sure where it's at. I want to thank my family, my extended family, my sister in particular, who goes above and beyond keeping everything organized, and her husband as well. They do a great job. I want to thank my campaign manager, Josh, who's all the way from Calgary, though we don't hold that against him. We cheer for different hockey teams, but we're good friends nonetheless, and he delivered the win again in Northern Alberta. So congratulations, Josh, and thank you. I also want to just take this moment and congratulate the elected senators in Alberta. So that was bang bang right after each other. We ended up having two elections kind of simultaneously. The municipal elections were happening during the federal election, and so we had those together. And it was great to see that the Conservatives on the ballot took number 1, number 2, and number 3 spot here in Alberta. And so I look forward to their rapid appointment into the Senate, so that we can get some representation for Alberta in the Senate as we go forward. I do note that Senator Scott Tanis is still there, but I'm looking forward to the rapid appointment of 2 new senators representing Alberta. C2 is the bill that's in front of us, and I want to just talk a little bit about how I think that this bill should be what should be in this bill and what's missing from this bill. So, during the last few months here, I went for dinner at the Brothers Diner in Whitecourt, a great little place. It's kind of like a 50s retro feel. I just wish when I'm sitting in there, you feel like you stepped back in time, but I just wish that all the 50s cars with the big wings were parked outside there again. You know, the high-rise tails that they had in the 50s, the round cars based on, a lot of it was aviation inspired, and so those were, while they weren't the fastest cars or the best handling cars in the world, they were some of the coolest looking cars. Probably your Cadillac Eldorado, if I say that, you're probably thinking 1950s cars right there. So that little diner, we were sitting in there. That was my first time ever being there, and I was chatting with the waitress. I said, I was here last night, and the place was shut down. I was here about 7:30. They said, oh, sorry, yeah, we close at 4. I said, well, this is a diner. Diners don't typically close at 4. She said, well, we only have three waitresses, and so when none of us are available, the restaurant's closed. And so, yeah, we typically close at it was a Tuesday afternoon, and they said we closed at 4 on Tuesday. So that was the situation in northern Alberta. There is just not enough workers to keep the restaurants open. Never mind having people come to the restaurants, there's just not enough time to keep them open. And so I have got folks that have started new restaurants during the pandemic who are kind of concerned about how this is all going to go. And they say, we've got the customers, but we don't have the employees. And so we see temporary foreign workers being brought in during a time of pandemic to staff the restaurants in the area. One of the other things that this bill doesn't correct as well is just around folks that started, I'm thinking particularly Dairy Queen that started my riding, started in January of 2020, and unable to collect some of these benefits because their business got started in January of 2020. Believe me, the decision to start a new Dairy Queen doesn't come overnight. So the decision was made months, maybe years in advance. A large amount of money was laid out for the company. They had no revenues until January of 2020. So they did not have a revenue drop from 2019 to 2020 because they had no revenue in 2019. They were busy building the building. They had the grand opening in 2020. So that was one of the things that I was hoping that we'd see fixed in this bill. We did not see that. The other thing Madam Speaker, is just around getting the pipelines built, supporting oil and gas in northern Alberta, supporting the industry that is the largest percentage of GDP in this country. I was looking forward to having some support for that in this bill, talking about making sure that we can get people back to work, making sure that people feel safe, but also making sure that pipelines are defended and promoted in this country. So we've seen Mr. Joe Biden, the President of the United States, he was tweeting out, wrote a letter to OPEC, asking them if they could increase production by 500,000 barrels a day so that they could reduce the cost of fuel in the United States. Well, you know what, Madam Chair? The Keystone XL pipeline would deliver about that many barrels a day of oil if it was operating. But that same president who wrote a letter to OPEC could knock on our door, could approve Keystone XL, and could be getting ethically sourced oil from northern Alberta, supplying it to the United States, but he didn't. He's asking. Then he says, "Oh well, no problem, guys. We'll lower the price of fuel by using up some of our reserves that they have in the United States." Well, the reserves are like 1% of 1% of their annual consumption of fuel down there, and so that isn't really. That'll make a short blip. It really isn't going to solve the problem. And so we see between both Line 5 and the Keystone XL, we see that this bill says nothing about what their plans are for ensuring that the oil patch can continue to operate, that the oil patch can get their products to market, they can use the Keystone XL pipeline. We don't see anything like that. The oil patch, Madam Chair, is also looking for workers. I talked to my friend Murray in Slave Lake. He runs an oil field service company, and he said, "Arnold, I think I'm going to have to bring in temporary foreign workers to work in the oil patch, starting at $55 an hour." And that's a challenge that he is facing. He's saying, "I have to bring in presumably Mexican oil field workers because I cannot get them from northern Alberta." And this is a tragedy, Madam Chair, because we have people from across the country who have traditionally worked in northern Alberta, but who are unaware that the oil patch is up and running again, and who are making the calculation between government subsidies and paychecks and deciding that the government subsidy is a better deal. So we warned the Liberals to ensure that this was warning them, saying don't mess with the labor market with your subsidies. However, they did not listen to us. They said, no, hurry up and pass this legislation. So we said, hey, we won't stand in the way of it. But it would be good to scrutinize this, to send it to committee and ensure that the best ideas and that there's no impacts to the labor market as we go forward with this $7 billion bill. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, so thank you, Madam Speaker. And, you know, I've had the opportunity to ask a number of the Conservative colleagues from across the way in terms of what their personal intentions might be, what the Conservatives' intentions might be in regards to C2. And I'd be very much interested in that member's insights in regards to if he would see fit to personally support the bill, so that the principles of the bill, recognizing that the pandemic is not over, that we still need to be there for Canadians in a very real and tangible way, and that's what this bill is doing, whether it's supports for business, support for people. Can I expect to, or can we expect to see the member personally voting in favor of this bill in principle going to committee stage, given the comments that he has just said?
The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Well, Madam Chair, we continue to look to the Liberals to give us some assurances that they will be pursuing the fraud that has happened. We've seen prisoners being taking some of these benefits. We've seen organized crime get involved, and we still have no assurances from the Liberals that they will be pursuing any of that stuff. We're also looking for the committees to get fired up so that this bill will have the due scrutiny that it needs, and so that we can bring amendments and try to make these programs better, so that in the future we don't have the fraud that happens, so that in the future we don't have the impacts to the labor market that some of the other benefits that the Liberals put forward had. Some might say that these were bugs of the systems. Some would also argue that these might have been features of the system. We want to make sure that we build programs that help the most amount of the Canadians that need it, and that ensure that we can get Canadians back to work so that paychecks, not subsidies, pay Canadians. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to rise today and ask, while the member was giving his speech, I could really relate, as our ridings do touch one another, and so there is definitely some concerns that I think are very similar, specifically when it comes to the questions around the workforce challenges and the labor challenges. Perhaps you could go into a little bit more detail regarding some of what you're hearing in your riding, because I know in my riding I've been hearing a lot of concerns from business owners stating that they simply can't find workers for many of these jobs, and some of them are very well-paying jobs. And so I was just wondering if you could further expand on those.
East River Westlock.
I want to thank the member from Fort McMurray Cold Lake for the question, and I want to congratulate her on her new election here and on her new little baby, Owen. Productive bunch, this Conservative caucus. I also want to congratulate the member from Carleton. I do believe he as well, him and his wife gave birth to a baby during the election as well. So it was an exciting time for all of us. Nonetheless, in northern Alberta, one key area that I just want to highlight is around truck drivers. Big semi-trucks, you see them on the highway all the time, and we're increasingly having a shortage of truck drivers. Now, one area in particular is trying to get them across the border. Many of these trucks are bringing in goods from around the world. And as we see, like ports like Port of Vancouver get shut down, we need to bring them in bring those containers in from the United States. And we're seeing more and more that we are able to build the trucks, we're able to buy the trucks, but we're unable to get a driver. And so that is a key area of concern, and folks are looking for more truck drivers all around.
Temps pour une brève question.
Time for a brief question.
The honourable member for Edmonton West. A brief question.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. We hear from the Liberals a lot today on this bill of hurry up and get it through, hurry up and get it through. I want to ask my colleague what he thinks about the pressure to push it through immediately after the Liberals sat and waited 2 full months to bring Parliament back.
A brief answer from the member for Peace River Westlock.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And that's precisely it. Like, we hurry up and get this done. Well, we had a $600 million election. We didn't need to have that. We could have been here talking about debating the issues that face Canadians. We could have had Parliament return immediately after the election, given the fact that there was not a lot of change in the number of seats around here. And so it seems very rich to me that the Liberals would say hurry up after they have caused dramatic delays in this place. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Resuming debate, the honourable for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I see that I have only about 5 minutes before we have to adjourn, so and I'll have to split my time, so I'm going to be a little bit judicious in my remarks tonight. This is the first opportunity that I've had to speak at any considerable length in this House, so I would, if I could ask the indulgence of my colleagues for a couple minutes. I have some words of appreciation that I really must put on the record. First of all, I have to thank the wonderful people of Vancouver Kingsway for doing me the honor of giving me the privilege of representing them for the 5th time. It is truly the deepest honor that I think one can have to be put in service to others, and I deeply appreciate the faith and trust that they have placed in me, and I will work hard to represent everybody in my riding. Second, I would like to thank my campaign team. There are some key people who played pivotal roles in this election. One was my campaign manager, Ryan Hurley, who is just a sensational person, and he led my campaign at a time of great personal difficulty, with his father being terminally ill at that time. And I think one thing I think we all know about politics is that we can get involved in the issues and the policies, but really we're all human beings and we have personal lives at stake, and I want to extend my deep appreciation and sympathies to him and his family because he did lose his father on the morning of Election Day. I'd like to thank my official agent, Joel DeYoung, who, as has been said by other people in this House, does not only a very, very extensive job, but keeps us out of prison, which is one of the most important things that an official agent has to do. And it takes a lot of work. And, I don't know if many Canadians know that our campaigns are really run by volunteer power. And these are people who donate untold hours and untold skills with no pay so that our democracy can keep running. And Joel has done that through several elections, and I'm deeply appreciative to him and his partner, Michelle. Finally, I'd like to thank Carrie Bursick, our office manager, who kept us all organized, and that's not easy, as we all know, during a campaign where we have many, many hundreds of people volunteering on campaigns and a lot going on every day. I'd like to thank all of the volunteers that worked in our campaign, whether it was for an hour on Election Day or whether it was for many, many days. Once again, our democracy is powered by the volunteer efforts of ordinary citizens who take an interest in their country and who come and donate their time and skills and talents and passions to all parties represented in this House. And I'm blessed with a particularly talented and committed group of volunteers at Vancouver Kingsway. I need to thank my family. I think we all know that no one gets elected to any position at any level in this country without the support and, frankly, the sacrifice of their families. I have to thank my partner, Cheryl Palm, who has been an outstanding campaign partner and who is far wiser, has got far better political judgment, and is far more popular than I am in Vancouver Kingsway. I hear lots of support for that statement on all sides of the House. My children, Jamie, Jordan, and Karis, I think we all know that our children, they play very interesting roles in our lives because they don't get any agency, they don't get to make any decisions or give any speeches, but they have to suffer sometimes the fame, sometimes the infamy that we all go through, and it puts a lot of pressure on our children. And I want to shout out to my children, but the children of everybody in this House. I have to thank my sisters Cheryl and Diane, who have always been extraordinarily supportive, and my nephew Devin Golchin. Finally, I want to thank my granddaughter Sophia Linson. It's my only grandchild, and it is her future for which I work. And she's 11 years old. And, she's got decades in front of her. And I think quite frequently that the decisions we make today in this chamber will impact not only our country, but future generations for decades and decades to come. And I think we would all do well to remember that when we're deliberating on the issues of the day. I have to thank the best sign crew in the country in Vancouver Kingsway. Anybody will tell you that you come into Vancouver Kingsway during a federal election and you're going to be blinded by the orange. And that's what happened. So Sandy, Leo, Wally, Max, and Renato, you're just the best, and I want to thank you.
We've run out of time for this evening, but the honourable member will have 4 minutes and 45 seconds the next time this matter is before the House. Adol?
Order. At this moment, pursuant to Section 38, pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
Speaker, this is my first opportunity to rise in this 44th Parliament, and I wanted to take an opportunity to thank the residents of Fort McMurray-Cold Lake for their support in this election. It wasn't my first election. I previously had the honor of serving in the provincial legislature, both the ridings of Fort McMurray-Conklin and the ridings of Fort McMurray-Lac La Biche. However, this was a very unique election for me and for our riding. And it is such an immense honor to be able to serve the people of Fort McMurray-Cold Lake as their elected representative. Quite frankly, I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for the support of my campaign team, my amazing friends, family, but most importantly, my husband. My husband, Niall, stepped up in a way that very few husbands step up. He is taking care of our son, Owen, as we speak, because I had a baby in the middle of the election campaign. Unlike the member from Peace River Westlock who could take a day off after the baby, it turns out I needed to take a couple more days off from knocking on doors after having my child. And so my husband was there to make sure that the baby was well taken care of, and for that I'm very, very grateful. But I love Northeastern Alberta. It is the riding that I was born and raised in, and it is truly spectacular and I would welcome everyone to come and visit. Between the lakes and the forests, we have just about everything you could ask for. But one of the things that I found during the election is I had the opportunity to talk directly with a number of constituents through my riding. And one of the big things that they shared with me was their increasing fears around the rising cost of just about everything, whether it be gas to groceries, their heating bills. The impacts of inflation were really starting to be noticeable during the election. And I had families sharing with me stories about how they had cut the amount of meat they were feeding their family. And they weren't cutting meat because they wanted to cut meat. They were cutting meat because they simply couldn't afford it. They were telling me stories of how they were going to the food bank and requesting hampers because, quite frankly, they couldn't afford to feed their families. Because, unfortunately, because of this government's reckless spending, our inflation has been increasing steady month over month, and they couldn't make ends meet. And so the answer that I got from the minister, saying that there was perhaps going to be a promise of childcare sometime in the future, it's spectacular for the families that sometime in the future might be struggling. But it doesn't address the real concerns of the families that are struggling to make ends meet today. And there are so many families that are all across this country that are struggling because gas is more expensive, groceries are more expensive. Madam Speaker, even diapers are more expensive now because of the Liberals' reckless spending. And I really hope that this government realizes that these kinds of things are terrifying to families, especially brand new families. And I look forward to the answer.
The Honourable Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Great, thank you so much, Madam Speaker. And because this is my first time rising to address the 44th Parliament, I wish to thank the people of Burlington for electing me for a third term. It is a privilege to be here in Ottawa representing them and advocating for our community. And it is also an honour as the new Minister of Families, Children and Social Development to be working on behalf of the people of Burlington and families from coast to coast to coast. And Madam Speaker, I want to thank the member of Fort McMurray Cold Lake for her question. And I also want to congratulate her on her election. As someone who recalls bringing their 10-week-old baby into the House, it's nice to have another mom in Parliament, and I'm looking forward to working with her to deliver for families across the country. The Government of Canada has made a clear commitment to support families with young children now and after the pandemic. Through Budget 2021, we invested up to $30 billion over 5 years, went up to $9.2 billion in permanent funding as of 25-26 to make this promise a reality. We are committed to working collaboratively in partnership with the provinces and territories to build a Canada-wide early learning and childcare system. And most importantly, we are committed to building a system that gives all young families access to high-quality, affordable, flexible, and inclusive childcare. We have signed bilateral agreements with 9 provinces and territories who will cut childcare costs for children under 5 by 50% next year. In fact, Alberta is bringing in this policy as of January 1st. That's pretty immediate action for families in our country. And Saskatchewan has already implemented their 50% reduction in fees retroactive to July 2021. I'd call that progress, Madam Speaker. This is the first step in parents across the country having access to high-quality early learning and childcare for an average of $10 a day within the next 5 years. And as the Deputy Prime Minister and Finance Minister has said, it's good feminist economic policy. And it's smart economic policy. This is what Canadians expect of us, and it is why we are working hard to conclude negotiations with the 4 remaining provinces and territories as soon as possible. And in keeping with the co-developed and endorsed Indigenous early learning and childcare framework, we have also made it a priority to work collaboratively with First Nations, Inuit, and the Métis Nation to ensure Indigenous children will have access to affordable, high-quality, and culturally appropriate early learning and childcare. And there's more, Madam Speaker. We also continue to support Canadian families with the Canada Child Benefit. En juillet 2017, le gouvernement a instauré la...
The government brought about the Canada Child Benefit to better support families of low and middle income. The benefit is simple, generous, and targeted. So, as a result, 9 out of 10 families have benefited rather than the previous child benefit regime. In order for this benefit to help families in the long term, the government started to index it in June of 2018, and it will keep on being indexed every year. The Canada Child Benefit has already played an important role in reducing childhood poverty. Since it was brought about in 2016, 435,000 fewer children are living in poverty.
Canadian families continue to put food on the table, even with challenges like inflation in play. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. One of the things that I also heard at the doors from my constituents that were concerned and they wanted me to bring here to Ottawa was their concerns over the radical eco-agenda of this Liberal government. And they were quite concerned that in the previous Parliament there was a minister who, in his previous life, before being elected, spent his entire life trying to shut down the main economic driver of my riding, the oil sands. And now that person has been put as the minister in charge of environment and climate change. It's terrifying that we have a government that is so blatantly attacking the livelihoods of people in my riding and people all across this country by not allowing them to get to work. So this is something that is of serious concern, and I hope to see this government fix.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And, one thing that I think is really important is recognizing both how important the climate emergency is. I mean, we're seeing right now in British Columbia the devastating impacts of the floods. We saw over the course of the summer the absolutely terrifying wildfires. And as Minister of Families, Children and Social Development, I recognize that fighting climate change is actually something we need to do so that our kids are going to continue to grow into a hospitable world. I also appreciate that we need to take care of families, and we need to ensure that everyone, no matter which industry they're working in, has a good quality paying job that will help put food on the tables and enable their children to grow and have the opportunities that they deserve, and that's exactly what our government will do. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The news last week that the Americans were doubling duties on softwood lumber for Canadian producers is yet another blow to BC's economy. The communities I represent continue to be hammered, either by natural disasters or now a failed trade policy. We simply can't seem to catch a break. BC is the largest Canadian exporter of softwood lumber to the U.S., and our forestry industry supports 100,000 direct and indirect jobs in the province. Sadly, we've already seen employment evaporate. West Fraser closed the Chasm Lumber Mill in 2019, which had employed constituents in my riding. An industry member from Vancouver Island shared with my office that the coupling of this announcement this week with the province's Bill 28, the Forestry Revitalization Act, is going to be extremely hard on companies and on people. The impact of Bill 28 alone is projected to cause the loss of 18,000 jobs. Existing employment is even now more at risk during a time we simply just can't afford. A manager in the industry characterized the duty increase as incredibly challenging but survivable if it was the only hurdle producers were facing. When combined with the province's harvest deferrals and the reallocation of tenures, all of which is happening at the same time, many companies just don't seem to feel they can stand a chance. There's no way to pivot that quickly or spread the economic loss over a number of years. Another stakeholder similarly shared that for local lumber manufacturers in BC already dealing with soaring log prices due to the significant summertime fires, recent flooding, and escalating supply chain challenges, the doubling of the softwood lumber duty comes as a gut punch that puts thousands of jobs and the future of the local industry at risk. The BC Lumber Trade Council has stated these unfair duties hurt not only BC businesses and workers, but also U.S. consumers looking to repair, remodel, and build new homes. As U.S. producers remain unable to meet the domestic demand, these duties are a threat to North American post-pandemic recovery on both sides of the border. So, Madam Speaker, what concrete actions is the government going to take to make sure the Biden administration reverses course? The International Trade Minister is on record saying the government was pursuing litigation under the new North American trade deal between Canada, the U.S., and Mexico, and at the World Trade Organization. I sincerely hope the honourable member is able to outline here today the litigation measures the government is taking, the timeline for when they will be complete, and the results that she is seeking to achieve. My constituents in the industry and across my province require quick action and certainty. Continued flooding and mudslides in Mission, Matsby, Fraser Canyon, I just want to re-emphasize this, only compounds the difficulties faced by the people I represent. Additional evacuation orders and alerts were issued last night and in this morning in Abbotsford, Mission, Hope, and Merritt, communities both within and neighboring my riding. Just before I got into the house here, I was looking on my Twitter account at Drive BC, and the Jackass Summit, the top of Highway number 1, when you're driving through the historic Fraser Canyon, it's completely washed out. It's like the highway was never there. These are going to have really, really big impacts on my constituents. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of International Trade, Export Promotion, Small Business and Economic Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me begin by saying how pleased I am to have the opportunity to stand up again to speak on this very important issue. But before I do, I didn't have the opportunity yet in this House to thank the people of Markham Thornhill and for electing me and for placing their vote of confidence in me. I continue to be humbled to serve as their Member of Parliament. Just like my colleague, the Honourable Member from Mission, Matsby, Fraser Canyon, I too take this issue very seriously. Canada's forestry sector is of great importance to our communities as well as to our economy, and this is why our government had announced $867 million in investment to support affected workers and introduce loan guarantee programs, reduce the risk of job losses, and support affected communities, and to stabilize operations, diversify markets, and promote innovation in the sector. Madam Speaker, let me state unequivocally that the duties that the United States have imposed on Canadian softwood lumber are completely unwarranted and unfair. More than that, they are harmful to all of the Canadian workers and communities across the country for which the softwood lumber industry is an economic anchor. The recent doubling of the duties announced by the United States Department of Commerce is extremely disappointing and unjustified. Notre industrie du bois.
We are extremely proud of our softwood lumber industry, Madam Speaker. The government is strongly defending the interests of the softwood lumber industry. Unfortunately, this is not the first time that the United States has imposed duties on Canadian softwood lumber. We have already experienced this, and each time in the past, independent dispute resolution tribunals have determined that Canada is a fair trading partner.
Challenges against U.S. duties under Chapter 9 of NAFTA, 19 of NAFTA, Chapter 10 of CUSMA, and before the WTO. Let me remind you, Madam Speaker, that the WTO panel ruling on Canada's challenge of U.S. duties on softwood lumber found overwhelmingly in Canada's favor in August 2020. We are confident that this will continue to be the case. Canadian softwood lumber is a priority for the federal government. While we will continue to defend our industry's interests in litigation until these duties are removed, we are also raising this issue with the United States at every opportunity. The Prime Minister raised it with President Biden earlier this month. Minister Jolie raised it with her U.S. counterpart, Secretary Blinken, and I have raised it on many occasions with Ambassador Tai and Secretary Raimondo. Ces droits sont injustifiés.
These duties are unfair and harm both of our countries. We will continue to work on this file until we reach a deal which is fair and supportive for the workers and industry in Canada.
Canadian lumber, adding these unjustified duties merely harms their own consumers and home builders at a time when housing affordability is already a significant concern for many. Madam Speaker, I've worked directly with industry. I've convened meetings with industry representatives from across the country and just last week spoke directly with leaders of the sector. I will continue to work hand in hand with our partners to ensure that our approach and any solutions we pursue are informed by the needs of our forestry sector and the workers whose job it supports. We remain ready to discuss terms that will be in the best interest of our country. However, I will make one thing clear. We will not accept just any deal. We will continue to work closely with provinces and territories, industry, Indigenous partners, and others to determine the best approach and to stand up for our forestry sector.
The honourable member not to mention the first or last names of ministers or members in the House. So please be mindful. The honourable member for Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague across the way. I would just encourage the honourable member that reaching a deal is very, very important for British Columbia, that when you move forward in the coming weeks and months, that there's a degree of transparency there that lets industry know that the government is on their side, that you're giving a clear timeline about the actions you're taking when you're taking them, because the economic loss is felt. The job losses are real in British Columbia, and all my constituents and all British Columbians are just asking for a degree of transparency, because at the end of the day, we know you can't control what the Biden administration does, but it's incumbent upon your government to reach a softwood lumber deal to give industry that certainty that we're looking for. And finally, Madam Speaker, indeed, Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon, to all the voters, to my campaign team, I haven't said it enough. You guys are awesome. Thank you for putting your trust in me once again. I want to honor that every day, and one of the first campaign commitments I ever made was to stand up for the forestry sector. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I do want to remind the member that he's to address all questions and comments through the chair. The honourable minister.
Thank you to my honourable colleague for that. Softwood lumber is a priority for the government, and I do continue to work with industry, speak with industry, and they know that we are standing by them. We, of course, as I said, are actively challenging the unfair U.S. duties under NAFTA, CUSMA, as well as before the WTO. This is, of course, as well in close dialogue with industry. We're also raising this issue with the U.S. interlocutors, including our openness to an agreement that will bring predictability and stability that our industry needs for its continued success.
The only deal we will accept is one that is in Canada's best interests. We will continue to work with our partners throughout the country in order to defend this very important sector.
Continue to work with our partners across the country to defend this important sector.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.
you.